Our story begins with the arid expanse of the Red Desert. In this barren land where life struggles to take root, a lizard finds itself pursued by a cackle of hyenas, their laughter echoing through the desolation. Before the little critter could meet its end, a whirling blade intervenes, slicing through the air with deadly precision. A young boy, the axe's owner, charges in, flipping the roles of predator and prey. His steps kick up clouds of red dust as he closes the gap with a hunter's determination. With another axe gripped tightly, he lunges forward, a whirlwind of ferocity. The clash of instincts ends with the boy slaying the pack leader, unleashing a bone-chilling howl. The remaining hyenas scatter, tails tucked in fear, their courage shattered. The little lizard, wide-eyed, marvels at the boy's prowess, its tiny heart racing with awe and newfound admiration. Saved from its doom, it decides to trail after him, much to his annoyance. Too small to eat and seemingly useless for hunting, the boy tries to shoo it away, waving his hands and grumbling under his breath. The lizard persists. Unbelievable. Frustrated, the boy chastises the creature until it reveals its hidden talent. Breathing fire like a living flamethrower, a spark of defiance lighting up the arid air, their quarrel is abruptly silenced by a deep rumble from beneath. The stone they chose for a resting spot stirs, revealing itself as a slumbering beast. Thus, the unlikely Dew flees for their lives, pursued by an enraged earthbound rhinoceros, its massive form barreling through the terrain. They scramble through the desert until they reach a cliff. With no time to spare, the boy leaps into the unknown. Indifferent to the drop, the wind howling in his ears, he absorbs the fall with ease, thanks to his unnaturally strong legs. He lands with a thud that would have crippled an ordinary person. At the bottom, he encounters a hooded figure seated beneath a withered tree, an aura of mystery surrounding him. Curiosity flickers in his eyes, but the rhino is still on his trail, its enraged bellows growing louder. Gripping his axe, the boy resolves to stand his ground, ready to prove his lineage as a descendant of the Black Dragon. The hooded figure rises with patient grace and lowers his hood, revealing white hair and piercing blue eyes, commanding an air of strength. Bro is literally Griffith from Berserk, but with straight hair. The beast locks eyes with the man, and in a breathless moment, it turns tail, retreating without a fight. Such is the weight of true aura, an invisible force that needs no weapon. The boy is dumbfounded, his grip on the axe slackening in disbelief. The enigmatic man smiles, asking if the boy is unharmed. His voice is calm and soothing, yet carries an edge of authority. Little did the boy know that this chance meeting would alter his destiny and reshape the fate of the world. Ananta, the young hunter, leads his savior back to his village. The weight of the encounter still lingers in his thoughts. The villagers, naturally curious, gather to learn about the foreigner. Their whispers are a mix of wonder and caution. Ananta's sister, however, is more concerned about her brother's disappearance. She scolds him for wandering into mystic territory again, warning of the dangers that lurk there. To make matters worse, he's brought home an odd critter and a mysterious stranger, complicating her worries further. Ananta eagerly introduces the man to his sister Ashta, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Suddenly, Ashta's illness strikes. She is forced into a fit of black bile coughing, her strength fading as quickly as it came. Worried, Ananta urges her to rest inside, his voice tinged with guilt and concern. The foreigner is escorted to the elder's home, treated to hearty food and warm hospitality. The villagers show their gratitude to the man who saved their young hunter. The man, introducing himself as Guo, is welcome to stay as long as he needs. His presence is both an enigma and a source of curiosity. Yet the little lizard remains wary of him. Its tiny eyes never leave him, as if sensing something the others cannot. The village head assigns Ananta as Guo's guide during his stay, a duty the boy accepts with pride. When asked what brought him to such a remote and unforgiving land, Guo explains that he is an explorer researching the culture and incarnates of different regions. To clarify, he unfurls a map, its edges worn from countless journeys, and shares tales of his travels, from the great empire of the east to the icy ridges of the north, to the vast forests of the west. Now he braves the treacherous Red Desert, seeking the legend of a special incarnate. The incarnate known as Aziti Daka, a mythical being and one of the first 6 incarnates to receive divine power. Aziti Daka is heralded as the strongest among them. Feared and revered, this legendary black dragon has loomed over history as a symbol of untamed power. Dubbed the evil incarnate, Aziti Daka, the Black Dragon, is the object of Guyo's quest, a legend waiting to be unraveled. Mr. Guyo stayed with Ananta and his sister. He even whipped up a medicine made from boiling Guardia to improve her compromised immune system and vitality. One sip of the soup quickly made Ashta feel a lot better. Today, he intends to go down to the nearby river to investigate something. Ananta wanted to tag along. Being Mr. Guyo's guide, the duo set out for the riverside. Before they departed, Ashta lovingly reminded her little brother, "Be safe out there and come home in one piece." As the duo left the village, the boy noticed that the grown-ups were shooting poisonous glances at the foreigner. It did not take them too long to reach the expansive river of the Red Desert. While grilling and eating fish that they had caught in the river, the boy asked Mr. Gyo if he had made any progress in his research since arriving in the village a week ago. Unfortunately, progress is slow, Mr. Gyo replied. All I have are small fragments of the history of the Black Dragon's descendants. Ananta's ancestors used to suffer constant attacks from outside forces, but thanks to the Black Dragon's help, they were able to hold their ground. The current-day descendants of the Black Dragon, like Ananta, continue the tradition of being warriors worshipping the Azidahaka, Mr. Gyo continued. That's about the extent of what I know so far. For some unknown reason, the adult villagers just keep refusing to tell me anything more. It's as if they're hiding something. Ananta dismissed Gaio's concern with a wave. You're overthinking it. Changing the subject, Mr. Gyo asked, why are you still hunting behind your sister's back? The boy hesitated. He didn't want to say anything, but he couldn't ignore the growing number of injuries he had been getting from his daring escapades. Even though Ashta might catch on soon, his little brother still wanted to keep his side hustle a secret. I don't want to make her worry any more than she already does, he muttered. You see, the boy went on, winter comes quickly in this cursed land. I want to hunt and stockpile as much food as possible before the cold sets in. The siblings grew up without their parents. They both died from a disease while Ananta was just a baby. Since then, Ashta has always been protective of her little brother. Ananta feels guilty that his sister's life had always revolved around taking care of him, even missing her prime marrying age, so he wants to prepare a dowry for her, so she can actually start her own family. Hugh asked if it was difficult, and the boy just smiled, answering that it wasn't. Everything I do is for the only family I have, he said. Enough of depressing family talks. The boy was curious why Gyo was so interested in incarnates in the first place. It's simple, really, Gigo said. I'm looking for the treasure of the gods. These treasures are said to be the source of the first 6 incarnates' powers. They are relics that transcend the laws of the world and the understanding of the human mind. If anyone can get their hands on those 6 relics, holding the power of deities, they would be reborn and see the world that lies beyond the curtain. Hearing about the treasures, Ananta slipped up and asked, are you after the village's old scale? After a whole week of nothing, Mr. Gyo just got his first lead, and it came from the kid. Realizing that he messed up, Ananta caved in on the condition that Gyo never tells anyone that he blabbed. Back when they were kids, his sister told him a story that stuck in his mind. While it's true that the Black Dragon chased away the ancestors' enemies, the beast's rage never subsided. He went on a rampage until the entirety of Red Desert turned to ash. To control this fury, the Black Dragon willingly surrendered one of his scales to his followers. With the power source removed, the Black Dragon fell into a deep sleep. His followers built a hidden shrine somewhere in the vast Dragon Valley, where the best warriors stand guard to protect the scale from falling into the wrong hands. Before Mr. Gyo could ask Ananta to help in tracking the shrine, the kid drew the line. The sanctity of the shrine forbids any foreign influence from entering the sacred place. Ananta had no problems guiding Mr. Gyo anywhere else, but the Dragon Valley was off limits. The man did not fight him on that, but he asked the kid to accompany him to one more place. By sundown, they reached a cliff where the vastness of the Red Desert and its beauty could be seen at its best under the light of the setting sun. Mr. Gyo started professing his dream. He longs to find a world beyond the current one, a place that connects to the land of gods. Until he achieves that dream, he will continue his exploration, even if he has to scour the whole planet. His journey will never end, even if he has to make everyone else his enemy. Then Mr. Gyo asked, have you ever made the connection between your ancestry and the legendary incarnate? Gyo explained that there's a high possibility that Asta's sickness is directly related to the Black Dragon's curse. Azidahaka is as enigmatic as the rest of the all-powerful incarnates, but what's known is that he's the servant of the evil god who commands over curses and death. It's not too far-fetched to think that a creature serving under such a vile god would one day turn on the people. Gyo continued, saying that the Black Dragon was simply using Ananta's bloodline to pass on the evil god's curse. The kid's parents died due to an unknown illness, and now his sister is hopelessly suffering. Little did Ananta know he was being gaslit and played by the man's unparalleled silver tongue. Hearing that the death of his parents and his sister's suffering were caused by the Black Dragon pushed him closer to crashing out. Seeing the kid slowly buy into his version of the story, Gyo grinned as though he were a fisherman luring his catch. Gyo pulled out a radiant flower and urged the boy to take it to the treasure in the village's care. Using the flower, the curse of the Black Dragon will finally be lifted, curing your sister from her debilitating sickness, Gyo said. He was practically urging him to break the rule of the village, but Gyo cleared things up. I'm simply providing Ananta with a choice to take matters into his own hands. No matter how it pans out, the choice will always be up to the kid. Unbeknownst to Ananta, he was slowly being influenced by a biblically accurate angel in human form. Asha woke up in the middle of the night to find her little brother missing. She worried and wondered where the brat could be at such a late hour. Wherever he was, Big Sis prayed that he was safe and that he didn't catch a cold. If you guessed that he was in the Dragon Valley Shrine, you'd be right. The guards posted at the entrance went on high alert as soon as they saw the figure of the white-haired man walking closer. They warned Gyo to stop in his tracks, as barging into the shrine was a serious crime. Seeing that the foreigner wasn't listening, one of the guards charged with his spear. Gyo grabbed the spear tip with his bare hands, shocking the guard. His shock quickly turned to numbness as he was knocked out by a roundhouse kick to the back of the head. While the other guards watched, Dudo finished the jab with a brutal punch while the opponent was down. With the first obstacle taken care of, Gyo asked Ananta to come out of hiding. The boy was still gripping the radiant flower in his hand. This was his first time seeing Mr. Gaio's combat prowess. That white boy had no trouble taking out the village's mighty warriors. The duo walked into the shrine, eager to finish what they had just started before the sun rose. Even inside the halls of the shrine, the stronger guards did not pose any threat. It only took a few minutes for the duo to reach the final room. The radiant flower shone brighter, and Goyo started snickering mischievously. He stopped himself from giggling and told Ananta that there was no need to be afraid anymore. Everything is going according to plan after all. In the center of the room, Guyo unearthed the contents of a small tomb. Inside was the final treasure of the first 6 incarnates sealed by runic markings. The one scale that goes the other way is Eiji, Haka's inverted dragon scale. Guyo thanked Ananta for guiding and accompanying him up until now. The kid nervously asked, "Do you think all the things we've done can really help cure my sister?" Guyo gripped his shoulder and called him a dumbass human. A numbskull, so incredibly easy to fool. Ananta's heart dropped to his stomach. It was time to make the boy face the consequences of his foolish choice. Guyo grabbed Ananta's hands, holding the radiant flower, and forced it near the inverted dragon scale. The scale and the runic markings reacted violently to the flower. The reaction's power exploded, spiraling out of control until it released a beam of light that extended up to the heavens. This beam of light was visible across the red desert. It could be seen from the village worrying Ashta. Then came the rumbling of the earth itself. In a hidden cavern, far from prying eyes, a gigantic dark figure stirred. His eyes flashed open, filled with malice and fury, as if his 1,000-year nap had just been interrupted. Azigaka sensed someone tampering with his reverse scale. He rose to his feet. He spread his massive wings, shattering the ground beneath him, and sending tremors through the desert, moving with unbelievable speed. He flew up with only one place in mind. The villagers, jolted awake by the tremors, looked to the skies in horror. Their god, the subject of their fear and veneration, the black dragon, had shown himself after a long slumber. On the way in his shrine, Eiji Dahaka wondered just what fool dared to challenge the power of the gods. The entire shrine, which had stood tall for generations, had been reduced to rubble. Our sweet summer child, Ananta, lay face down on the debris. Both of his arms had been severed by the beam of light. When he woke up, he was so mesmerized by the sight of Mr. Gyo standing in front of the light that he didn't even feel the pain of his limbs being severed. The radiant flower had turned into something else, something more primal and powerful. Mr. Gyo clenched its long and hardened stem, excited to finally have the missing piece of the puzzle. This was the miracle that would bridge the horizons. Upon taking the mutated flower out of the beam of light, Mr. Gyo's clothes randomly evaporated, exposing his chiseled body. He was built differently, for real. Without any hesitation, he stabbed the hardened stem right into his stomach. The radiance of the flower quickly flowed right into his solar plexus. Every nerve, vein, papillary, and artery in his body was filled with infinite power. After his guttural roars of agony faded, he was left groveling on the ground. That's when Eiji Dahaka finally arrived to punish whoever disturbed his slumber. He asked the foolish mortal if he even knew the consequences of taking the inverted scale. "Do you even know what you've done?" he demanded. The evil incarnate then demanded to know the naked bastard's name. Gyuyo just smiled like a real chill guy. A swirling power enveloped him in a cocoon, and once he emerged, his wings lit up the dark field. With 6 wings, a disgustingly monstrous face, sharp talons, and an eye that sees all, Mr. Gyuyo introduced himself as the Wings Incarnate. When Ananta managed to open his eyes and make sense of the situation, he saw a big-ass dragon fighting against a weird-ass angelic bird. Eiji Dahaka could feel the multiple treasures that had been absorbed into Gaio's body. He thought it was impossible for an ordinary incarnate to withstand so much power, but he thought wrong. The flame of anger inside the black dragon's heart was stoked as he imagined what this bird had done to the owners of the treasures Gyudo had absorbed. Gyudo honestly answered that he simply killed 5 out of the 6 original incarnates and stole their treasures. Tonight, he intends to finish the job and kill the last one. He flapped his wings and his feathers shot out like a hail of bullets. Eiji Dahaka simply used his scaled wings to defend against such a simple attack. Without the treasure of the gods, this ugly bird is pathetically weak. Gyo was unfazed by the trash talk from the last remnant of the Age of Gods, for he's determined to tame the dragon right here and right now. Azadhaka dared him to try it while blasting a pillar of scorching flames into the skies. Gyo easily maneuvered out of the way. His 6 wings were not just for show. Since he wanted an aerial battle, the evil incarnate joined him in the skies. It turned into a cat and mouse game, only if the cat and the mouse were a dragon and a thieving, biblically accurate angel. They continued to rise in altitude, with the black dragon hot on Gyo's heels. As they rose even higher, Eiji Dahaka conjured multiple fire spells around his body, all of them honing in on the thief. The dark flames shot out fast and strong like nuclear bombs with untold power. Gyo focused his power on the singular eye in his chest and chanted, "Let there be light." Bro was trying so hard to be God. As pretentious as it was, the light effectively neutralized the dark flames in one fell swoop. Since his flames didn't do any damage, the dark dragon summoned the power of darkness. It was so menacing that it changed the art style. He slashed with his wings, and the dark hail of blades rushed to tear Gyo apart. But the wings incarnate simply grinned at such a mediocre attack. He countered with a hail of blades of his own, each one made of light itself. Gyo flexed his terrifying control and power by accurately pinpointing each dark blade and bursting it with his own. Each of the light blades continued their momentum, eager to pierce the dragon's body. Once they converged and skewered the evil incarnate, a massive and bright explosion lit up the night sky for as far as the eye could see. The villagers could only watch as their god got bodied by the random foreigner they took in a week ago. Meanwhile, armless Ananta struggled to get back on his feet. He tried his best to catch his breath, but taking in air to his lungs felt unbearable. Even in such agony, all he worries about is his sister. Finally, the last of the first 6 incarnates had fallen. His once mighty figure had become disheveled and riddled with damage. Kuo, on the other hand, looked like he could go for another god-level battle and still be fine. He smugly smiled after destroying the dragon's heart and defeating the final boss. He deserved to be a little smug. His infuriating snicker, though, was pushing it. Finally, after all the hard work he had put in, he had all the tools to rise to the heavens. And so, Mr. Gyo, the wings incarnate, rose to the clouds and never stopped. Ananta looked at the consequences of his foolish actions, fearful and devastated. He thought he was just trying to help his sister, but he ended up creating a peerless deity. With Aziti Daka's dying breath, he called on the child and asked, "Did I help bring ruin to everything?" Ananta trembled under the gaze of the dying dragon as he apologized for his foolishness. As an evil god writhing at death's door, Aziti Daka had no mind to forgive the child's actions. And so he bestowed a curse on poor Ananta, a curse that came at the cost of the evil incarnate's physical body. Letting his flesh rot away in darkness just to spite a kid, the remaining power in his gigantic frame sizzled and bubbled up. Ajaka's remaining spiritual force took the form of pure darkness and ferocity. The body that had been deemed too tough to pierce was ripped apart to make way for the Avatar's escape. Ananta stared at the perverse wailing of the evil god, his little mind barely comprehending the horrific scene. Fueled by unfathomable hatred, the dragon's spiritual force took to the skies once more. He visibly burned through his dwindling spiritual force every second. But he had one last petty agenda to fulfill. Once Ananta realized where the monster was heading, dread crawled up his spine. This goddamn dragon is heading toward the village. Looking like a physical representation of hell itself, Aziti Daka reached his destination in the blink of an eye. He saw the ancestors of the men and women who had worshipped him for generations and did not hesitate to burn them all down to ashes. The screams of agony from being burned alive filled the air. Ashta, Ananta's caring and affectionate older sister, was one of the fortunate victims. The whole village has been annihilated in just one flyby. Ananta cried and cried. He lost his arms and now he has lost everything else too. But the evil incarnate is not done with him just yet. Before completely dissipating into nothingness, Aziti Daka finished the curse on the boy. He slammed his spiritual body right into Ananta's fragile little armless frame. He entered every orifice, invading the boy's body and slowly reconstructing his severed limbs. His veins were strengthened and filled with the power of a dragon. Its heart pumped and circulated pure darkness throughout his whole body. His physical form transformed into that of an incomprehensible monster made of hatred. Ananta's figure shifted and mutated. His bones crunched and expanded, and his flesh bubbled and ballooned. With this integration, the foolish mortal shall forever wallow in a mire of death and calamity. The kid is turned into a full-blown vessel of the dark dragon's remaining power. Thus, the years rolled forward, unveiling Ananta's warpath, a relentless march of vengeance forged in blood, darkness, and fury. A fierce beast, once told a valiant warrior that without fangs in his mouth and claws in his hands, his greatest weapon would be something else. In this draconic beast case, his anger and tenacity are his weapons. He went through a pack of wolves like they were cannon fodder, ground down to paste. From his blood and sweat, his flesh and bones, he swallows the corpses of his enemies. Targeting the alpha of the pack, the beast ruthlessly bit a chunk of neck meat. With superior force, he ripped it apart, making the blood and gore burst out. With the wail of a dragon's rage, he shall kill and kill. In this world, beasts possessing mysterious powers are dubbed as mystics. The few mystics made in the form of humans, molded by the gods, were called the incarnates. Most of them helped humanity in their own ways, but there were those who became drunk on their own power. They were thusly dubbed as evil deities. In some random creepy forest, a group of raiders hunted down their remaining prey. They laughed and joked around while slaughtering civilians. With the blood of the innocent still dripping from their blades, they took all the valuables worth selling before heading back to their hideout. They jested that the monster of the woods might be watching when they saw all the dead wild beasts strewn around the area. They realized that their jokes might not be far from reality. At first glance, it seemed like a territorial fight, but it looked more like a massacre. Among the corpses was a man leaning against the remains of a dead mystic. The raiders immediately dismissed the idea that a single man had slaughtered all these beasts. Just when they were about to look for loot, a familiar lizard stepped in to bite one of the raiders' ankles. Before they could get rid of the little critter, the mysterious man awakened. He unleashed a vicious punch that knocked out one of the scumbags. He boldly declared, "Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my pet will meet their bloody end." Still clueless as to what they were in for, the raiders drew their weapons and turned them on Ananta. A few years had passed, and he had grown into a bloodthirsty warrior. He warned the raiders, "If you still want to see your loved ones, you better leave now." You see, sleep doesn't come easily to me after hacking anything other than animals, but I won't hesitate either. Now listening to his warnings, the raiders surrounded him and charged. With his trusty axe, Ananta ripped through the battalion of hardened raiders, painting the ground with their blood and innards. Recognizing his threat level, the crossbowmen maintained their distance and locked their weapons on him. As soon as they fired, Ananta took his lizard pet into his arms and shielded the little critter with his body. If he were a normal human, the damage from the arrows would have been enough to kill him, but he was far from normal. Ananta's demon screeched with an unholy sound as the power of the black dragon was released. After all these years, the spirit of aged Haka had completely melted into his body. The evil deity took over, amplifying his power and ruthlessness to an insane level. But Ananta fought through it. He stopped the transformation halfway through and dispelled the dark energy. He plopped to the ground, gritting his teeth through the pain. In the end, he was taken alive and brought to the raider village. The village boss couldn't believe that a lone man could possibly take down such a powerful wolf mystic. While tied to a post, he warned his captors that they should burn the mystic's corpse as soon as possible. When asked why he fought and killed the beast, Ananta simply answered, "I was hungry." The raiders who captured him were still wary of the transformation they had seen with their own eyes earlier. Their fear deepened with the recent rumors of a dark deity lurking around the region. Yet all the boss could see was a human. Surely no ordinary human could leave such a massive, unnatural mark of a wolf mystic. This could only mean that the one called Anant was a dark deity in disguise. Hearing their words, he scoffed, mocking their naivety. How foolish to think they were safe behind fragile wooden walls. Even worse, that they had tried to bind a dangerous being with nothing more than simple chains. The atmosphere grew heavier as the metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. The body of the wolf mystic stirred, revealing that it had been corrupted, now serving as a thrall to another dark deity, a cursed abomination. Ananta had already warned them that it was no ordinary corpse. Suddenly, the warning bells of the village rang out, signaling an emergency. From the woods, a pack of wolves emerged, rallying behind their fallen leader for a coordinated assault driven by the dark deity's will. And behind them, a silhouette crowned with twisted horns appeared, the true orchestrator of the attack, a malevolent deity radiating an aura of death. With its directive, the wolves worked together to climb over the walls one by one. Once inside, they took the raiders by surprise. These humans were no match against the relentless charge of the beasts. They had to resort to using fire as a means to stop the downpour of wolves inside the village, burning the walls that protected them in the process. While most of the wolves burned to a crisp, Ananta readied himself for the real fight. His bones crunched and expanded. He beckoned to his hunger and thirst to spew and rage. With blood and sweat, flesh and bone, Ananta transformed into the black dragon. His sights were set on the evil deity, the root cause of it all. He vowed to open his jaws wide and devour it all. Ananta was not found. He faced off against the evil deity, threatening to disfigure the bastard once and for all. After he was done, the deity's face would embody the terror of a prey facing death. In response, the deity let out a horrifically shrill roar. From the woods, the rest of the beasts under the deity's control came rushing in. Boars, wolves, elks, goats, and stags poured in, setting their sights on the black dragon. As soon as they got inside Ananta's kill range, they were crushed into meat paste. With his empowered dragon claws, Ananta lunged forward, shredding through the beast tied like paper. As he got closer to the mastermind, the deity used its dark magic. Infirmity becomes you. Its body crackled and morphed, becoming bigger and sturdier for combat. And so, the two powerhouses clashed. Ananta did not bother wasting energy on defense. As soon as he got close, it devolved into a full-on bloody brawl. With his claws, he slashed and stabbed away at the deity's body. The Ambi kept up with his ferocity, responding with vicious slashes of its own. That gave the black dragon an opening to exploit. He grabbed the deity's limb, catching it off guard. He cocked his fist, charging it with the power of evil incarnate, and sent the deity flying with a malicious uppercut. After sending the bastard flying, Ananta relentlessly chased, chaining another combo, refusing to let up. After maiming the deity beyond recognition, he slowly dispelled his transformation, gradually turning back to his human form. It looked like the fight ended in a completely one-sided manner. Surprisingly, beneath the fearsome form of the evil deity was a young woman with white hair. Ananta grabbed the girl by the neck, yanking her out of the gore. Based on the empty look in her eyes, it seemed like she had been moving unconsciously the whole time. Ananta's single moment of hesitation left an open for a sneak attack, if only for a split second. A giant crow descended from the skies, launching sharp feathers. It finally made sense. The girl was just another victim. The evil deity that had been eating corpses was this giant crow all along. The murder bird's body cracked and drained, revealing an old man drenched in the aura of death. He was quite impressed that Ananta had managed to defeat his best puppet. He had been watching the young man since he wandered into this land, curious as to what he sought. Ananta was not a fan of useless and long-winded drivel. He tossed the girl to the crow, ready to throw hands at any moment. He had no interest in the inane mumblings of beasts. He taunted the crow to come at him, eager to end the bird's miserable life. Birdman's power was the ability to control the dead. The idea of killing and taking control of the black dragon's corpse to make a much more formidable puppet than the deer crossed his mind. It is endlessly appealing to him. Casting infirmity becomes you. The dead wolves and the plethora of beast corpses in the vicinity regained the fire of life. Even the dead raiders stood up, no matter how badly their bodies were maimed. Ananta has been surrounded on every angle. He is on track to be swallowed in the sea of bloody corpses controlled by the crow. The wolves bit into his flesh, arrows burrowed into his skin, blades stabbed into his frame, and the corpses bulldozed him in every way they could. Seeing Ananta's blood flow freely, the crow laughed and mockingly asked, "Is that all you have?" With his shark talons, he delivered the killing blow with the supersonic stab. All that's left is the final cry of agony before he finally croaks. Instead of an agonized scream, Ananta's mouth curled into a twisted grin and an amused laugh. The power of Avidaka enveloped his body once more, erasing his grievous injuries immediately. His aura overpowered the stench of death, thwarting the crow completely. One look at the black dragon's form up close plunged the crow into the depths of horror he had never experienced before. Ananta likes giving his enemies a little bit of hope before he goes sicko mode. Now, he wants to hear this bird croak and howl like the foul beast that it is. Beckoning the power of evil incarnate, he chomped down and crushed the crow with his fangs. It was a complete and utter mismatch of raw power. With the godlike powers of the black dragon, the crow might as well have been a normal chicken dinner. And so, its soul was consumed and incorporated into the sea of countless beasts that Ananta had devoured over the years while he was mercilessly feeding on the mastermind behind the anomalies in the woods. The woman woke up to the sight of horrors beyond human comprehension. She saw the young man's incorporeal dragon form looking back at her, and a primal fear was instilled in her heart. Stepping away from the hellish scene, Ananta walked toward the girl, making her flinch in terror. He outrightly asked if she had been freed from the evil deity's control. Her head throbbed in pain as memories of the radiant being with 6 wings flashed in her mind. As soon as she mentioned those brightly shining wings, Ananta's eyes flared with fury. He reckoned that she might be another victim of the wings. Ananta introduced himself as the only surviving descendant of the Black Dragon, the one who would devour all evil deities in his cursed plane and kill the wings incarnate. When the sun came up, the only survivors of the massacre were the girl, Ananta, and his lizard. Still reeling from the shock of being brainwashed, the girl could not understand anything about his proclamation. She had no clue what the Black Dragon or the Wings incarnate were. When she tried to remember by digging deep into her subconscious, a jolt in her brain knocked her unconscious. It was a hassle, but she might be somewhat useful for Ananta's mission. While she passed out, the nightmare of being endlessly chased by the dear deity kept replaying in her mind. She slipped on the blood of her victims, staining her body with her sins. The men and beasts that she devoured while having no control over her actions haunted her psyche. Above all of it was the Wings incarnate, the sole source of light in her dark and bloody world. His smile brought a sense of comfort, a salvation from all the harm and suffering she caused. When she woke up from the nightmare, she was greeted by a cheerful girl. Based on her bunny ears, she looked like another incarnate. Ananta, on the other hand, ordered his pet Ruby to take care of the quartz mountain from the battle. With Ruby's little body, she unleashed a massive flame that burned the remains of yesterday's war. As the fire flared up, the souls of the damned unleashed one last ear-piercing screech. With that, all the abominations that were under the evil crow deity's control were taken care of. Ananta walked towards the bunny girl and smacked her on the head for bringing in worthless information. As an info merchant, you're quite bad at your job, he muttered, irritated. I wasted my time on this bad lead once more. But since he had taken care of the problem in these woods, he was entitled to his pay. The bunny girl, however, was more concerned about the mystery girl's identity. She couldn't quite understand what was happening yet. But she remembered one thing. Her name was Nadia. The bunny girl was quite fascinated to meet yet another victim of the Wings incarnate. Aside from Ananta, she brought out a magical pocket watch and pressed down on the pusher. Suddenly, a massive sinkhole appeared beneath their feet. They all fell down the hole. Ananta and the bunny girl were used to it by now. The same couldn't be said for poor Nadia, who screamed in shock after a few seconds of freefall. The group arrived on the outskirts of a town surrounding a giant tree. Bunny Girl finally introduced herself as a member of Rabbit's Foot, the largest information vendor on the continent, the ever-adorable info merchant, Whitefoot. She and Ananta had been longtime partners of sorts. Right now, they were in the largest trade city in the south, the city of Carps. The colossal tree before them was the White Lotus Tree. Nadia interrupted her explanation. While I'm grateful you saved me from the grasp of the evil deity, I have no intention of listening to one-sided lectures. What I want are answers to my questions. She paused, then asked, why did you bring me to this strange city in the first place? Ananta rudely shut her up and ordered her to follow him. It's better if we just show you why we're here, he snapped. Nadia, growing more frustrated, asked, who exactly is this Wings incarnate you're gunning for? Her question soured Ananta's mood even further. He scowled and answered, he's a vile beast who fancies himself a god. Whitefoot added, the Wings incarnate can impart great power to others, much like how the old gods made incarnates. But in this false god's case, he imparts imperfect power, such that it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Finally, the group arrived in the seedy underbelly of Carps. The black market is where slaves are being sold. Something happened recently that has caused a boom in the local slave market. Slave hunters are hard at work, bringing in all kinds of foreigners and vagrants. They even go as far as selling off mystics. Before Nadia could ask any more questions, Ananta kicked her down to one of the slave houses. When she opened her eyes, she was surrounded by people who had forfeited their lives as soon as they were caught. They were slated to be sacrificed to the Wing incarnate. They were the lambs that would be living sacrifices, given at the top of the god tree, the fuel for the false god's power. And just like them, Nadia was going to be a key piece that would help Ananta get the Wing incarnate. From now on, she would play the role of bait. The rest of the plan would be left up to Whitefoot. Before Ananta left, Nadia asked if he had gathered all these human sacrifices himself. She called him despicable for committing such an atrocity. He was basically using innocent people as tools to get what he wanted. But Ananta firmly believed that you can't get revenge without getting a little blood on your hands. Nadia's protest fell on deaf ears, but Whitefoot agreed with everything she said. She joked, just thinking about all those poor people waiting for their horrible fate brings a tear to my eyes. But in Nadia's case, she had no choice but to play her part. She had killed countless people while under the control of the evil deity. It was a bit hypocritical of her to criticize their methods when she had caused more suffering than anyone else. Even if she had not done it of her own free will, it did mean every crime she committed simply disappeared. Whitefoot asserted, Nadia, your anger shouldn't be directed at me or Ant. You must remember that we share a common enemy, the Wicked Wings incarnate. Meanwhile, our boy had already arrived at his next destination, Carpes' Coliseum. He was checking his gear and preparing for more bloodshed. Whitefoot found him at the Coliseum gate. She was worried that they might have overdone it this time around. Nevertheless, she managed to get Nadia to agree to help their cause. Right now, Nadia was being led by the Guardians of the Wings to the temple in the White Lotus Tree as planned. The living sacrifices would definitely be their ticket to meeting the things incarnate. They have Nadia inside the temple, a place usually inaccessible due to the White Lotus Tree's barrier. Offering her as a sacrifice also grants Ananta permission to fight in the arena. the winner of the Battle Royal will be awarded the White Lotus Tree Branch, gaining an audience to meet the Wings Incarnate. Whitefoot thinks the plan is way too convoluted. If Ananta wanted, he could have just demanded the attention of the false god by going on a wild and murderous rampage. As cruel as he is, there are certain lines he refuses to cross. He might be a monster, and yet he insists on distinguishing himself from beasts. He is trying to exact revenge while adhering to his ideals. As ironic as that might sound, Ananta just finished a feast after consuming an evil deity. Right now, he needs a bit of a workout. He told Whitefoot to stay put and watch him as he slaughters beast after beast. She's just worried that he'll attract too much attention that could derail their plans. In the arena, the fight is already raging on. A line of organized knights raised their shields and spears against the colossal cheetah. The beast snarled, but the captain was unfazed as he rallied his troops. Their formation was disrupted not by a beast attack, but by Ananta's sudden entrance. He called them clowns and demanded that they stay out of his way. The cheetah dared to raise its claws against Ananta, and he easily countered with a vicious double-axe chop to swiftly end the bout. Whitefoot had already warned him not to draw so much attention, yet here he was dicing up a mystic like it was nothing. The knight captain could not believe his eyes. He had never seen a single human overpower a mystic to this degree. With the cheetah weakened, Ananta jumped in and whacked the overgrown kitty in the head. The crowd was speechless as they all heard the crunch of the mystic's skull. Ananta unleashed a guttural war cry that echoed throughout the whole arena. He set his sights on the god tree, itching to come up and chew the Wings Incarnate up alive. Meanwhile, the human sacrifices, including Nadia, had been escorted past the tree's barrier. The man waiting for them at the end of the ruins assured them that they had nothing to fear, for they were wholeheartedly welcomed to his temple. The temple was protected by a barrier so powerful that people called it holy ground. No one knew why, but the Wings Incarnate had established it as his nest and demanded living sacrifices. Those who offer sacrifices are given the chance to fight in the Carp's arena if they prove their might against powerful mystics. The fighters are rewarded with a god tree's branch. They are then bestowed great power by the false god and inducted into the Guardians of the Wings. In order to break through that airtight defense, Nadia will blend in as a sacrifice. She begrudgingly agreed with the plan, but she's still curious as to why Ananta is so hell-bent on killing the Wings Incarnate. Whitefoot can't tell her the exact reason at the moment, but if there was ever such a thing as revenge incarnate, she couldn't imagine a better fit than Ananta. Back to the present. The dubious-looking Wings Incarnate called onto his sacrifices to lift their eyes and behold his presence. He asserted that he is the Holy One revered by all, the master of the sacred tree, and the one that resonates with the drum of enlightenment in the world of darkness. Behold his holy name, Balzac. Bro's name is literally Balzac. He promised that his living sacrifices would know compassion and would attain immeasurable joy. All they have to do is commit themselves to the wings of salvation. One of the sacrifices dropped to her knees and begged for her and her little sister to be spared. Balzac raised his hand, applauding their noble hearts before making the girl's head explode on the spot. Her little sister watched as blood, skull fragments, and brain matter blasted everywhere. None of the sacrifices dared to speak up after that. Balzac plopped down onto his throne and insisted that all were equal before death. All I did was liberate the girl from fear and pity. Nevertheless, everyone shall soon be reunited with her in nirvana. One of the guardians motioned to draw his blade after noticing something peculiar about one of the captives. Nadia finally had enough and summoned her monstrous deer form. Her aura spread around the temple, choking the guardians one by one. She called out, "Balzac, you are a false savior, just another vile murderer." He didn't expect that an incarnate was hiding among his sacrifices this time around. He found it amusing. After chanting those two words, Nadia was cloaked by the dark energy of the incarnate inside her body. She still felt the guilt and burden of being responsible for countless atrocities. She almost succumbed to her own power, but she was brought back by a kid's plea to not lose. With renewed determination, Nadia beckoned Yggdrasil to raise a forest inside the temple. The vines and branches grabbed hold of the guardians, while the rest of the winding stems formed a protective barrier around the sacrifices. Nadia assured everyone that she would protect them all, but Balzac quickly answered back with a lightning-fast attack against the impertinent Faldo. He felt insulted that a nameless incarnate from the borderlands would even dare to challenge someone as renowned as him. But now that Nadia's mind was clearer than ever, she finally remembered that she was the nature incarnate. Nadia was able to block the first attack and didn't feel any real threat. Beckoning the power of nature, she formed a hammer made of Yggdrasil vines. With this wooden construct, she intended to crush Balzac once and for all. With a cheeky grin, Balzac summoned an immense and ancient power as he chanted his spell, and annihilation becomes you. The explosion could be heard all the way down the Carp's arena. Ananta knew he was running out of time. Nadia watched in horror as her attack shattered into a million little pieces. Adrazel, Seusless, her most powerful offensive spell, was neutralized in a single blow. Balzac asked if that was the last of her unsightly tricks. He snapped his fingers and a massive creature burst out of the ground. By its decrepit appearance, the creature looked a lot like an abomination. Before Nadia could even process what was happening, 2 bone spikes had already lodged deep into her body. Balzac proudly introduced his grotesque, faithful servant to the world. For someone who claims to be a god, he sure has demonic tastes. Carpi's favorite pastime continued despite the commotion above. Ananta sliced his way through every mystic beast that they brought out. He looked into a white tiger's eyes and understood the resentment it felt against him. As a sign of respect, he did not turn his eyes away from the beast's death. With one swing, he crushed the valiant mystic's skull. The knights who had been sidelined didn't expect that they would be pushed out of contention with the mysterious young man claiming the win. Just as they expected, Ananta was declared the winner of the arena. After the trial, the Guardians came out to bestow the branch of the White Lotus tree on the victor. The leader of the knights, Lord Bernhard, told his men that even if they lost, their plan would still proceed. They were determined to get the branch no matter what. Ananta took the twig into his hand. This was his ticket for the next part of the plan. Back in the temple, Nadia slowly pulled out after being caught off guard by Balzac's speed. With grave injuries, she still had to deal with the abomination under the false god's control. At this point, she was just protecting the sacrifices out of sheer stubbornness. The people she was protecting had long since fallen to despair. Giving them salvation from the prison of terror was a mercy at this point. Angered by his illusory words, Nadia gained a second wind. She cursed Balzac for being a disgusting evil deity that spread death and terror. But Balzac believed that true salvation began with despair. He bypassed Nadia's protective barrier and summoned branches of his own, picking off the sacrifices one stab at a time. In a split second, the people she tried to protect were helplessly massacred. Then came the abomination towering over the nature incarnate. She summoned Drazel once more, stabbing her roots into the monster's deathly flesh. Balzac continued with his deluded godlike savior act, wearing an unhinged smile on his face. The branches that killed the living sacrifices started extracting their life essence. Their souls flowed directly into the ungodly abomination. Zack is simply siphoning their essences into the wilderness of hell, where both life and death coexist. He is immortal, while all humans must someday face death. Therefore, he's the only existence that can bring meaning to insignificant lives. Even his guardians were not spared, using them as vessels. Balzac juiced up his abominations, eating everyone else as insignificant nourishment for the White Lotus tree to create immortal warriors. He firmly believes that life shall be circulated as the light that protects his noble tree. When Nadia thought of just how many lives Balzac had claimed, her rage flared up. As much as she wanted to bash the false god's face in, she was completely outclassed. He confessed that he has taken so many lives that counting has become meaningless. Before he could finish her off, the temple gates slowly rumbled open. A dark presence barged into the holy ground, narrowly missing Balzac by a hair's breadth. It was, of course, our boy Ananta, if equipped with the holy branch. He came in with the intent to kill. Balzac was caught off guard, giving Ananta the opening to stab the false god right in the face. After leaving his prize lodged deep in Balzac's face, he turned to Nadia and praised her luck for staying alive for so long. Unfortunately, the branch of the White Lotus tree wasn't very effective as a weapon against the bastard. All it did was piss off Balzac, showing his true colors. He couldn't believe that someone could kill all the guards and reach the shrine all alone. When Ananta finally got a good look at the enemy's face, he asked, "Who the hell is this bastard I just stabbed?" He turned to Nadia, questioning, "Why are you wasting time with a nobody instead of fighting the Wings incarnate?" Hearing his blasphemous words angered Balzac even more than being stabbed. Ananta had dared to step foot into his holy sanctuary. Now he dared to show contempt against the Wings incarnate. The false god started transforming into his true form, vowing to pull out the young man's irreverent tongue with his own hands. Ananta just told the imposter to shut up and stop cosplaying as the Wings incarnate. Lord Bernhard, the leader of the knights from the arena, is also slaughtering the guardians for his own agenda. With what remained of his troops, he rallied them forward to kill everyone who stood in their way. They tried to time it so they could enter right when the barrier was lowered for the victor, but their target was nowhere to be seen. When he finally peeked through the gate, expecting a trap, he saw the remaining guardians slaughtered and scattered across the stairway. Maybe the mystery man who beat them in the arena is after the Wings incarnate too. Inside the temple, Nadia asked, what did Ananta mean by saying that Balzac is not the Wings incarnate? He reminded her why people call the bastard the Wings incarnate in the first place. His most recognizable trait was his 3 sets of white wings. Yet this impostor delusionally claimed the name without even a proper set of wings. His impersonation lacked effort and accuracy. Ananta was pissed off by yet another wasted effort. He thought he'd get his revenge, but in front of him stood just another fake scumbag who loved to run his mouth. Jack was caught in his lie. He dropped all pretenses and shut his ears off. His remaining guardians charged Ananta with a kill order. They didn't even warrant a full transformation. He turned one of his arms into a dragon's claw and cut Nadia loose. It was up to her to salvage an unsalvageable situation. It looked like two of the sacrifices the kids had managed to survive the massacre. Nadia's task was to retrieve the survivors and scramble to get out of the temple. Ananta, on the other hand, used his single claw to rip the face off the so-called immoral warriors. While he was busy painting the temple with the blood of its guardians, the deathly abomination opened its maw, exposing an unsettling amount of sharp teeth. Aiming at Ananta, it launched innumerable spikes with impressive force. Nadia dove forward, shielding the kids from the impact with her body. Ananta was forced to use his full black dragon form, increasing his speed and dodging the spikes. He countered by launching his whole body against the bird-like abomination at breakneck speeds. With his massive and compact body, he came barreling down like a meteor, overwhelming the abomination by force. The disgusting monster was tough. It could tank clean hits and dish out vicious attacks of its own. But as soon as Ananta infused a little bit of the evil incarnate's power into his fist, he caused some substantial damage with a single punch. He crushed the abomination's jaw, destroying most of its fangs. If it had been a one-on-one, this would have been a cakewalk. But Ananta was up against another annoying bastard. Balzac's supersonic speed and immense power crushed the black dragon's chest beneath his talons. He praised the young man's strength. He found Ananta threatening enough to show his full power. Summoning his ancient power at point blank, he chanted, "Annihilation becomes you once more." Nadia recalled that this was the spell that shattered her best weapon. Fortunately, Ananta wasn't dumb enough to get hit by a move with such a long cast time. He grabbed the bird's hand and opened his maw to chomp on the chicken's head. Balzac was forced to cancel his attack and defend with his talons, calling Ananta a mindless barbarian. Our boy tried to land another swipe, but the chicken jumped backward and took to the skies to create space. Ananta chased after him with relentless intensity. No matter how fast Balzac moved, he was always a hair's breadth away from being beheaded or mortally injured. The false god tried to use his advantage in aerial battles, but Ananta kept up with his ridiculous jumping capability. Unfortunately for the Black Dragon, Balzac was just trying to bait him into a disadvantaged state. With his superior power in the skies, the false god landed a heavy blow across Ananta's body. With the sharpness of his talons, the bird managed to chop one of the Black Dragon's arms. Ananta roared in pain and annoyance as the endless power of the evil incarnate quickly worked to regenerate the missing limb. Balzac was taken aback. He thought he had finally cornered his enemy. He wasn't expecting a cheat skill like complete regeneration. If losing a limb could be solved in the blink of an eye, what else could an enemy do? To make matters worse for the chicken, Ananta wasn't just a close combat specialist. Using the scathing power of the Black Dragon, he could launch devastatingly sharp blows from afar. Balzac tried to defend against the projectile slash with his pathetic little twigs. The branches were quickly cut down, and the slash continued on to slice his body in half. The imposter bird chirped with agony. He had never been pushed this hard. His transformation was slowly becoming undone. Even while crawling on the ground, he still viewed the Black Dragon as a lowly, insignificant worm. He still has the abomination under his control to keep Ananta busy. And before you know it, the upper half of Balzac's body grotesquely merged with the vile abomination. With this disgusting form, he intends to demonstrate the difference between him and Ananta. Above the largest trade city in the south, the peaceful sunny day was interrupted by a dimensional crack slowly spreading. A fist emerged from the ether, breaking the dimensional barrier like glass. An ominous silhouette appeared before the city, seemingly coming from a boundless space. A hooded figure stepped out of the dimensional crack, setting his sights on the colossal tree. Meanwhile, Balzac arrogantly displayed what he claimed to be his brilliant wings. He kept spouting that he was the true wings incarnate. Tired of hearing his be, Ananta seized an opening and stabbed the imposter with his claws. Even such a heinous injury wasn't enough to put the dirty chicken to rest. Borrowing the power of the White Lotus tree, he spawned some twigs to restrain the Black Dragon's movements. While the target was held in place, Balzac opened his distorted stomach mouth and countless spiked fangs merged. He dropped all pretenses and threatened to grind an ant into mincemeat once and for all. While the spikes were launched, a Black Dragon readied his claws for defense. The resulting clash kicked up a storm of debris. Using the dust as cover, the Black Dragon moved with incredulous speed to get a better angle of attack. When Balzac noticed where he was, the scathing fist of the Black Dragon was already in lethal range. As soon as his first punch landed, Ananta did not give the chicken another moment to breathe and compose himself. Even with such a primal series of attacks, the black dragon still exercised caution and dodged as soon as Balzac found the strength to counter, quickly losing momentum and blood. The dirty chicken felt frustrated. As soon as Ananta landed, Balzac finally saw why he was being overwhelmed with speed. The black dragon's form had changed once more. When Ananta was caught by the twig trap, he did not hesitate to cut off his legs to get out of danger. In midair, he regenerated new legs, adapting their shape and form to be more suited for speed. He is faster than the eyes can see. He can heal and transform. He's practically invincible with the unfair combination of his powers. Even if that's the case, Balzac is still hell-bent on annihilating the heretic that challenges his legitimacy. Borrowing the power of the White Lotus Tree once again, he tried to catch the black dragon, slipping with the same trick. Even with faster-moving roots, he struggled to catch the slippery dragon, whose legs were built for speed. Similarly, Ananta is also struggling. No matter how many times he lands a killing blow, Balzac will keep healing as long as he's connected to the White Lotus Tree. If this fight drags on any longer, he's on track to lose the battle of attrition. Ananta set his sights on the tree itself and braced his legs for the longest jump he could perform. He launched himself vertically and punched a massive hole in the temple's ceiling. The impact created an instability that made the structure slowly crumble. As a result, he was caught by the roots in midair. Balzac laughed at Ananta's attempt to crush him with debris. From afar, this looks a lot like a checkmate. The black dragon is restrained as the grotesque mouth of the abomination opens up. When asked how many lives Balzac has taken, he arrogantly reiterated that counting the number of his victims is tiresome and meaningless. Ananta can just let the weight of those deaths be the false god's annihilation, beckoning the power of the last evil deity consumed. The black dragon cast infirmity becomes you. From the hole in the ceiling, the reanimated live sacrifices, straight out of the White Lotus Tree, poured down. With their decomposing bodies, they tried their hardest to cling to the monster that sentenced them to death. They bit, stabbed, and clawed at the flesh of the false god who had sacrificed them for his own gain. Balzac had killed so many people that they formed a mountain of death surrounding him. The physical evidence of his sins clung to every inch of the abomination. Bleeding out of every pore, the only thing he could think of was making more live sacrifices to recover. His deplorable desire to consume life was impeded by a light beam coming out of another dimensional crack. The radiant beam came down like the hammer of justice, pulverizing what remained of the abomination's body. The mysterious being from boundless space intervened and finished the job. He looked at Nadia with a cold and emotionless glare. The otherworlder then dropped to his knees and lowered his head in complete submission. As he asked if his lord enjoyed this little trip, the white-haired kid that Nadia saved slowly got up. Much to everyone's surprise, the boy's body expanded. His white hair grew and his voice got deeper. He reprimanded the otherworlder Beharan for making such a crude entrance. The man ripped the rags off of his body, exposing a chiseled frame. Under the brilliant light of the sun, Guo, the wings incarnate, had finally shown himself. Whitefoot watched the bizarre development from afar and reported back to Rabbitfoot. The appearance of the ruptured space in the sky will surely cause a stir, she said. She also identified that the wing's assistant had shown up. That pretty much confirms that the wing's incarnate himself is in the city. Mr. Guo walked out like a supermodel after the fight and concluded. His mere presence alone made Nadia's heart pound erratically. Meanwhile, Balzac was still holding on to the tiny sliver of life he had left. He looked up to see the man he had been impersonating and recognized Guo. As it turned out, Guo was the cold-blooded lord he once served, the one who removed his wings. Well, his wings had only been removed as a punishment for becoming drunk on power. Behan grabbed Balzac by the neck as Guo lectured his disgraced underling. "Your wings are only for those who are worthy of ascending into the heavens," Guo said, his voice cold. Balzac still felt the pang of betrayal deep in his bones. He had revered his lord more than anyone else. He had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives just to create the body of the abomination and regain his wings. But the foolish Balzac never realized how truly insignificant he was in the grand scheme of things. Like the worthless creature he had become, one touch from his former lord scattered the false god into dust beneath a mountain of decomposing corpses. Ananta opened his eyes, his mind heavy with memories. He remembered what Mr. Guo had said to him all those years ago. Find a world beyond this one. Guo had urged a world that connects to the land of gods. Ananta longed for that world. Until he achieved that dream, his journey would never end. He would do anything in his power to reach it, even if it meant making enemies of everyone else, even if it led to pain and suffering for others, even at the cost of countless innocent lives. The thought of Ashta pumped Ananta's veins full of rage. Bear, with a deep sigh, regretfully reported, the White Lotus tree appears to have nothing to do with Gyo's endgame. Belzec simply combined the power of the branch with a god tree. It would be shameful to compare it to the world tree itself. At this point, Gyo was more interested in meeting an interesting acquaintance in the form of Nadia. Beaten and bloodied, Ananta climbed up from the mountain of corpses and set his sights on his lifelong target. Pushing the black dragon's power to the limit, his claws became sharper than ever before. He sent 2 bloody air slashes forward, hoping to cut the wing's incarnate from afar. Before the attack could even touch Gyo, the loyal Bihar jumped in to defend his boss. After all the years of chasing leads and accumulating strength, Ananta finally found the object of his hatred. Like a wild animal, he ran forward, moving faster than ever before. Bian stood his ground, ready to defend his boss from any harm. When the two finally collided, it was a one-sided beatdown. A single punch from the odd-looking fella blasted Ananta's head cleanly off. With the black dragon's unparalleled vitality, his head quickly reformed and regenerated. From the skull to the flesh, skin, and scales, Ananta became whole once more. His wrath grew by the second. Since it appeared there was no room for talking, Bihar squared up. The black dragon returned the favor with a powerful punch of his own, almost twisting Bihar's neck. While the two titans went blow for blow, the wing's incarnate's gaze remained focused on Nadia. Just when he was about to touch her, Lord Bernhard, who had been patiently biding his time, came in swinging with his axe. Such a crude attack was easily avoided by Gyo. He praised the warrior's unrelenting drive. Seasoned old Bernhard here had been trying to hunt him down for a while now. On the other side of the temple, the black dragon was still trying to brute force his way through Beharin and failing. He couldn't focus on the enemy in front of him, as he was tunnel vision on killing Gyo. Ananta just wanted to rip Beharin to shreds and end everyone's lives. Sensing a change in his aura, Gyo's lapdog jumped back in caution. The black dragon's body began stretching and growing at a visible rate. His scales grew larger to accommodate the expanding flesh and bones underneath. His back split open as the black dragon's wings bloomed to their full size. With a frightening roar, Ananta prized everyone in the vicinity. The true form of Ajihaka has finally shown itself. Spurred by Ananta's frenzy, the evil incarnate has grazed the world once more. Gyo smirked, seeing this as an opportunity to have a pleasant reunion with an old foe. Ajihaka, the black dragon, has descended for round 2. In his subconscious, Ananta was eaten out by the evil incarnate. Losing all control, our boy was trapped inside his mind. Ananta didn't know where he was or how he got there, but he knew he needed to get out quickly. The laboring spirit of the black dragon appeared before him. Remember the target of your burning desire for revenge? It encouraged. The vile man who took everything from you. Ajihaka wanted the cursed mortal to give his body over to rage and never stop wailing. In the real world, the black dragon raised its claw and pounced at Baron. Gyo's lapdog very narrowly dodged out of the way. Seeing that he stopped speaking, it was obvious that Ananta had completely given up all self-control. He clenched his fist and locked in, calling the young man pathetic for losing his head. The black dragon responded to the insult by unleashing hellfire. Gyo's lapdog defended himself with a punch that released a powerful golden light. Their attacks collided, causing a massive sonic boom. Gyo quietly watched from afar, shielding himself from the residual impact using his white wings. He looked to his side and saw old Bernhard standing still, strong. The unquenchable flames of hell threatened to swallow him, yet he remained composed. They may be enemies, but Gyo acknowledged Bernhard's resilience. The old warrior rushed in with an axe in hand, desperate to end Gyo's world-shattering delusions. But the difference between their powers was akin to heaven and earth. An imperceptible prick almost eliminated Bernhard right then and there. Gyo unleashed a targeted flash of light, sending the old warrior plopping to the ground. The wings incarnate turned his attention back to Nadia. "You change," he told her. In the past, she never trembled in his presence. Now it was finally coming back to her. He had met Gyo before. He was an angelic figure who served as the only source of light in her blood-soaked memories. He gave her the echo of the branch, proof that she had been selected as a vessel for a great tree. You see, a branch is a miraculous product that breaks down the wall of an incarnate, thus conveying transcendental power. Gyo believes that they are the key to connecting the horizons of different worlds. His most earnest desire, the wings incarnate, walked up to the abomination's corpse and combined it with the branch. The gigantic body, born from tens of thousands of human sacrifices, was assaulted by heavenly lightning until it was molded into a new vessel in the form of a child. Molded from countless souls and now freed from the bird's cage, Gyo called the kid his brother. With an unhinged look on his face, the chiseled abomination named himself Ziz. Back to the action. Bihan is still impressively pushing back the evil incarnate. He's outclassed in every category, especially in size, but Gyo's lapdog is quite a powerhouse. His golden punches can go toe-to-toe with one of the first 6 incarnates made by the old gods. Azidaka roared and shook the entire temple down to its foundations. It flapped its wings and slowly gained altitude, blasting through the ceiling as if it didn't exist. The black dragon took to the skies. The crumbling temple was destroyed even further. Guyo assured Ziz that even if they're going against the evil incarnate, there's nothing to fear. From above, Ajidaka charged up a massive ball of hellfire, an attack so colossal that it threatened to destroy the entire city. When he fired the blazing ball, and doom and destruction awaited everyone caught in the blast. Gyo remained calm. In fact, he took this flimsy attack as an insult, as if the Black Dragon were looking down upon him. He firmly believed that the firmaments held no place for Aidaka. With a serene voice, he summoned his godlike powers and cast, "Let there be light." Not only did it neutralize the blazing baldin, but the light continued to flash through, eventually reaching the Black Dragon in the skies. By the time the light pierced the stratosphere, Whitefoot and finished her live report back to Rabbitfoot HQ. The White Lotus Tree, revered by all, has been destroyed by the tremendous powers of the Wings Incarnate. Humanity's only ace in the hole, the Vengeance Incarnate, has officially lost. After the fall of Ananta, the White Lotus Tree lost its magnificent luster and was reduced to a ruinous amalgamation of dead branches. Rio was dissatisfied with how long the operation took him to complete. Nevertheless, it was time for him, Behane, and Ziz to return to their pantheon. His lapdog opened the portal, and a spatial crack appeared out of thin air. Before they left, Nadi asked Guyo, why does Ananta see you as a vile beast with delusions of a god? She had no memories of meeting him before, yet he felt infinitely familiar. Guyo smirked, only now realizing that the dragon he had smoked was that child from all those years ago. He answered, everything in this world is created through direct and indirect causes. When those two elements disperse, everything dissolves. Such is inevitability. After his Riddler-esque answer, he bade farewell to the nature incarnate. Meanwhile, in a faraway land, a scar-riddled muscle mommy's bath time was interrupted by an urgent message from her underling. They had just received news of Lord Bernhard's return from the southern outpost. Muscle mommy was glad that her bath had been interrupted by good news. She would have slapped Mur if it had been bad news. The messenger added that the Lord was coming with an incarnate and 2 humans in tow. It would be in their best interest to reserve judgment until after they've seen their guests. In a fortress strategically built and hidden on a mountain face, Lord Bernhard and the survivors of Parps entered the gates. After that cursed battle, Lord Bernhard approached Nadia with an invitation to his organization's headquarters. Ostensibly, he wanted to work together against the Wings Incarnate, but he was more likely interested in Ananta's power. Furthermore, Whitefoot had disappeared. With nowhere else to go, Nadia accepted the invitation and found herself heading northeast to be a certain person. They entered the royal hall lined with war-hardened soldiers. From left to right, there was a watchful beast woman, a nonchalant, hulking horned man, and entering from her chambers was the scar-riddled muscle mommy. She was the one that Nadia needed to meet. The eldest child and former princess of the ruined kingdom of woman warriors, Valkia, the head of the people seeking vengeance against the Wings Incarnate. Sitting on the throne was Queen Lagertha Innerjar, head of Levitane. Firstly, she welcomed seasoned old Bernhard with a warm smile and insisted they omit tiresome formalities. She wanted his report about the expedition right away. Bernhard recounted undergoing the trial of Carpi's arena. Despite some unexpected obstacles, they managed to reach the temple and meet Guyo, the Wings Incarnate. Bernhard recounted the battle, admitting his shame at having been defeated so easily. Queen Lagartha grew angry at his discouragement, saying that a warrior should not lose heart simply because of failure. Old Bernhard declared firmly, no matter how many times I may be defeated, I swear that I will be the one to overcome Guyo with mine own strength. Pleased with his resolve, Queen Lagartha let out a resonant laugh that echoed through the throne room. She then asked, and who is the incarnate you've brought with you? Nadia was introduced as the Nature Incarnate, a member of another group also aiming to confront Guyo. Bernhard added, she is a new ally who can lend us her power. Her healing magic has been an immense help. After the mission, Nadia agreed to join them on the condition that a tribesman and a plain girl be treated and protected. The girl, the only survivor of a failed sacrificial ritual, remained in relatively good health and would soon be sent to the civilian quarters. The tribesman, however, was still under close supervision in the infirmary, gravely wounded and unconscious. Having received the full report of the situation, the queen slowly rose from her throne and walked towards Nadia. She offered her hand, and Nadia formally greeted the warrior queen. As soon as their hands touched, the queen's grasp tightened. She interrogated Nadia about her real agenda. She threatened that if Nadia turned out to be a spy, a grim fate would await her here in Levitane. Nadia remained composed and replied with a proposal to exchange information regarding the branch inside her body. That confirmed one of the warrior's suspicions. The beast woman raised her claws and warned the queen not to listen to another word coming from Nadia's mouth. She's been stinking up the royal hall with the winged stench from the moment she entered. When confronted about whether she really had the branch of the wings inside her body, Nadia truthfully answered. She also swore that she knew nothing about what this mysterious relic inside her was. Queen Lagerthel reckoned that if the wings incarnate were searching for his branch in Nadia, she might offer Levitane a unique opportunity, one that might never come again. Before the meeting could proceed any further, the hurried messenger entered the hall with haste. She asked forgiveness for barging in so suddenly, but she was bringing urgent news. In the civilian quarters of the fortress, an out-of-control draconic beast was causing mayhem and bloodshed. This rampage was reminiscent of the first time the power of evil incarnate took over his body. Ananta had finally lost it. With power bursting from his body, the evil incarnate claimed him for the first time. He had been just a young boy back then, unable to control the overwhelming magic. Armless, Ananta was consumed by the darkness. His perception of his body faded bit by bit, and its conscience slipped away. But even in his dragon form, his gaze automatically wandered toward the burning village. Slowly, he willed his monstrous body to crawl toward the fire. With pure instincts alone, he sped up, each step causing a booming quake beneath him. Halfway there, his speed reached an unimaginable degree. As he arrived on the outskirts of the fiery village, he instinctively wailed in grief. Young Anna scanned the surroundings and saw a burnt corpse in the direction of his home. The sight of the corpse and the smell of burning flesh snapped the boy back to his senses. He stepped out of the dragon's body and ran. Who was burning hot? His arms had miraculously regenerated, albeit taking on the darkness of the black dragon. The face of Ananta's caring sister flashed in his mind. Her soft gaze and youthful beauty had been reduced to unrecognizably charred remains. He remembered that the last thing she said to him was, "Come back safely." Somehow, he managed to do that, but at what cost? Ananta took Ashta's charred corpse into his hands. Her usual warmth had turned into unbearable heat. The kid trembled, his heart screaming in anger to the heavens, tears of blood pouring down his eyes. At that moment, the thought of killing Yuyo with his own two hands overtook his mind and heart. He had been dreaming of that tragedy for years now. When Ananta woke up after the battle, he opened his eyes to an unfamiliar infirmary. On his bedside sat an adorable little rat girl, watching him sleep. Seeing her only confused him even more. Why was there a little incarnate watching him sleep? Even with all the injuries he had accumulated from the battlefield, he forced himself to sit up. His mind was still fixated on finding and ending Yuyo once and for all, before he could take even one step out of the bed. Blood splattered out of all his orifices. He gasped for air, struggling to breathe. His vision blurred and black bile continuously flowed out of his body. This is the drawback of using too much curse power. Despite that, Ananta still tried to get up and miserably failed. The little rat girl cheerfully scuttled out of the room to find an adult. After gritting his teeth through the pain and regaining a bit of strength in his legs, Ananta managed to get out of the infirmary. The civilians in the fortress froze in fear as soon as they saw the beaten and bloodied man walking through the streets. Ananta still couldn't figure out where he was. Looking up, he didn't see the sky. He reckoned he might be in some kind of underground city. The patrolling guards stopped him from spreading any more unease to the citizens. Judging by his strange appearance, it was clear he didn't belong in Levitane. The guards urged him to cooperate with his arrest or die if he resisted. Ananta sighed and stood his ground, ready to throw hands even when he was literally at 1 HP. The tension was broken by one man's interruption, looking for his child. The guards referred to him as Lord Owl. Ananta saw in this man's hand a familiar burn-off symbol. When he was just a kid, Whitefoot warned him about this coat of arms, an eye surrounded by 6 wings and 2 blades, the symbol of Goyo's servants. He tried to grab onto this sussy Lord Owl fellow, only to get almost blinded by a lightning-fast sword draw. Lord Owl slashed away, but Ananta managed to dodge clumsily with sheer instinct. Owl apologized for attacking so abruptly. It's just that my pet peeve is people touching me from behind. Ananta regained his footing and ferociously responded with a haymaker that went wide. Seeing the bloodthirsty look in his eyes, Lord Owl turned serious. Owl hopped back to the guard's position and complained, "I shouldn't even be fighting. I'm supposed to be off duty today." He found it wildly interesting that, even though the young man looked like he was about to drop dead in a single strike, he was still exuding such a horrifying, murderous aura. Ananta confronted the man about the coat of arms in his hand and his relationship to the wings incarnate. In response, Owlbub rushed him with the sword in hand, his eyes screaming bloody murder. Ananta's senses were sharp. He managed to step out of the way before the blade could skewer his head. But Owl was relentless. He attacked with high intensity and the intent to kill. Ananta endured some cuts as he was pushed against a wall. Lord Owl asserted, "If you're after something, then take it by force." With a wide swing, Lord Owl demonstrated his raptor's claw technique. To his surprise, his blade failed to slice through flesh. As it turned out, Ananta had summoned his incarnate power in time to block the attack. Between his dragon arms, Ananta glared at the swordsman with vitriol. The guards finally made themselves useful and sent someone to report back to the queen and request reinforcements. Reinvigorated, Ananta raised his claws and began to attack with reckless fury. Unfortunately for him, attacking fast and loose like a barbarian would work against Lord Owl. The expert swordsman knew that a single hit from one of Ananta's strikes could mean death. Even still, all Lord Owl had to do was dodge until Ananta ran out of gas. That wouldn't take long now. As soon as the young man showed signs of staggering from his injuries, Lord Owl pounced, ready to capitalize on his weakness. It was a clean stab right to the chest, a fatal wound to any normal human out there. But to Ananta, a mortal wound was just another insignificant setback. His flesh visibly stretched and healed around the blade. Lord Owl felt as though he had just stepped into a monstrous trap. The young man's face ripped open, exposing rows upon rows of fangs. With a bloody roar, Ananta's black dragon form took over. With an agonized wail, the evil incarnate overtook his body once more, pushing his endurance to the limits. It was obvious that his transformation was not as stable as his previous ones. The civilians who foolishly stayed around the vicinity to watch were abashed by fear. Imagine fighting a rampaging dragon on your day off. Lord Owl was not having a good day at all. Nevertheless, he stood his ground and slowly drew his blade once more. As the monster came face to face with the swordsman, Lord Owl felt a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time: fear. He froze in place only to be bailed out by Queen Lagartha herself. The supreme warrior of Levitane came in swinging with her great sword. Her slash landed squarely on the black dragon's neck. Opening a deep gash that bled profusely, the beast roared in pain as it went out of control. While the black dragon bled from its neck, the warriors of the fortress braced themselves, surrounding the creature from all angles. Nadia and the rest finally caught up. She asserted that Ananta was not an enemy, but the queen firmly believed that anyone who put her people in danger could not be left breathing. "So this disgraceful beast deserves to have its life cut short right here and right now," she said. The black dragon swiftly moved and raised its claws. Before anyone could react, it swung its sharp weapons, surprising Queen Lujura. But instead of attacking them, the beast dug deep into its neck wound, tearing its own flesh open. It ripped the flesh, exposing the gore and blood underneath. With superior strength, the monster almost tore its own body in half with force. The guards had never seen anything like it before. With one final rain of blood, the black dragon's body fell limp to the ground. As the power of the evil incarnate subsided, his body and energy scattered to the wind. Queen Lujura walked closer and saw the unconscious young man inside the dragon's flesh. Her curiosity about Ananta skyrocketed. After the incident, Nadia and Ananta had been imprisoned in Levitane's dungeon. To prevent any more unexpected incidents, the nature incarnate was being guarded by the royal guards of Queen Lagartha. The civilians were still traumatized, still in chaos over the scene they had just witnessed. They tried to ask the witnesses to exercise caution, but rumors spread quickly within their walls. In Levitane's round hall, the queen called all her closest aides to convene for a commander's meeting. There was but one item on the agenda. They needed to figure out what to do with the man named Ananta. Fourth Commander Lupa, the untamed incarnate, thought there was no debate necessary. "We shouldn't even debate keeping a dangerous monster in our fortress. We should just kill it while we have the chance," Lupa insisted. Third Commander Owl, the swordsmanship incarnate, found an interesting challenge after clashing with Ananta and proposed, "We should find a way to use his power." Second Commander Tarkin, the breakthrough incarnate, abstained as he had no interest in the matter. Queen Lagartha turned to her first commander, Bernhard, the courage incarnate, for his opinion. "What are your thoughts on the barbarian?" she asked. Given that he had seen him in action back in Karpas, Fourth Commander Lupa found it ridiculous that they were even debating the answer. She thinks Bernhard messed up by bringing a monster without warning them first. Well, old Bernhard only did it because he knew that even mentioning the idea would cause a commotion. He firmly believes that Ananta is a force they'll need, despite any dissent. He admits that the young man's power is unstable and dangerous, but his hostility towards the Wings incarnate is real. If they can get that power under control, Ananta could become their most powerful weapon against a common enemy. As first commander, Bernhard formally proposed that they welcome Ananta as a part of Levitane's military force, which Lupa strongly opposed. She turned to Owl, thinking that the sword incarnate could have definitely killed the beast if he fought seriously. But Owl surprisingly sided with Bernhard, seeing the value in being allies with Ananta. He is certain that if the young man had been in better condition, one of them would have ended up permanently maimed. After hearing the opinions of her commanders, Queen Loga called the Rabbit's Foot messenger to step forward. It was, of course, the self-proclaimed QTP of Rabbit's Foot, the ever-reliable Whitefoot. While the roundtable meeting was going on, Ananta was chained up in an underground dungeon. A lady with a sultry voice appeared inside his cell, greeting him like an old friend. She was worried that he'd be down like a dejected dog after losing against Yuyo, but it seemed like she was worried for nothing. Ananta stared at her like a wild animal. The tall and slender bunny girl warned him that if he continued to do so, she'd definitely get hot and bothered. Back in the round table, Whitefoot was exchanging pleasantries with Levitane's big dogs, introducing herself as a humble info merchant. As always, Lupa immediately became hostile. Lord Owl's eyes darted to the little rat girl, Recut, holding on to Ruby. The swordsman turned on his dad mode and called the little girl to his side. Whitefoot assured everyone that she was just a messenger who could teleport through space. Before Bernhard and the rest returned from Karpas, she came and made an offer to the queen. She opened with a proposal regarding a power that could kill the Wings incarnate. The queen thought that the rabbit was half mad at first, but now she could see what Whitefoot was talking about. After briefly seeing Ananta in action, Queen Lagertha became interested in her offer. Whitefoot admired the queen's decisiveness and explained that all she wanted was a permanent cooperative relationship between Rabbit's Foot and Live. In exchange, she would give them Rabbit's Foot's most powerful weapon for defeating Gyuyo, the revenge incarnate, who had been freed from his chains. Whitefoot was giving her best sales pitch, but she was interrupted by Ananta's voice, calling her worthless. The air in the round table immediately became tense. Ananta asserted, "I don't need anyone's help." Ruby jumped out of the rat girl's grasp and hurriedly ran back to her boss. Ananta, still riddled with wounds and bruises, proudly proclaimed, "I am the only one who can kill Gyuyo." Lupa quickly busted out her sharp and furry claws, determined to put the criminal back in the dungeon. As for the guards who were supposed to make sure he stayed locked up, their minds had been cooked. Lupa waited for the queen's kill order. Thankfully, Muscle Mommy was a level-headed leader. She ordered her commander to stand down, and she wanted to hear what Ananta had to say. One look at the young man's scarred body was enough to tell how many life-or-death battles he had endured. The queen could also sense the heavy aura of hostility running through his veins, something she had never encountered before. With the monstrous power sealed inside him, Ananta seemed almost like a demon in human form. Whitefoot tried to recover her composure, continuing her formal introduction of the incarnate of vengeance. Anat, however, grew visibly displeased. He did not like being treated as a commodity to be bargained over. To ease the tension, the black-eared bunny girl gently clung to Anat's arm, reminding him that the upcoming confrontation with the Wings incarnate was not something he could face alone, and that every bit of help would be needed. Her name was revealed to be Blackfoot, Whitefoot's younger sister. Though the discussion had its rough moments, it seemed the mediation between both sides had finally reached some stability. Queen Lagertha then asked the young man directly if he could defeat Gyuyo with absolute certainty. When Whitefoot attempted to answer on his behalf, the queen quickly silenced her. She cared little about his origins. What concerned her was his temperament and lack of restraint. The hall grew still, carrying the weight of an unspoken prayer for the battle to come. But she had also seen his strength with her own eyes. Every single person in Levitane wants to punish the Wings incarnate. It is their shared grudge that binds them together. For example, Third Commander Owl, the swordsmanship incarnate, and the man Ananta fought used to belong to a tribe that worshipped the Wings incarnate. Ultimately, his entire tribe was massacred because of a rebellious few. He burned the coat of arms on his hand and vowed revenge. The queen did not hesitate to accept him as a companion. Just like everyone in this room, the queen could see that Ananta was harboring an unquenchable hatred for Gyuyo. The young man rudely asked the queen for her name. She didn't put on any airs and introduced herself as Lager Energar. To answer her question, Ananta explained that he was cursed to feed upon evil deities. The more he fed upon corrupted beasts, the stronger he would become. After his recent loss, he planned on hunting more evil deities to grow his power. When the time comes, he vowed, "I'll snap Gaio's neck with my bare hands, and all Levitane's insects have to do is support me." Hearing him insult the queen and their proud nation angered Commander Loop even more. In contrast, the queen simply smiled and hysterically laughed in amusement at the young man's brazen audacity. He stood up from her seat and walked toward Ananta, swearing upon her honor as queen. From now on, Levitane will give it their all to assist Ananta, the revenge incarnate. She turned to her trusty warriors, Scald and Mare, to unchain Nadia and bring her to the round table. Meanwhile, in a plane far from the surface world, Baharan opened the doors to where Gaio's congregation had gathered. In an arena, Ziz had just finished electrocuting a monster to death. In the stands, 4 more beings exuded cataclysmic levels of power. As for the child born from an abomination, he looked like a psycho who enjoyed the act of killing. Gyo pulled up with his new drip, fitting of a god. As he welcomed Barbaron, they celebrated the birth of the third seat. Now that Bean was done with his assignment, Gyo ordered him to open the gate. Smashing his fist together, a space behind him shattered. Gyo stepped inside the bleak pocket dimension filled with countless abominations as far as the eye could see. The snarls and growls of the abomination nations filled the desolate area as Gyo watched from above. He looked at them with indifference. He reminded the monsters that they had been forsaken by the old gods. They had lost all dignity at the hands of evil deities and could never return to their original forms. He urged every single creature to know and remember their shame. They are unappreciated and scorned, he said, the victims of utter injustice. Showing off his wings, he asked them, will you just give up and accept your end? If you won't fight back against your horrible destiny, Gyo declared, I will jump down to the den of monsters and introduce myself as the one who will bridge this rotten world with the world of the gods. Those who have any desire to profane and desecrate these cruel deities will have the chance to cast off the vile flesh of abomination. All you have to do is show that you are worthy of such a chance. Only the last one standing will receive the grace of the wings. As soon as the wings incarnate announced this, a battle royal among the abominations ensued. An abominable gorilla kicked off the bloodbath by crushing a dinosaur's skull. Alligators trashed monstrous hyenas and spilled blood. Watching the chaos and desperation to come out on top, Gyo rejoiced as the abominations tore each other apart for a chance to regain their flesh. Back in Levitane, Nadia had been freed and invited to the round table. She saw Ananta and shot him a worried look of concern. Whitefoot greeted her with a smile and noticed the strange bunny girl clinging to his arm. Queen Lagertha assured Nadia that she could relax as everything had been taken care of. The last time Nadia had seen Ananta, he had been an unstable mess teetering on the edge of losing control. But maybe she was worried over nothing. After talking with the Revenge Incarnate, the Queen had decided to accept both him and Nadia as official members of Levitane. Of course, the fiery young man protested, claiming he never agreed to work for this underground organization. Bernhard stepped in and proposed a compromise, a temporary alliance. No matter how they spun it, they needed the Black Dragon's strength to successfully hunt the Wings Incarnate. Ananta would also benefit from the organization's assistance. As for Nadia, she needed Levitane's existing information to find the answer she sought. Bernhard warned her that what he was about to tell her might be difficult to bear, but she had already made it clear that she was resolved to know what she really was. With solid determination, she urged Bernhard to tell her about the branch that had been implanted into her body. Queen Loga called the branch the Mistletoe. It's a relic also known as the branch of the World Tree. Back in Carps, they saw how the abomination turned into an incarnate with Gyo's bizarre methods. That boy with crazy eyes was born from the soul of countless human sacrifices. The branch is often called the Blessing of the Wings. It serves as a catalyst that can turn abominations into incarnates. That means Nadia herself is an incarnate reborn through Gyo's intervention, which makes her a creation of the Wings Incarnate. She has her human form because of the branch. She may have originally been just another abomination, but if that was true, Yuga must have the power equal to that of the gods. So why would he choose to power up an abomination instead of an incarnate? The queen answered, if used on incarnates, the branch would turn them into evil deities. She knows this vital information because she saw it the day her homeland, Valkia, fell. As a little girl, she was forced to sail away and abandon her empire due to Gyo's actions. She saw those 6 cursed wings hovering on top of the castle on that nightmarish night. Her home was destroyed by the emergence of the most powerful abomination. Its dark horns destroying the castle she grew up in. Valkia's guardian was turned into a monster before her eyes. Ananta interjected. According to what the queen is saying, Nadia should be Gyo's servant or an evil deity by now. Yet, here she is, just a meek adult who couldn't even hurt a fly. Bernhard asserted this is why Nadia is a special case. She might be the closest thing Gyo has to the edge of the world. You see, Bernhard continued, there's a legend that has been passed down through Valkia's royal family for generations. They say that a gap forms along with the birth of the World Tree, creating the so-called edge of the world. Gyo has been desperately making moves to find that dimensional gap to invade the world of the gods. That's why he keeps trying to create creatures that can successfully serve as the sapling of a new world tree. But the branch Mistletoe is too powerful for average beings to bear, let alone grow. Just look at the winner of Gyo's messed up abomination battle royal. As soon as the abominable tiger accepted the branch into its body, an untold level of power immediately spread across it. Only beings that can control Stelton's energy with any semblance of stability stand a chance. Are extremely few and far between. In most cases, it results in the vessel's body exploding into a million little pieces. So, in order to learn more about Gaio's plans, Queen Loga and Levitane want to borrow Nadia and Ananta's power to slay Alira's royal guardian, which has become an abomination. With the alliance finalized, the Queen didn't dilly-dally any longer. She tasked 3rd Commander Owl and 4th Commander Lupa with a very important mission. The two of them would take a chunk of Levitane's warriors and lead the initial campaign to the Farsa continent. They were to go ahead of the main force and establish an ally outpost on the front lines. Their ultimate goal was the annihilation of the evil deities that had taken over the Farsa continent once and for all. As queen and leader, Lika prayed for their safety and glorious victory. 3 days before the first campaign's departure, the plan to retake Valkia came into full swing. Valkia's secret fortress is situated on the northeastern side of the continent. It is home to 500 of the Queen's fiercest warriors and the mercenaries under Bernhard's banner. Thousands of civilians are sojourning there under their protection. As for the Queen's commanders, all of them are powerful incarnates, making Levitane the most powerful anti-wings resistance force. Since Ananta lost in the Battle of Carpus, proving that he's still far too weak, the organization would be a great help in regrouping and powering him up. From the very beginning, the encounter with the Queen was part of Whitefoot's plan. What she didn't expect was Nadia's cooperation. In any case, they have a very powerful ally on their side now. Whitefoot sees Ananta's power as a double-edged sword. He consumes the power and abilities of the deities he devours. But if he doesn't feed on powerful enemies, he loses control of his curse, permanently turning into a mindless monster. As for the bunny girl who has been staying by Anat's side nonstop, Blackfoot, she also hails from Rabbit's Foot like her sister. Right now, she is using her power of hypnosis to keep Anat's rage in check. It's a temporary fix, so they really need to let our boy hunt and quell his curse as soon as possible. Since the retaking of the Farsa continent would be the best hunting ground, Whitefoot urged Nadia to make a deal with Rabbit's Foot. All she has to do is help Ananta defeat the Wings Incarnate, and the Rabbit's Foot will ensure her safety at all times. Since Nadia possesses one of the branches inside her, she is a potential juicy target for Gaio's forces. As a matter of fact, it's only a matter of time before the Wings Incarnate come after her once more. This time they may be more insistent than they were at Carp's. Much to Whitefoot's surprise, Nadia declined her proposal. She is done hopelessly standing by as more and more people fall victim to Gaio's twisted plans, so she does not need anything in return. All she wants is to help in stopping all the needless sacrifices at the hands of the Wings Incarnate. She will freely cooperate with Whitefoot, no matter what the cost. It's not much of a deal, but both parties came to an agreement that is satisfactory on both ends. And so, Whitefoot shared the plan to retake the Farsa continent moving forward. Queen Lagartha is currently devising a plan to take back Valkia's former capital, Fogfanger. They can only go through with this mission with the addition of Ananta's power. You see, Farsa has been turned into a cursed land that defeats even death. The one who sits on top of this land is the sacred incarnate, Alicorn, or whatever's left of him. This holy unicorn was one of the first incarnates, just like the black dragon Adaka. Throughout its endless life, it served the god of sacredness and protected Valkia. According to the Queen's accounts, Alicorn has been bastardized and turned into an abomination after it met Guyo. It's almost certain that another Misslin branch is involved. In Ananta's own words, the Queen and her people want him to get revenge on the beast that caused the downfall of their kingdom. All he has to do is slaughter a supercharged evil deity and gather more information about the branches. It's a simple mission that even a child can understand. Ananta is ready. He is itching to be taken to his next hunting grounds right away. 3 days later, the expedition finally started. With a single click of her mystical timepiece, Whitefoot opened a portal directly leading to Farsa. With this, they can transport the united forces under the two commanders. 100 battle-hardened warriors of Valkia are eager to return to their homeland and retake what was originally theirs. After confirming the coordinates for Folkvanger, Whitefoot gave the united forces the signal to depart whenever they're ready. At the forefront was one of the commanders, the charming Lord Owl. He urged his troops to put on a spectacular show as soon as they arrived. Commander Luke was much more straightforward. She warned her soldiers to avoid death. It's still too early for any of you to go to Valhalla. At the back of the line, Ananta was panting like a wild beast in heat. To his side, Blackfoot teasingly asked, "Are you starting to get excited for the hunt?" After 3 days of fasting from evil deity meat, Ananta felt like he could murder anyone right now. The once vigorous and beautiful continent had been turned into a desolate land where nothing grew. As soon as Whitefoot's portal connected to the faraway land, the two commanders burst forward at full speed, ready for whatever the unknown land had in store for them. Luke and Owl were fending for immediate action. As soon as her sharp senses warned her of foreign entities nearby, Luke directed Owl toward their direction. What they saw was a skeleton goat, an abomination that had long since lost its flesh and blood, a freak of nature. Following behind the commanders was Nadia. She activated and spawned a flurry of roots, crawling toward the goat's direction. Her roots quickly transformed into a wooden horse construct with Yggdrasil. She was the first one to land an attack on the abominations that had taken over the continent. Meanwhile, the commanders made their way to her spell and landed from a distance. Unfortunately, Nadia's half-cooked spell was no match for the skeletal goat. Sure, it caused some damage, making the abomination wobble, but it was still in one piece. The next attack, however, was far from half-cooked. Ananta came down swinging, the claws of the black dragon locking in on the skeletal beast with his scaly arm. He shattered the goat's skull into dust in a single attack. The commanders, Nadia and Whitefoot, just stayed from a safe distance, letting the starving black dragon draw the non-existent first blood. While Lord Owl found Ananta's power impressive, Loop did not hide her disapproval. With the participation of the nature and revenge incarnates, Lord Owl was getting the feeling that the mission to retake the continent might become more interesting than he had initially thought. With the help of Nadia's Yggdrasil, the forces continued taking the less trodden path. Blackfoot was still sticking close to Anant, making sure to keep his rage in check. She looked at her timepiece and gathered that this forsaken land didn't get any sliver of sunlight. Since Queen Lagartha tasked Owl and Lupa to carry out the joint operation between the 3rd and 4th companies, they were carrying the highest risk. Folkvanger is on the northern coast but is otherwise surrounded by vast grasslands to the south. The capital was established as the land of the Alicorn and his mystics, after all. In the past, Valkia was able to prevent the invasion of hostile neighboring nations thanks to their mystics. But now, those protectors have become deplorable abominations, roving the wastelands aimlessly. The mission's topmost priority is to establish a base to prepare for breaking through the barrier. Lupa and Owl will lead the vanguard to set up the upcoming attack. Owl asked if it was necessary to establish a base at all, and they could just be teleported in the middle of the battlefield using Whitefoot's power. However, her power has a limitation that necessitates the establishment of a base camp. It would be wonderful if they could just teleport directly to the capital, but she can only transport her targets to the safest spot near the destination. At present, the vanguard can only advance as far as the southern woods. Using Whitefoot's ability any further would require establishing a secured zone farther north. With a safe area only a few miles from the corrupted capital, the mission's danger level is extremely high. This is why Ananta and Nadia's support is considered essential. Commander Lupa, however, felt the Queen was being overly cautious. She argued that her company, together with the Owl unit, would already be sufficient. But this was Queen Lagartha's homeland. With firm resolve, she issued an official decree. Lupa and Ananta's group must reunite with the main force 1 week after the raids commence. She further commanded that they survive at all costs. Her final order as sovereign was clear. Her soldiers must return to their comrades in one piece. Once the group had settled into their makeshift camp, it was Ruby's time to shine. She conjured a brilliant light using remnants of the abomination's remains, illuminating the surroundings with a bright flare. Nadia silently offered a prayer for the creature's soul, while Lupa looked at her as though the gesture were unnecessary. The 4th commander's gaze gradually shifted toward Ananta, and the sight of him with Blackfoot at his side stirred visible irritation in her. All noticed her expression and playfully teased that she should hide her displeasure better. Since they would soon be entering the forest, it would be wiser to rest than waste energy in anger. Moreover, from the moment they set foot on this cursed continent, they were bound as comrades. Yet Lupa, stubborn as ever, refused to consider the newcomers as such. To her, that word was sacred, reserved only for those who had already fallen, the true companions in whom she could place her life. No, never. She would not extend such a title to strangers she could not yet trust. With her frustration simmering, the obstinate commander strode toward Ananta, ready to speak her mind. She noticed that he hadn't been able to get a hold of himself after a little skirmish. In her eyes, that made him a weakling. Lupa doesn't respect a warrior who can't carry himself on the battlefield without a pesky guardian to nurse him at all times. Ananta was done taking the insults. Get straight to the point, she said. She had accepted that Queen Lagartha was interested in his power, but Lupa still didn't buy it. They had seen time and time again that Ananta was struggling to control his power. He even had to hold back against the first abomination in fear of completely losing control again. Seeing the confusion, Nadia interrupted, sensing the rising tension. In her arms, Ruby glared at the commander, ready to pounce. Lupa accused him of being a ticking time bomb, one that could blow up on everyone. Nevertheless, Ananta is not taking any's from the mouthy commander, she thought. She was so stubborn and territorial that she'd rather not have a dragon on her team. Lupa's arms stretched and enlarged, her nails turning into sharp claws. Take your friends and get lost, Lupa ordered. I'll just tell the queen that the cowards ran once got real. If you refuse, she threatened, I'll scare you limb from limb before the main force arrives. Do you know how our boy responded to that blatant threat? He let some of his murderous aura leak as she commanded the wolf to get out of his face before he added a death count to the operation. With a graceful sleight of hand and her power coming into play, Blackfoot dispelled the rising tensions with magic. Suddenly, Lupa found herself in a cavern filled with countless monster skeletons, a sea of remains. She tried to make sense of where she was, but failed. Light poured into the cavern as its roof was blown up, reducing the solid structure to rubble. Lupa shielded her eyes from the dust and debris. When she finally got a good look above, her eyes dilated in surprise. The fourth commander saw the ever-reliable form of Queen Lagertha and her comrades. That was the effect of Blackfoot's potent hypnosis on Lupa. The bunny girl reprimanded Ananta for stoking the flames of trouble when the commander started the fight out of nowhere. Nevertheless, both of them were inches away from crossing a line. Thankfully, Blackfoot was there, putting the hot-blooded fools under her witching hypnosis trance. Ananta clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned his head away. Suddenly, his sharp senses kicked in as soon as he detected movement inside the eerie area. When he came to, the first thing Anna did was shell Blackfoot away like she was nothing. A few moments later, Anna's actions became apparent. The presence he had detected had come for them. It was a giant snake with a massive, scaly body and voracious fangs. The uninvited serpent lunged, chomping down on its targets, not giving them any time to react properly. By the time Lord Owl noticed what was happening, his co-commander was nowhere to be seen. After swallowing his meal whole, the giant serpent rumbled and crawled back to whatever hole it came from, as fast as it could. Maintaining composure, Owl ordered his men to organize a 10-soldier search team to track down the snake as quickly as possible. He intended to join the search team, but the rumbling of the ground beneath them made everyone pause in their tracks. From the horizon, abominations in the shape of horses came charging in like a wild beast stampede. Nadia saw the incoming collision and gripped her staff tightly. She chanted, Ifris Ultotates. 3 sharp roots darted out of the ground, piercing the abominable horses with laser-like precision. Meanwhile, the soldiers ran, scattered, flailing like headless chickens. Nadia was the one who stepped up to salvage their situation. She warned them that the enemies were coming. It's do or die from this point on. Meanwhile, Commander Lupa had somehow survived being snake dinner, but she was in quite an awkward position. Behind her, the young man held her limp body tightly, hiding behind the trees. Ananta covered her mouth to prevent any noises that might attract unwanted attention. Just a few meters away from the 2 survivors, a plethora of serpents slowly and methodically searched for their next meal. Rolling the clock back just a few seconds, we see Ananta and the unconscious Commander Lupa inside the stomach of the giant serpent that had dined and dashed on them. Ananta could feel his flesh sizzling as it was exposed to the snake's digestive juices, which coated the stomach lining. Feeling the pressure to escape, he did what he did best, went into sicko mode on the serpent's insides. His arms turned into draconic claws, digging into the stomach lining, tearing it apart with every second. When the snake finally realized something was wrong with its insides, it was too late. Ananta exploded out of the snake's body, gore and blood spewing across the woods. The damage was bad enough to claim the monster's life. The young man emerged from the flesh hole he made. In his arms was Commander Lupa. When the commander woke up, she found herself facing Ananta. She jumped in fright, still trying to figure out what was going on. Looking closely, she saw the scars on Ananta's body, signs of burns from corrosive substances. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the snake's digestive juices had dissolved the commander's clothes. Ananta explained that he managed to get them out of the snake somehow. That meant he saved her from certain death. Lupa refused to believe that the man she had criticized for being a subpar team player had turned out to be a pretty good comrade. Thankfully, Ananta found a spot where they could stay put and rest while they figured out their next move. But Lupa woke up stressed. She wanted to know how much time had passed and the status of their AQ. Before she could get answers to her questions, Ananta grabbed her arm and pulled her into a solid embrace. Caught by surprise and by Ananta's surprising strength, Lupa couldn't even fight back. When he shoved his hand to cover her mouth, something clicked inside the wolf girl's mind. But Anna was just doing his best to keep both of them alive while more giant snakes frolicked within their vicinity. Ananta made a foolish mistake. The spot he thought was safe turned out to be the snake's territory. On all sides, they were completely surrounded by oversized serpents. Eventually, Ananta noticed that something was off. These snakes didn't really look or behave like abominations. They might not even be mystics. Lupa asked, "Are you going to fight your way out of this predicament?" Ananta surprisingly answered, "Fighting won't be practical." He admitted that Lupo was right. "I can't fully control my power right now. I'm afraid of the curse taking over if I accidentally use too much power without Blackfoot nearby to keep me in check." But he wouldn't just resign and become snake lunch for the second time. Right now, they had two plans of action to choose from. First, they could risk injury and fight the snakes. Second, they could try to run and regroup with the others. Being civil, Ananta gave Lupa the freedom to choose what they should do. But instead of picking between two simple plans, Commander Lupa proposed that they go for choice number 3. We break through, get out of the woods, and head towards the mission's ultimate goal, she said. Using her animalistic senses, Lupa sniffed the air and smelled the surroundings. She discovered that the woods were rife with giant snakes searching for their next prey. If they tried to fight, they'd just be surrounded in a matter of seconds. And even if they managed to regroup with others, that scenario would inevitably end up causing needless sacrifice. It's a good plan on paper, but Ant doesn't have a clue how it can work. Lupa swallowed her pride and got on her knees. She presented her back for Anna to ride. Don't worry, we're staying PG. While on her knees, 4th Commander Lupa, the untamed incarnate, let her power take over. She warned Anat to hold on tight if he didn't want to fall off. Lupa's form swapping immediately attracted the snake's attention. By the time they slithered to the disturbance's origin, the silhouette of a man riding a wolf flew past them. The snakes tried to catch up and take a bite, only to get ripped apart in the most brutal and bloody fashion. Lupa is not called the untamed incarnate for nothing. In her mouth was the hefty chunk of snake flesh. She tossed the meat off the side of the road, taunting the other serpents hot on her heels. At this rate, they were almost out of the woods. This might be bold and crazy, but it should draw some of the danger away from their comrades fighting for their lives at the base camp. Imagine her surprise when the shape of a man, seemingly waiting for them to emerge, came into view up ahead. Ananta's eyes immediately darted toward the man's cloak, and the familiar sigil was drawn over it. The old man had gray hair, a gray beard, a monocle, and an aura like a giant king cobra as a pet. His reptilian eye flared up. He apologized and asserted that no one gets past him. The old man's shadows morphed into snakes, gathering and growing larger by the second. Once they reached the wolf and the man, the shadow snakes bared their fangs and attacked in unison. Even for Ananta, the attack felt too fast. They might not be able to dodge, so Wolf Lupa bit down on his arm and tossed him as hard as she could. She threw him into safety, acting as bait to hold the shadow snakes in place. Ananta saw her howl in pain and immediately scrambled back into action. His arms morphed into draconic claws, once more swiping and dicing every shadow snake in his path. Lupa's transformation became undone, scattering her wolf body into the wind. She hoped that her sacrifice would make them even stronger. She had paid the debt, but at what cost? The old man called her actions futile. She tried to sacrifice herself to save a comrade. How cliché. While he was yapping his gums, a ferocious chill ran up his spine. It was the bloodthirsty gaze of Ananta. Just as expected, the curse was starting to spiral out of control, but that only made him hungrier for murder. Back at the base camp, the abomination horses made their death wails. Lord Owl unsheathed his dual blades, locking and loading his raptor strike. With one straight stab piercing the abomination's heart, Owl's heavy lance made quick work of the horse. As the beast lifelessly plopped to the ground, Lord Owl could not shake the worry in his chest. Nadia was miraculously pulling her weight, catching and neutralizing abominations with her wood constructs. The whole camp worked so well together that they didn't suffer a single casualty. Owl stashed his blades away and sought Nadia to share his gut feeling about their situation. While he was fighting the horses, he felt that the abominations weren't after them at all. It was almost as if they were running from a predator and just happened to pass by the army while fleeing. It could be related to the giant snake that swallowed Lupa and Ananta. Blackfoot interjected and tried to convince the commander to stop theorizing and start mobilizing a team to find Ananta as quickly as possible. They needed to prioritize finding their double-edged weapon before things got beyond Blackfoot's witching powers' control. Speaking of the devil, Ananta was currently trying to suck the nasty poison ravaging Lupa's body after being ganked by shadow snakes. The man controlling the snakes had already told Ananta that sucking the poison out was useless. His serpent's poison was so deadly that it could even kill mystics in an instant, without the help of a competent healer. Lupa, the untamed incarnate, was as good as dead. Ananta gently laid her body on the ground, softly telling her to wait. He intended to skin that old snake in the most literal sense of the word. His arms split and stretched, making way for his ferocious transformation. Lupa had already given up and tried to stop Ananta from making stupid decisions. But our boy had already set his sights on defeating the old snake man in front of them and taking Lupa back to Nadia. The old man sensed the chaotic energy of the young man's curse. It was as biting as the winter's wind. He remembered Baharan mentioning Ananta a while ago. Taking his first step forward, the old man caused his shadow serpents to gather and slither out once more. The old snake man curtly introduced himself, saying, "You see, old as I am also known as the Blind Faith Incarnate. He's practically a brainwashed cult goon serving the wings." The standard shadow snakes he summoned fearlessly bared their fangs against the dragon. However, the dragon didn't even see them as threats. He just ran directly into them and ripped their shadowy bodies to shreds. Old Aeson was not expecting his first attack to be so useless. Before his eyes stood the hulking frame of the black dragon. For the first time in a long while, Aeson felt fear. Composing himself, he used his shadow serpents to propel himself into the air, dodging Ananta's unstoppable attack. He managed to evade it, but if he had been even a little slower, he would have been clipped in one shot. To simplify the combat, Ananta shifted targets to Eames' pet snake and gutted that scaly bastard in less than a second. Back to a fair one-on-one matchup, Ananta proceeded to wail on Eames' old bones. Feeling the pain of every punch, the old man mockingly laughed at Ananta's attempts. He admitted that when it comes to speed, raw strength, inhuman reaction, and every other physical metric, Ananta is the perfect beast without a flaw. However, Aeson refuses to get upstaged. He shed his old human skin and revealed his true form, a four-armed snake man, oozing deadly miasma. From a distance, the poisoned Lupa tried to get back up as hard as she could. She lifted her head and gasped as she saw Ananta brawling it out, throwing hands with a giant four-armed snake behemoth. She wondered why a stranger, with whom she had been beefing for the whole mission, was putting himself in danger for a chance to save her. It reminded Lupa of the time when she asked her queen how she could risk her life, fighting for the sake of others so fearlessly. Queen Loga simply answered, "A comrade is someone you can always trust with your life," when she wholeheartedly told Lupa that she would risk her life for the young pup. Lupa was enamored with the idea of camaraderie. And so, Lupa got on all fours and started her wolf transformation, apologizing to her queen. "I might not be able to keep my promise to come back alive," she thought, just as she was about to land another haymaker on Ananta's body. His arm suddenly disappeared. In an instant, 4 became 3. The strike was so fast, he never even saw it. That's still one too many. Even with poison spreading through her body, Lupa pressed on, her wolf instincts driving her forward. Ian panicked, scanning the area for his unseen attacker, but it was already too late. Pushing her strength to the limit, Lupa unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, slashing across his scaled body and leaving countless cuts in her wake. She tried to push further, determined to finish the fight, but the venom forced her to stumble back, gasping for breath. The snake cultist struggled to hold on to life, only to feel death looming from his flank. It came in the form of the overwhelming presence of the black dragon. Ananta's voice rang like a final judgment, compelling him to face his fate. With a single decisive move, the dragon ended him. The battle was over, leaving behind only the chilling echo of power and dread. Inside the dragon's maw, Aeson was assaulted by the countless evil deities that Ananta had devoured. Inside, the old snake felt the branch of the world tree planted inside him slowly split apart. This triggered his fight or flight response. In this case, it was mostly flight. He called on Quetzalcoatl. From deep within the mountains of Valkia, an enormous figure flew out with blinding speed. It was a winged sky serpent, his get-out-of-jail-free card. While he gasped and tried to catch his breath, Aeson quietly asked for the Conquest Incarnate's forgiveness. Sure, he managed to stay alive and be saved thanks to Quetzalcoatl's interference, but he had failed his mission and his boss's orders. He was tasked with eliminating intruders, but it wasn't really fair. Put him up against this beast of a man in the form of a legendary creature, which was odd. While they were fighting, Aeson held the advantage most of the time with his extra limbs. He dominated in close quarters combat. Ananta, used to overwhelming strength, was now being forced to defend himself instead. But there was a bigger problem here. Halfway through the fight, Ananta's diminishing control over his curse started slipping. To feast was to release the curse in order to swallow evil deities as sustenance. But if he failed to feed his urges soon, the curse would take over and swallow everything in the vicinity. That included the poison commander Lupa, and he couldn't let that happen. While Ain continued his barrage of punches, Ananta was surprised by the juicy chance Lupa had just handed her. The splatter of blood made the air stink of iron. After being critically hit by the stamp of gore, the old snake was vulnerable to a finisher. Ed could feel Lupa telling him to take care of the rest as she fell and succumbed to the poison's effect. The vicious wolf fell flat on the floor with a loud thud. After the fight, and once as was bailed out, Ananta stood in the middle of the battleground. His aura overflowed. He felt as though every part of his body was filled with a newfound power. It was almost as if he'd swallowed an unquenchable flame, making his heart thump with more vigor. It was a hefty upgrade, but it still wasn't enough for his curse's hungry ass. He looked up and saw the retreating frame of old Aeson on the back of the sky serpent. Ananta could feel the presence of the world tree's branch, and it made his mouth water even more. His back split open, his scales and flesh cracked and stretched as he sprouted dragon wings. With perfect control over his anatomy, he created a kick-ass flying apparatus to chase and kill his enemies. His eyes turned to the skies, his mind racing with thoughts of feasting on snake snacks. Miraculously, Ananta managed to keep his bloodlust in check. He looked down at Lupa's quickly dying body and froze. At this point, he could either try to save her or chase after the injured enemies and finish the job. He recalled Lupa, entrusting him with the final blow, her respect and faith clear in her eyes. From then on, the choice was simple. A few hours later, Lupa opened her eyes once more. This time, she woke up to a less hectic, less confusing view. Nadia was by her side, curing her body and dispelling the poison. Relieved that Lupa had woken up, Nadia asked her patient how she felt. Her whole body was bandaged up, and her mind was still fuzzy on the details of what had happened. She tried to get up, but that was a bad idea. Her injuries were severe, and the commander was still in critical condition at that point. Nadia explained that the poison in Lupa's body had almost killed her. If it wasn't neutralized in time, she would have kicked the bucket already. It's a good thing Ananta sprouted wings to bring her back to the camp as quickly as he could. If the young man hadn't clutched up, they would have been down one commander by now. Lupa couldn't believe that Ananta would save her again and again. She called him an idiot, and he happened to overhear. Ananta asked, "Is insults how you repay people for saving your life?" Lord Owl didn't miss the chance to playfully fan the flames between the two. Lupa gave Ananta a once-over and asked him about his wounds. He simply told her to worry about her injuries instead. He also warned her to stop thinking about doing anything foolish, to stop pushing herself, and to focus on healing up. Ananta was getting tired of saving her ass over and over. Nadia still couldn't get used to the young man's crass words. Commander Lupa, on the other hand, felt something different after going through what she did with Ananta. The squad posted up by the bonfire outside to discuss their next action. For now, Lupa would heal and rest. Lord Owl bowed and sincerely extended his gratitude to Ananta for going out of his way to save Lupa after receiving the rough rundown of what happened in the woods. Nadia became curious about the enemy they fought, who seemed like Yuo's subordinate. Ananta shared everything he knew. He fought an old man named Een, who had the power to summon snakes from his shadow. As far as Ananta could tell, those snakes were mere fragments of the source without intelligence. They could only perform simple, predetermined actions. Judging by the lack of predation evidence nearby, he reckoned that these snakes had been unleashed simply to ward off intruders pushing deeper into the Farsa continent. The first snake that attacked and swallowed them whole led Ananta to believe that these serpents were tasked with returning to their master after capturing intruders. The reason for such a sequence was still unknown. More importantly, Ananta discovered something about his power. After he tried consuming Aston, he definitely felt a part of the World Tree's branch had been absorbed into him. Blackfoot softly caressed his shoulders and confirmed that she could see the change in his power too. She observed that his curse had become much more stable than before. She didn't think that just a fragment of the branch could do this much for Ananta's curse. That doesn't justify her clinginess though. Nevertheless, Blackfoot can already imagine what would happen if Ananta could devour an entire branch. Lord Owl, who had been silently contemplating, finally spoke up. He remembered Aeson from his days serving the wings. The old snake was blind faith incarnate and a sixth seed of Sephiroth. Unfamiliar with the term, Nadia asked, "What do you mean by Sephiroth?" Owl expounded, "The Sephiroth consists of the wing's incarnate's most elite guardians. They are the 10 most powerful beings bestowed with the power of the branch. To be more specific, Sephiroth is made up of Buyo's 5 most powerful warriors and each of their assistants. If Een is in this cursed continent, then there's a very real possibility that one of Buyo's 5 direct subordinates might show up soon," Owl continued. For those of the know, the top Sephiroth seats are as powerful as walking calamities. The winged sky serpent, who had Rasputin finally landed on his perch, the broken castle of the fallen Valkyria kingdom. The old snake was still trying to catch his breath and recover from the bloody beating. Ketawat's body slowly scattered in the wind, revealing a man calling out, looking terrified, like an animal. His intense gaze pierced through the scene. The man asked the old snake if his pride had been wounded. Like the good cult goon that he is, Ace wallowed in self-pity, asserting that he was worthy of all scorn and contempt from his boss, the man in front of him, the Conquest incarnate. He had been given the duty to stop anyone from heading deeper into the Farsa continent. It was a simple defense mission, and he failed spectacularly. He was supposed to remove all those who attempted to obstruct his boss's conquest. Battle-hardened Gayan, also known as the Conquest Incarnate and the second seed of the Sephiroth, was not pleased with his assistant's recent performance. It looked like he'd have to step in himself. So he ordered Ace to lead the way towards the ops so he could slaughter every single one of them. Before all this mess started, he was asked to show up for a sit-down meeting with his boss, the Wings Incarnate. Gilyo was just out in his own dimension doing all sorts of up experiments on abominations. With Bear at his side, the meeting with the easily agitated Gayan was tougher. As soon as he heard an iota of insult in Baron's words, he demanded that Gaio's lapdog address him with the utmost respect. It's evident that there's a rich and complicated history between these two powerhouses. Seeing one of his men full of vigor and life, Gyuyo smiled at Gayan. He called the conquest incarnate and went up to his gory office to hand a personal request. As we know, Ing is a cult cuck. He swiftly got on his knees and offered his services to his one true god. Gayan, on the other hand, was a lot more apprehensive. Nevertheless, he respectfully punched his fist and palm together. He might be a bit of a freak, but he's not one to turn down a request from the Great Wings. At this point, Gyuyo had received reports of Queen Lagartha's movement from a spy in Levitane. Before the raid even started, Gyuyo already sniffed the plan to retake the Farsa continent. Hearing the involvement of the queen and the location, Gayan asked, "Are the enemies after the sacredness incarnate?" Gyuyo reckoned that they were, so Gayan's assignment was clear. Find a failure that had been created with an incomplete branch. Afterward, he must slay the beast and retrieve the branch. Like an annoying teacher's pet, Asin interjected and begged his lord to give him the task. He promised to willingly eradicate the weak humans and complete the mission. Bihan asked the old snake, "Do you remember what happened to Balzac not long ago?" As it turns out, that lunatic was the disgraced former 10th seat of Sephiroth. Biharin warned A that the human with Azigaka's curse, the one who slayed Balzac, is with Levitane now. He survived facing both Bihar and the Wings incarnate himself after killing a former Sephiroth in defense of the Farsa continent. Some old snake won't be enough. They need Gahan on the case too as insurance. As soon as he heard that he might be able to fight some interesting enemies, Gahan's lips twisted into an excited smile. He asked for more information about Anan. You see, if Bihar can be considered the mightiest spear, Gahan completes the unbeatable pair as the mightiest shield. As he admits that his boss is one of the most powerful in Sephiroth, he also acknowledges that he is the most dangerous of them all. Unlike the others who are at the Wings incarnate's beck and call, Gahan has absolute loyalty tied to the Wings. As he reckons that this task could have been more easily completed by the 4th and 5th Sephiroth seats, he wonders why Gyuyo handed it to the troublesome Gahan instead. Holding up a wilted piece of mystical wood in his hand, Gahan asked, "Do you recognize the artifact?" It is none other than the incomplete branch that had been buried deep in the Alicorn's heart, the thing that turned the sacredness incarnate into a mindless beast. Gahan investigated the incomplete branch and concluded that it was laughably inferior to the ones the current Sephiroth hosts in their bodies. With this, they should be done with the mission that Gyuyo tasked them with. But Jian nonchalantly threw the incomplete branch down instead. It plummeted from the rooftop of the ruined castle to the lowest floor. As could not understand the actions of his unruly boss, they were explicitly ordered to take the branch and return it to Gyuyo. Gayan grinned with greed. From the very beginning, he always worked for himself. Just like he declared before, his aim is to slaughter every enemy. He asked his assistant what happened to the Alicorn and his hordes of followers who used to rule Valkia. You see, Jihan made quick work of the monsters roaming the kingdom and compiled them into an unidentifiable mass of flesh. In the conquest, Incarnate's hand is the Alicorn's horn. No big deal. His mind is already set on a bigger target, a man who survived against the mightiest spear, and the Wings incarnate himself. If this alleged curse is indeed that powerful, he reckons that it is only right that he prepares a stage befitting the enemy's might. Gayan awaits Anat's arrival with bated, murderous breath. 1 week of relatively quiet development later, the forces of Levitane have managed to build a decently safe base camp. All their preparations for the final fight are complete. Nadia's wooden construct opened wide, a sign of Whitefoot's teleportation ability. Footsteps can be heard heading out of the wooden hole. At the forefront was the battle-ready supreme warrior, the rightful heir of Valkia, Queen Lagartha Innerjar. Her trusted commanders, Owl and Lupa, welcomed her with confident smiles. The queen is happy to see that her risky bet to send an advance party panned out safely. She turned to Ananta and Nadia to extend her thanks for all their help. Queen Lagartha turned to her aides, Scald and Mare, to confirm that the rest of the attack force had been accounted for. Scald confirms that all 50 of the Sisters of the Shield are assembled. The Queen's Royal Guard has also answered the call. Crass as always, Ananta rudely asked the Queen how she felt now that she had returned to her ruined homeland. Usually, she would just laugh at the rude comments, but this time, it was different. She didn't come here for jokes. Ignoring Ananta, Queen Loga walked to the edge of the base camp. She took in the sights of her homeland after all these years of being away. Whitefoot approached the Queen. He confirmed whether she had been briefed about the current situation. You see, he began, a giant pillar of light has appeared in the direction of the capital. If you ask those familiar with Goyo's antics, they'll tell you without a doubt that the light appears when the power of the branch is being manifested. First, the encounter with the seat of Sephiroth, and now this sign of the branch's power accounting for everything. He paused. It's highly likely that the enemy is setting some kind of trap. but things have changed significantly since the last report. If they want to use my power in this situation, I'll need at least 3 days to prepare. If we move forward now, retreating won't be a realistic choice anymore. To answer that, the queen turned to her soldiers, her people, her sisters. They had now stepped foot on the land where they were raised. It had been years since they lost their homeland, years since they were forced to wander the continent because of Gaio's meddling. Thus, Queen Madrida swore to take her land back for the lamenting people of Levitane. In doing so, she would return Valkia to its former glory. Make Valkia great again, she declared. When that day came, she would cry out before the spirits of their fallen allies. This expedition was the culmination of their extensive work. Success would mean their sacrifices were not made in vain. Valkia's return to glory was only possible through the blood and sweat of its people. Queen Madrida stoked the flames in the hearts of her righteous comrades, her brave warriors. She called them to arms and to fight alongside her. Moved to tears, every single Valkian warrior stood ready, hiked up for their queen, willing to take a bullet for her if necessary. Though Ananta thought she wasn't sure this world had guns. Ananta and Ruby watched from the sidelines, letting the queen and her people have their moment. Without wasting another second, they set their sights on the capital, Folkvanger, and sounded the battle horns. The expedition party's route had been assigned, the main party consisting of 100 troops, including all the commanders, the queen, Nadia, and Ananta, would make an upward push toward the capital. While 50 reserve troops stayed with Whitefoot and Blackfoot at the outpost, the sisters couldn't believe they were stuck in base camp, left to wait for the results of the war. Blackfoot sighed. I really wanted to see Ananta in action. I can't do that from all the way back here. Whitefoot was calm. She sipped her tea, enjoying the moment with her sister. You know, I think your help isn't needed on the front lines anymore. Ananta's curse has mostly stabilized. Blackfoot frowned. Whitefoot continued, regardless of how this expedition ends, my power is everyone's lifeline. Queen Lagartha is smart to keep me safe here. She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Let's be real. Those reserve troops aren't here to protect us. They're here to monitor anything suspicious. Levitane still doesn't fully trust Rabbit's Foot. Blackfoot sat beside her. Do you think the expedition will succeed? Whitefoot shrugged. To be completely honest, I don't give a fifth the mission succeeds or not. What I care about is Ananta. He needs to grow stronger, no matter the cost. Blackfoot stared at her sister, even if it means sacrificing everyone else. Whitefoot didn't hesitate. Yes. Just then, a series of arrows whistled through the air, striking the heads of the pesky, summoned snakes that had scattered through the woods. The ever-so-reliant Skald was there to finish the job and land the last hit. Around them, the rest of the warriors did their thing. The elite soldiers and commanders carried most of the workload. They were under orders to continue advancing as more and more giant snakes mobbed them from multiple angles. Sensing that the enemies were gathering to their right, Queen Lagartha ordered her units to pull in. The regular soldiers might be out of their depth in direct confrontation, but they could work together seamlessly to build shield walls, repelling the enemies. Feeling fancy with it, Ananta called on Ruby to help bring in the heat. The little fire lizard jumped on top of the shield wall and fixed her eyes on the incoming snake battalion. As soon as I give you the go, Ruby, Ananta said. With a nod, Ruby unleashed a bright flare that torched anything that entered her range. Ananta was playing it safe. Judging by their current pace, they wouldn't need his help against cannon fodder for the time being. Much to his surprise, the attack force was advancing even though they were insurmountably outnumbered and surrounded. Still, knowing that one mistake could lead to a full-on wipeout, Ant kept his guard up and senses sharp. Nevertheless, this next level of coordination shows just how confident Levitane is in her troops. Myr with her arrows, Skald with her sword and shield, and Queen Logtha with her unparalleled strategies and shot calling. It is a reckless plan, but it is working. Their current headache is the scaly fragments from the blind faith incarnate. The queen is confident that her well-trained troops would have no trouble cleaning up these beasts. After steadily pushing forward, they reached the center of Farsa. The odd thing is that the Alicorn and the abominations are not showing themselves yet. Leading the vanguard, Skald informed her queen that they had reached the snake-infested Vigrator Tower. On top of the said tower is a persistent old man, welcoming them to the battle's next phase. After miserably losing against Ananta, this old snake still had the audacity to call the opposition wicked fools who dared deny the wings incarnate. He is determined to watch the attack force's final moments after being humiliated. Myr tried to sneak in a supersonic arrow shot, but it was slapped away like an annoying fly. From this moment on, the salty old man intends to take over. He wants to subject the people of Levitane to his petty wrath. Behind him, the winged sky serpent emerged. Quetzalcoatl flew above the tower, carrying a bag of mysterious, wriggling flesh on its tail. Queen Logtha looked at the lump of flesh and felt chills running down her spine. A familiar sensation washed over her as the snake row, holding the mound of flesh in place, scattered to the wind. Reacting promptly, the queen ordered her troops to maintain defensive formations and hold firm. Quetzalcoatl finally launched the mound into the spot with the highest concentration of soldiers. The impact alone created quite a spectacle, as dust swallowed the whole battlefield. Once it settled, the queen and her troops laid their eyes upon the strange amalgamation of fleshy material now splattered flat on the ground. Queen Lotta paused in her tracks upon seeing something human-like squirm its way out of the middle of the meat. A few seconds later, the human-like figure took full form. The top half of the body was that of a man skinned alive, while the bottom was the twisted body of a horse. Once known as the alicorn, the sacredness incarnate had seen better days. The bony alicorn mumbled something indecipherable. It seems like only the queen understood the ancient language he spoke. Whatever it was, the mumbling made Lagartha order a full-on emergency retreat. Much to everyone's horror, Alicorn's mouth split open as a giant eye regurgitated up from its throat. Then came a loud and bloody splattering of his body, causing a mound of meat to move outwards. It was like a fleshy tsunami that consumed everything it could touch. Not recognizing enemy or foe, a hungry meat even feasted on the summoned snakes. Unfortunately, the queen's soldiers in the vanguard also fell victim to the gluttonous meat heap. Skull tried her hardest to repel the incoming deluge of flesh. Her raw strength was enough to keep it in check. But how can you kill a thing that can't even be identified? When threatened, the mass of flesh just squirms and absorbs the weapon used to attack. After absorbing everything it could touch, the mass of flesh squirmed once more. This time, it gave birth to a singular horn peppered with unsettling eyes. Attached to that horn was none other than the original incarnate turned evil deity, Alicorn. The meaty gore of Alicorn's disfigured body splattered on the queen's troops, but they held strong. Lara even riled up her old friend to demonstrate his insurmountable strength. While it looks like she is getting what she asked for, the Alicorn came charging in horn first, seemingly eager to pierce through their defense. But doing that won't be easy, especially with Ananta tagging back in now that a worthy opponent has shown himself. While he holds Alicorn's body in place with his supreme physical prowess, Lord Owl comes in with the DPS of his raptor claw. Commander Lupita refused to be left out and jumped in to deliver a sharp and lethal brand of gore. Taking the left and the right respectively, the two commanders beautifully worked in conjunction with one another. While her commanders are showing off, it's unfair for the queen to be left out. As she unsheathed her sword, Lajareth assured Aloricorn, "I will end your life myself." She stalwartly stood before the evil deity, intent on killing him. The queen believes it is her duty, as Alicorn's friend, to end the suffering. Feeling like it was his time to shine and dispose of the biggest target, Ananta came in swinging. Unfortunately for him, such a barbaric approach left him flying through the air after being tossed aside by Alicorn's grotesque horn. Then this eldritch horror-looking horse bastard started accumulating dark energy at the tip of his horn. As soon as the dark energy formed a quasar and flew away from the horn, it homed in on Ananta. Our boy felt the full brunt of being struck by a literal black hole to the face. Half of his body was ground down to the atomic level as the emptiness of the black hole deleted his upper half. Luca panicked and called Ananta's name. The concern in her voice was apparent. The man who had saved her multiple times had hit the floor with half of his body gone. Any other regular bastard would have died right then and there. Enraged by Alicorn's target selection, Commander Lupa lunged in with her sharp claws drawn. She wanted to attack from the flank to avoid the horn, but from the back, she would have to deal with Alicorn's freaky tail, filled with countless eyes and hungry mouths. All of Lupa's instincts told her to stop and turn around. She would be one-shotted if she pushed any further. Thankfully, Lord Owl was there. As the more experienced combatant, he maintained his wits about him. With his dual blaze and raptor rondo, Owl minced the freaky tail to bits. Seeing an opening opportunity ripe to be exploited, Lupa started her engine back up and ran in at full throttle. She was so tunnel vision on attacking Alicorn as she failed to sense an incoming surprise attack from an off angle. It was a green sludge of noxious snot. Once more, Lord Owl's vigilance bailed her out. Owl moved to the limits of his speed as he swished past where the noxious snot was heading. He had to move as fast as he could while also carrying Lupa out of danger. As a result, he paid for it with an injured arm. As it turns out, Oles was just sneaking a snot attack in hopes of taking one of Lupa's arms as payment for the arms that she took from him. After this grand battle, he intended to skin the wolf himself. The noxious snot was coming from the sky serpent's mouth. From the top of the tower, it served as a long-range cannon capable of causing toxic destruction. This is not looking good for the attack force. Things keep getting worse and our opponents are borderline broken. As the next snot blast reached its target, Lupa returned the favor. This time, she shifted to her wolf form and saved Lord Owl from tanking one of those green sludges. Suddenly, one of Quetzal's wings was defeathered and slashed at supersonic speeds. Out of balance, the sky serpent squirmed and wriggled in the air as it nose-dived toward the ground. The culprit was none other than the queen's little archer. Mr. Beckoning the free spirit of the wind, she charged her arrows with mystical energy, blessing her with the wind of victory. With a little reprieve, Skull regained control of her faction and ordered the 3rd and 4th companies to focus on protecting their commander while the rest charged in. They roared their fierce battle cry as Aim took on his snake dad form once more. He called the actions of these soldiers foolish, for they were just puny humans. He did so while entirely unaware of the inhuman enemy closing in. Lupa scaled the tower with her strong muscles and claws. Riding her was Lord Owl, ready to hack and slash away. The wolf lady playfully grinned and teased old A about his missing arm. Easily agitated, the salty snake attacked out of anger. That was a big mistake, perhaps the biggest he had ever made. As he was so focused on avenging his arm, he neglected Lord Owl's threat level with his raptor art. Gungnir. Owl pierced through another one of the old snake's arms, mincing the flesh to bits and shredding the bones. As he tumbled backward from the sheer force of the stab, the two commanders landed right next to each other, refusing to let the snaky enemy out of their sight. Looking down, Lord Owl realized that he had gone a little too hard and broken his sword. Everything was a mess. Lupa, on the other hand, scanned the surroundings to make sure that Ananta was all right. Her frantic scanning of the field was interrupted by a loud and deep rumbling. The Valkyrian warriors were currently ganging up on the fallen sky serpent, making use of their numbers to compensate for the size and strength disadvantage. Nadia rushed to Ananda's side and ascertained the severity of his injuries. It was apparent that this boy needed some healing touch. Meanwhile, Queen Lagertha had already jumped into the fray and was fighting the evil deity one-on-one. She was being pushed back, but her solid determination kept her going. The alicorn she once knew was gone, replaced by a grotesque flesh monster, something that looked like a nightmare horse with far too many feet. Calling her battalion, the queen's guards ran in to execute a defensive formation to protect their beloved queen. Skull saw the incoming attack before anyone else. Even so, the whole defensive line was still swept away in a single strike, rendering their shield wall useless. The alicorn's speed and use of momentum to trample defenses with its horn was unrivaled. Jumping in to avenge her people, Queen Lagertha hacked at the horse's neck from the side. She lost her badass cloak in the process, but she managed to carve into the enemy's flesh in a bloody fashion. Seeing Nadia tending to Ananta's remaining body parts, the queen tasked her with healing her secret weapon and bringing her back to full strength as quickly as possible. The queen finally discarded her eye patch, revealing a golden eye that emanated brilliant power. She knew that if they hoped to win this fight, they wouldn't need Ananta. Lagertha raised her great sword into the air. Her aura raised the surrounding temperature drastically. She then slammed her blade down, sending a wave of fiery energy straight toward her target. The alicorn just stood there, completely surprised by the radiant attack. It didn't have time to react, let alone dodge. In an instant, the evil deity was swallowed by the fiery light. The resulting explosion was a mix of incendiary booms and meaty delight. Once the destruction settled, a lone silhouette of a man remained in the burnt remains. Queen Lagertha slowly stepped toward her old friend. Seeing him in this state broke her heart. The beauty and poise that Alicorn once possessed were long gone. He used to look like a K-pop star in an Amazonian empire. Now, all that remained in his place was a revolting husk of putrid composition. She clenched her sword with both hands, steeling her resolve. Today, she wanted to deliver her old friend to eternal rest, using her own hands. Before she could land the final killing blow, the empty husk of the sacredness incarnate weakly called her, as he used to, Princess Lagertha. Suddenly, memories of long ago flooded back into the queen's mind. Mr. and Skull used to follow her around to stop her from getting into trouble, but they could never stop her from doing dangerous things like climbing up the highest point of the castle. When Marin Skull failed to talk some sense into her, Sir Alicorn would often step in, but the princess simply thought that the people around her, including Alicorn, were worrying unnecessarily. She was to rule over her people, so it won't do to fear heights. Besides, she's certain that no harm will fall upon her as long as she has the sacredness incarnate by her side at all times. Alicorn smiled at the young lady's naive musings. To ensure that little Lager becomes a great queen, Alicorn vowed to always stick by her side. He clearly failed to uphold that vow. Look at this dude and his musty skeleton. As it turns out, fragments of old Alicorn are still present in this hollow husk. He commented on how different the little princess looks now, gaining awareness and senses after all these years. Alicorn looked at himself and jumped in fright. He struggled to come to terms with what he had become. Look at him. How would you feel if an evil god fed you a tree branch that turned you into an incomprehensible nightmare? For a second, Queen Lagertha hoped that this was real. She hoped that her old friend would recover his mind, and for those few seconds he did. until the Wings Incarnate's influence over his mind took over again. On the day that Valkia fell, Guyo left a path of royal blood in his wake. He managed to penetrate all the way to the throne room where he trashed Alicorn, black and blue. Guyo went through all this trouble just to show his incomplete world tree branch on one of the first 6 incarnates in the world. Young Logritha was powerless back then. She was just a child, caught up in the fall of her promised kingdom. Throughout the years, she and her warrior sisters hunted down endless leads that could help them find the Wings Incarnate. At one point, she succeeded. She managed to track down Guyo despite the difficulty, but it resulted in yet another disappointing heartbreak. Guyo killed her sisters-in-arms with lightning-fast speed and inhumane destruction. She felt as though she was back on that fateful day, the day that Guyo ruined her life and destroyed her homeland. The remnants of Alicorn's consciousness were swallowed by Guyo's overwhelming light. Once again, Alicorn's disgusting eye emerged from his throat. As soon as the mound of flesh started gurgling and deconstructing its body, it became plain to see that talk Judo wouldn't work in this situation. Nadia noticed the danger and yanked the queen out of harm's way with her sentient roots. She quickly pulled the queen out of the flesh monster's range with safety in mind. Politeness and off. Right now, any semblance of Alicorn is gone. In its place is a tentacled blob monster. The creature screeched a guttural shriek. Blood foamed out of its mouth as the eye emerged again. On the other side of the battlefield, Ruby anxiously monitored Ananta's status. He had managed to regenerate most of his body parts, but he wasn't showing any signs of regaining consciousness anytime soon. Ruby closed her eyes and decided to expedite the process. Her body became engulfed with flames. The little critter unlocked an alternate form, and it looked sick. In the thick of it, Nedvia warned the queen that at the rate they were going, the casualties would be too great. She suggested that it would be better to gather the wounded and make a tactical retreat. But the queen quickly and loudly turned down Nadia's suggestion. Little Logger understands Alicorn better than anybody else. She knows that her old friend lost control due to fear. Now that he's at his limit, he can't even maintain a coherent shape or form. Retreat is not an option, Logger said. She wanted to enlist Nadia's help to slay the creature with one final blow. That reckless plan was thwarted by the secret weapon's voice. Rudely shoving the ladies to get out of his way, Ananta miraculously recovered and returned to a better state. The remains of his severe wounds were covered by free-flowing fire all over his body. Queen Logritha watched Ananta come closer, a fascinated look in her eyes. She had seen something like this before. The young man must somehow be using the flame spirit. It's similar to Mr. Spirit's blessing, which enhances her arrows. The flaming dragon coolly walked towards the blob monster. Every step oozed with aura. Like a mindless beast, the blob creature launched itself forward, mouth wide open, hungry to chomp down. In response, Ananta decided to get fancy. He formed a fireball between his hands and unleashed about a dozen blazing projectiles, filling the air with unquenchable flames, an alternate version of the blazing baldachin. To counter his flames, the blob monster opened its mouth and formed another quasar attack. It was the same technique used to vaporize half of Ananta's body just a moment ago. The blazing baldachin and the dark quasar collided midway, two powerful forces clashing. Lightning. The resulting explosion was naturally nuclear. It looked like the blob monster came out worse in the exchange as the sea of fire enveloped its surroundings. And in that sea of fire came surfing a blazing dragon, hunting for that juicy last hit. As a last-ditch effort to defend itself, the blob formed countless solid spikes with its amorphous body and hardened up. Keeping it simple, Ananta clawed his way through the enemy's seemingly impenetrable defense. He clenched his fist, annoyed to see yet another victim of the wings cowering in fear. Ananta ran in with his fist cocked for a haymaker. How long, he asked the blob of the Alicorn, will the will of the incarnate continue to hold on to such an unsightly life? Our boy is really giving this blob guy the smoke and fire combo special. The flames got so unbearable at some point that the remaining flesh and blood melted off the creature. To make sure they actually scored this crucial kill, Nadia tapped in with her roots and grabbed Alicorn's remains in midair. Unlike the sacredness incarnate, someone on this battlefield follows through with her words. Queen Loga's energy climbed up to the heavens and pierced through the dark clouds. She's demonstrating that she did not get this far through luck. In her name, Lugartha Innerjar, Queen of Valkyria, she commanded her old friend to finally rest in peace. With tears trickling down her cheeks, the queen brought down the blade that extended past heaven down to earth. When her attack concluded, the sky split open, letting sunlight in after years of darkness. Her strike breathed new life into the dead continent, but it came at the cost of ending an old friend's life. The remnants of Alicorn's soul looked up to the sky, awakened by the sunlight he had long forgotten. He remembered lazy days spent with the princess in the castle. Until the very end, he had hoped to protect her from this cruel world. But now he must scatter forever. She might not have seen it, but Queen Lagartha definitely felt her old friend's final smile. With the skies torn open and the blob monster defeated, it bid its final farewell. The queen had tears streaming down her face, tears of grief and iron will. Seeing the light pierce through the clouds, Ananta undid his wildfire dragon transformation, with Ruby suspiciously perched on top of his head. Now that they'd gotten rid of the evil deity plaguing the lands, Ananta turned to question his little pet about that insane power he had just received. Queen Lagartha kneeled before the remains of Alicorn, the incomplete branch that Gyo used to tear a kingdom down. She stayed there, sending her silent prayer. Nydia approached the queen, offering her condolences. But to mourn is nothing new for a queen like Lagartha. She has suffered loss more than most people. Be that as it may, she simply has no time to stop and weep for every life lost. She might have wrapped up her fight, but her soldiers are still out there, giving their best to slaughter the fallen sky serpent. Just as they always say, Levitane must keep marching forward so that the deaths of their comrades are not in vain. Up in the tower, the two commanders also did their job and captured the old slithering worm. Right now, Lupin is giving the old snake a beating and a scolding for all the needless casualties he directly caused. You know, Lupa values her comrades above everything else. She urged Ian to not even dare think of a peaceful death. As a response, the old cult goo just laughed at her aggression, provoked by such a mocking reaction. She almost punched his head off right then and there. She asserted that it would have been better if Lupa had just died in the scenario he had prepared specifically for her. Before the feisty commander could totally lose control, Lord Owl called her to attention. His eyes scanned the land and saw something inconceivable. He knew for sure that the war was not over yet. Directly under the pillar of sunlight was a man. It was as if the heavens themselves were providing the spotlight for him. That's a plus 1,000 aura right there. His steps were unhurried, solid, and decisive. His body exuded stability and raw power. This was Conquest incarnate. Gayan, an enemy from the direction of the capital, had joined the fray. Ananta and every soldier on the field couldn't help but unconsciously crane their necks to look at the uninvited visitor. From afar, he closed the distance in less than the blink of an eye. Owl, who was confident in his own speed, felt a deep-rooted fear for the man as soon as he saw him move. As it turned out, he wasn't only fast, he was pretty damn overpowered too. He ran as though walls didn't exist and made a giant hole piercing through the tower. Force Foundation. This man is like a bullet in human form, but only a lot more destructive. While Gayan was showing off his godlike physical prowess, an enormous fist came to greet his face on the way. Gayan didn't even flinch. It looked like he wasn't impressed when the punch landed on his face. Ananta timed Gayan's run perfectly and set up a powerful punch that would have evaporated any normal opponent in one tap. The young man recalled his conversation with Owl about Goyo's elite warriors, the Sephiroth. They essentially serve as guardians and executives of Goyo's will. They are the 10 most powerful beings bestowed with the power of a branch. At the top are the wing's most powerful weapons, and at the bottom of the totem pole are their assistants. Since they've already defeated the assistant, Ace and the boss must have come out to play. Now, if Gayan is at that level, it's safe to assume that he's as formidable as Beharin, the lapdog who dog-walked Anantha back in Carpies. Gayan ate the punch like G. He stood straight without even a wrinkle on his armor. Furthermore, Ananta just made things easier by coming for him directly. The one-eyed freak of nature only cares about fighting strong foes. His hobby is slaughtering strong enemies. The black dragon roaring in front of him is as prime a candidate as one can get. While Ananta roars like a wild animal, Gayan remains stoic and composed. As a way to feel out each other's capabilities, the two monsters engaged in an all-out brawl in the middle of the field. Each of their attacks was so fast that they appeared invisible to the naked eye. Halfway through the fistfight, both combatants realized something insane about their respective opponents. Anat was shocked, and Gahan's interest was piqued. Each of Ananta's ferocious punches didn't even leave a dent in Gahan's abnormally tough body. Now, Gahan was landing his punches. The problem, however, was that the Black Dragon's regeneration was ridiculously fast and almost impossible to keep up with. So finally, Gahan pulled the trigger, distributing his overflowing power into his fist. He performed a hard-hitting Pangolin Mountain annihilation that nearly made a hole through Ananta's stomach. Feeling like he might need another boost, Ananta called on Ruby to lend him strength again. For the second time, the battlefield witnessed Ananta's fire, Dragon Transformation. He opened his scorching maw and concentrated his firepower to the utmost extent while tracking his target. Gahan must have felt a little threatened, he thought, his poker face cracking just a little bit. The Queen, Nadia, and everybody else could immediately tell that this fight was above their pay grade. They had to rely on and put their trust in their not-so-secret weapon. Ananta released the flamethrower, forcing Gahan to raise his arms in defense. This fight had broken the scale. It had gone beyond the level of incarnate. The fire dragon increased the power, adding more thrust to the fire's onslaught. As a result, Gahan could feel his arm guards cracking under the heat, pressure, and force. It seemed like an endless smattering of flames against an enemy who did nothing but defend. Speaking of defense, Nadia was forced to erect an imbristle shield to protect the queen and herself from becoming collateral damage. Everyone held their breaths as they tried to make sense of the billowing black smoke that the flamethrower produced. Anant stood still with annoyance. He felt it faster than anyone else. His enemy, a tenacious beast, was still alive and kicking. All the attack had done was burn Gahan's clothes off. Exposing his Givichet body and tattoos for everyone to see, Gahan stood confidently. Just what in the world is this guy's body made of? Someone whispered. On his back was the sigil of the Wings Incarnate. The stoic, poker-faced expression of Conquest Incarnate had vanished. After deeming Ananta a worthy opponent, a twisted, demonic grin painted Gahan's face. He was itching to conquer yet another formidable foe. After expending Ruby's entire load on the enemy and barely causing any damage, Ruby disengaged, drained of energy. Ananta praised her for her good work. Stand back, he said, without Ruby's help. This is now an all-out one-on-one duel with everything on the line. With a worthy warrior before him, Gahan's body began to stretch and expand unnaturally. His skin cracked open, revealing brown scales beneath. If you haven't gotten the hint yet, Gahan was an incarnate in the form of a pangolin beast. He would not declare victory until his victim lay under his heel. Ananta, on the other hand, adopted a cool-headed approach. He ceased overthinking his position and situation. Bracing himself for impact, he focused all his resolve on the enemy before him. The young dragon believes that this state of mind will bring him the inevitable victory, but he immediately faced a reality check as soon as he got within punching range of the pangolin. With the transformation, the two beasts were roughly the same size. With sheer strength, Gahan managed to overpower and toss him back to where he came from. The damage was minimal, but the loss in the straight-up contest of strength must sting. While he was regaining his footing, Anant watched as Gahan's body contorted and bent unnaturally. With his scales turned up for maximum piercing damage, Gahan rushed in with the pangolin meteor smash. The monstrosities collided. It was time for Anant's turn to be on the defensive now. Unfortunately, his body wasn't built as sturdily as a pangolin's. Nevertheless, what he lacked in defense, he made up for with immortal-level regeneration and the ability to relentlessly attack openings. Unluckily for him, Gahan was a defensive specialist. He saw that counter coming a mile away and responded appropriately. He swung at Anant, and his big dragon chin almost got dislocated if his dodge had been just a few inches off. After that masterful dodge, he promptly answered back with a tail swipe to the face, breaking the pangolin's stability for a second. Ananta immediately rained down punches and claw attacks. By his final strike, his punches felt wholly ineffective. He hadn't even made a mark on the ridiculously sturdy scales. Seemingly done giving him free hits, Gahan grabbed the black dragon's arm. Like trash, he tossed the N away, sending him flying. The black dragon eventually found himself in the remains of the tower, buried among the rubble. Watching from afar, Queen Wagertha thought of the defining characteristic stick that she had seen on Ananta. When it comes to combat, he makes full use of his immortality. His curse lends him transcendental power that shouldn't be possible for a human. He's also granted the mental fortitude to ignore wounds and even death. Nothing can scare him. It is this nature that gives him his insane fighting spirit and untamed tenacity, but it also incentivizes his self-destructive combat style. Meanwhile, his opponent's defining characteristic is his indestructible defense, an armor that can't be penetrated by the raw power of Ananta's curse alone. While the queen was thinking of doing something herself, Nadia approached her with an idea. In Nadia's hand was the incomplete branch that brought about the fall of Valkia. Ananta dug and climbed his way out of the rubble, causing the ruins to further crumble. Gahan was steadily closing in on his position, looking like a walking, impenetrable fortress. Nevertheless, Ananta refused to give up. He believed that even the strongest iron walls had their weakness. Since he was ejected into the tower, Ananta had also encountered commanders Lupa and Owl. The two were still in the process of holding the old snake down as a prisoner. Lupa was particularly surprised to see Ananta still alive and kicking, considering they already had the old snake miserably gasping for breath. Maybe it's better if he's not taken prisoner, Lupa thought. Maybe it's better if Ananta beckons his curse and gets some casual mid-fight snacks. Releasing the overwhelming presence of the dark dragon, the blind faith incarnate felt a level of fear he'd never thought possible. He screamed his lungs out for help, hoping that Ganon would bail him out instead of just standing by to watch as he got devoured. But alas, his boss could not care less if he lived or died. So, death by predation it was. As soon as Ananta swallowed Im whole, he felt the fragmented branch inside his body reconnect and shine. The effects of absorbing a whole branch of the world tree quickly presented themselves. Ananta's eyes flashed a bright green color. His jaw unhinged and rumbled as a long reptilian tongue spawned inside his mouth. His back protruded and wriggled as they took shape. Instead of wings, the protrusions took the form of snakes. You do remember that he can absorb the abilities of devoured enemies, right? Lord Owl asked, impressed. This was his first time witnessing the power of an apex predator. Even Gayan, who chose to stand by and watch Ananta power up, was impressed, calling his jump in power remarkable. As we've established, this guy is your typical fight fiend, always looking for the next hit. Now that Ananta has taken A's power, he is an even more compelling opponent. Gayan curled his body into a ball and rolled around at breakneck speeds. This is Pangolin's Titan Wheel. Ananta braced himself and buried most of his back snakes into the ground. The buried snakes emerged a few feet away from his position, launching a surprise attack. Sadly, a mere back snake was not enough to stop the rolling pangolin's frightening momentum. While Gahan was being disrupted, Ananta wrapped his snakes around Lord Owl and Commander Lupa. He then transported the two to the other side of the field so they could take the remaining survivors and get out. As for the spiky ball of death rolling toward him, Ananta needed to find a way to deal with it, and fast. Without much time to brainstorm, he went with the reliable approach of using his raw strength to stop an outright killing blow. He even used his snout in an attempt to slow the pangolin's spin. Gahan had enough of his pointless amateur tactics and uncurled his ball. He clenched his fist, attempting to bring this fight back to fisticuffs. No matter how much he wanted to make the dragon kneel before him, Ananta was too tough a cookie to break. Formulating techniques on the fly, Ananta resurfaced his underground snakes, letting them join the action. Using each one as a crowd control resource, Ananta utilized the stalwart serpents to bind Gahan's arms and legs in place. This was the cost of letting yourself get distracted in the middle of a fight. Feeling cocky, Ananta lectured the conquest incarnate, never commit the gravest blunder of all, letting your eyes stray from your foes in a battle to the death. Oddly enough, Anna's floating figure reminded him of the one chosen by the heavens. Seeing a reminder of a foul memory, the pangolin crushed the smattering of snakes trying to tie him down. Oblivious to the change in his opponent's emotions, Ananta charged in with claws ready. "Gahan!" he shouted, opening his eyes wide, making sure to track the range and trajectory of the attack, but it was too fast for him. Ananta landed a bloody blow on the Conquest Incarnate's scarred eye. The pain and severe damage made Gahan reminisce about the good old days. He remembered being an ordinary abomination with a simple hunger for a worthy opponent. Throughout his birthland, no one could stand against his power. He was starting to believe that he was at the apex, that he wouldn't ever find a foe good enough to be a challenge. That was until a hulking beast of a man came to find him. Cayman, the ruined incarnate and the former second seat of Sephiroth, arrived after hearing rumors of an abomination causing a stir in the area. Before the big croc could explain the reason for his visit, the feisty pangolin charged at him with hostility. Looking at him like a fool, Cayman raised and clenched his fist. Ready to meet the hostility with force, the attack landed squarely on the abomination's head. The force of mountain annihilation is the real deal. It sent the bloodthirsty pangolin crashing into a nearby rock formation. Cayman panicked and scratched his head. His orders were to bring the abomination back alive, and he thought he'd already messed that up. Upon hearing a guttural sound that made him freeze, the big croc knew that it was not over yet. Far from it. Gahan crawled out of the mess and debrided, unscathed. Instead of fear and pain, the sensation he felt was joy. He looked at Cayman with a playful laugh and grin, while the big croc gritted his teeth. Knowing damn well that this wouldn't be an ordinary mission, Cayman's flesh and bones cracked and expanded, revealing the real beast within. If the little rat wanted a real fight he would get. After 3 days of non-stop combat, the Wings incarnate himself had to crack open a dimensional door to check things out. He thought Cayman was just shirking his duties as usual, but he was dead wrong. The second seat of his most powerful force lay bloodied and beaten in front of an unfamiliar face. Duyo could not have imagined such a turnout. It was extremely impressive. This little abomination had stolen the branch out of Cayman's body, yet the process of absorption did not leave a single scratch on him. Gahan turned to the uninvited audience and asked, "Are you the notorious Great Wings?" Referring to him as a brother, Ghoul asked, "What is your name?" Gahan nonchalantly introduced himself. Giva was not surprised to hear that the man who had defeated his second seat had been named by the heavens. Suddenly, the assumed deceased came back to life and opened his eyes. He bared his massive maw and pounced on Gahan's back. Without missing a beat, the renewed monster turned around and used Cayman's technique, mountain annihilation, to decimate the croc's throat. While blood and flesh rained from the impact, Gahan admitted Cayman was the first worthy opponent I have ever faced in my life. It only fueled the purpose the heavens had given him. He had chosen to defeat the most powerful warriors with his own strength. He would pursue this path as the ultimate incarnate of conquest. His tenacity and power had made a deep impression on Guyo. But if that was his life's mission, then the ultimate challenge was already before him. Guyo, the Wings Incarnate, is the undisputed strongest of this era. Only one can be elected by the heavens. Seeing the indomitable wings and feeling the unfathomable power, Gahan grinned at the thought of finally facing the strongest being. His human form contorted, stretched, and cracked until the fearsome pangolin returned to face the final boss. The adversary he must defeat was in front of him, and he wouldn't let the chance slip by. Yuno pointed at the Conquest Incarnate and cast, "Let there be hope." Magic circles surrounded Gahan in the blink of an eye. From the circles came ropes made of the purest light, completely restricting his movement. Gahan trembled and resisted the restriction with all of his might. Yuno descended from his high ground, faced the monster, and urged him to admit defeat and serve under the wings. He promised to show Gahan the new horizon of the world that would unfold with the calling of the heavens, whatever that might mean. But Gahan was not the type to surrender. There had never been a warrior defeated without a single wound. As long as he breathed, he was not defeated. Guyo understood and resorted to a more drastic measure. He intended to engrave defeat upon such an arrogant monster's body. Aiming at one of Gahan's eyes, he cast "Let there be light." In an instant, the Conquest Incarnate's eyeball was reduced to a bloody mist. He wailed in agony as his vision vanished. Gu calmly urged him to etch the wound into his soul, for he would certainly grow into a great sapling in the future. Using a finger clad in light, Wu slashed the empty eye socket. He was banking on Gahan's desire to conquer the wings to reach the edges of the world. This is what fighting Ananta reminded him of. Back to the present, Ananta moved wearily. He noticed something the moment they began fighting. Gahan had been avoiding getting hit on his scarred eye. Ananta was 100% certain that this habit pointed to a weakness. He wasn't wrong. He wanted to capitalize on the discovery, but what he saw made him freeze. Gahan entered a zen state. His scar, the reminder of his defeat, blood. The queen and all the people around the battlefield could not take their eyes off the Conquest Incarnate. Gahan's body grew as he transformed. Even the air surrounding him exuded sharpness as he threatened to slaughter the man before him. To this day, his soul cries out from the wound that has been permanently etched into his soul. For his pride was his supreme defense, his invincibility. Finally, the Conquest Incarnate shows the true power of his branch. This power that Ananta had dishonored shall be used to end him. After this side quest, Gahan intends to challenge the wings once more. It's incredibly rare, but Gahan had finally found another worthy opponent with the same goal as him. They both wish to take on the Great Wings. In his final form, he's going all in for the slaughter. There could only be one challenger standing at the World Summit. Ananta does not give a flying about Gahan's lofty ideals. Gahan is being a bit about his eye scar. In his mind, only a coward walks into a fight without the resolve to be torn into pieces. That cowardice makes him nothing but a stepping stone to the wings. Moreover, Ananta has the strongest resolve to kill Guyo. With that in mind, he attacked with his protruding snakes. Unfortunately, those snakes were akin to flimsy worms against Gahan's sharpness. In his final form, his absolute defense is paired with supreme offense. Seeing the window to charge in, Ananta charged. He managed to close the gap and entered his kill range easily. But just when he was about to chomp on Gahan, Ananta's face was sliced in half. His whole upper body was dissected as blood and gore rained down. In case you forgot, our boy is immortal. As his fatal wound healed in the blink of an eye, poison stingers spawned on his back. From mid-range, he sent the poison stingers raining down. Unfortunately, they did not do nearly enough damage. As a matter of fact, they just scraped Gahan's impenetrable armor. Even though his sneak attack attempt was futile, and his face was still split in half, Ananta ferociously gave it another go. He tried piercing the armor with his claws, but it was wholly ineffective. Ananta was beginning to think that doing any semblance of damage was hopeless in his current form. If that was the case, he just had to squeeze out every bit of power inside him. Seeing him perform an unknown maneuver, Gahan charged forward to go on the offensive. He attacked with both of his sharp arm blades, but Ananta's shifting form rumbled and effectively tanked the hit. Gahan was taken by surprise. Surprisingly, Ananta's body shot into the skies with impressive speed. He ditched his first snake form and assumed the shape and body of the sky serpent. Quetzalcoatl lay on the ground. Gahan was forced to endure a toxic explosion. This is a battle between the conqueror and the predator. As the physical incarnation of conquest, Gahan had defeated countless opponents. He did so by overcoming each of their techniques. He could see that Ananta had also thrown himself into countless battles before. Instead of conquest, Ananta aimed to consume the flesh and blood of his enemies. Two such entities cannot coexist in this world, for they are one and the same. Both fighters were thinking the same thing. Whoever survives this fight will deserve to take on the heavens. While the big dogs squabbled, the Levitane soldiers evacuated to safety. Commander Lupa and Owl led the efforts to drag the injured away from the fight. The Queen oversaw the rescue of all the survivors. Their only enemy left was the trickiest one of them all. Nadia, on the other hand, was doing her own thing. Focusing on nature's voice, she felt the answer to their problem. The branch within her resonated with Alicorn's branch. While it's true that the branch is a source of great power, capable of forcing unprecedented evolution, failing to handle all that power leads to catastrophic consequences. Although Alicorn had long since lost his form to instability, the branch he left still had plenty of power left. If Nadia could draw that power out, they could change the tides of war one last time. She came upon the idea of making a powerful spear that could pierce an impenetrable shield. Alicorn's branch swirled as it slowly merged with Nadia's staff. Guided by the remnants of the sacred incarnate, the ultimate weapon took shape. The flash of light surprised the queen. Nadia succeeded. With the help of the sacred incarnate's will, the branch took on the form of Unicorn's horn as a spearhead. With that, Idris Andrasta was born. The flash of energy from a distance distracted Gayan for a split second. That was enough for Ananta to capitalize and trap the conquest incarnate in a death trap using his tail. Gayan laughed at his efforts to perish together. But Ananta was the last person to fear death. Even if his body were torn to shreds, he'd just come back stronger. Nadia loaded up the spear, aiming at the constricted Gayan. With all of her strength, Nadia launched an absolute heater of a throw. Gayan saw the light emanating from the spear, felt it near his head, and for the first time in a long time, he felt threatened. Despite his massive frame, the Conquest Incarnate moved with startling speed and agility, slipping past the spear. As a result, Ananta was struck, his upper body dissolving the moment the weapon landed. At that very instant, Nadia realized she had made a grave mistake. Gayan mocked her, ridiculing the blunder that had seemingly ruined their only hope of victory. What a shame, he sneered. I thought I had finally found a worthy opponent, one who could push me to unleash my full strength. And yet, that opponent fell because of a foolish mistake from his own ally. Such a pitiful end, unworthy of a warrior, no better than an insect. Even then, Gayan failed to comprehend the truth. His foe was immortal. Ananta's body slowly began to reform. With the Alicorn's branch at its core, he shaped a new vessel, preserving the horn as a tribute to the sacred incarnate. His new draconic form radiated a fearsome aura of power reborn. Before the Conquest Incarnate could recover, Ananta unleashed his horn in a direct strike. This time, he pierced straight into the scarred eye socket, and the battlefield shook with violent tremors. Yet even as the ground rumbled, Ananta remembered vividly the earlier moment when he had been struck down by an overwhelmingly broken ability. So he wanted Hiva to try too. Like a heavenly body at the end of its lifespan, he summoned a black hole in the middle of the battlefield with Quasar. As one might expect, the aftermath of the fight was ridiculously massive. As it turns out, Gayan's absolute defense was not so absolute after all. Tanking a black hole at point-blank range completely incapacitated him. He lay broken, pondering the fate of the defeated. He believed that he would vanish along with his wounds. Gayan conceded victory is solely for Ananta, even with an L to his name. Gayan still had the energy to laugh at his situation. The young man asked him what was so funny, given that he was about to die without realizing his dreams. But at these last moments, he had been on land, and he was pleased. He had gotten to meet an undying spark of an unfathomable curse, one that would certainly grow into a raging flame. Gayan believed that one day that flame would be strong enough to consume even the Great Wings. All he had to do was accept and become a part of the curse. Then he too would have a hand in Gaio's demise. So he urged the young man to devour him with a glad heart, seeing as this crazy bastard wanted to be eaten. Ananta summoned his curse to grant his wish. In his final words, Gahan gave his farewell and left a threat. They would see each other in hell. Finally, the battle between Vengeance and Conquest Incarnates had concluded. The Predator trumped the Conqueror. After the fight, Ananta found himself deep inside his subconscious mind. Today had been wildly exhausting. Bro just took down 2 Sephiroth members in one mission. He did not have the energy to deal with Azidakasbi, but he might not have a choice. The evil incarnate called him a foolish mortal, but praised him for finally gaining a morsel of true power after years of pitiful struggle. Azigaka had come by to remind him of their promise. Ananta intended to honor their agreement. The curse of the Black Dragon was simply a tool for exacting his revenge. As long as he could end Guo's life, he would gladly offer his own as collateral. All the dragon inside him had to do was wait patiently and keep sending all that futile resentment as fuel. Satisfied with his conviction, Azigaka vanished, reminding the young man that he was living on borrowed time. Ananta finally opened his eyes. He stood up and felt a presence watching him from behind. When he turned around, the presence had walked out of the tent. Oddly enough, he felt an unusual warmth in his chest. Outside, he saw glints of fire as the remnants of the Levitane army gathered the fallen from the war. With everyone solemnly gathered, Queen Lagertha authorized the lighting of the pyre. Large flames roared as the fallen were reduced to ashes. The gazes of those who lived never wavered. Commander Lupa cried in frustration, while Commander Owl felt angry at himself. Nadia looked to the side and saw Ananta emerging from the tent. He immediately asked her how long he had been out. Surprisingly, he had only been knocked out for half a day. After treating the wounded, they were now holding a joint funeral for the fallen. Unfortunately, less than half of the soldiers survived the mission. After such a hard-fought battle, even that was miraculous enough. Victory would not have been possible without their sacrifice and Ananta's Herculean efforts. Speaking of which, Nadia could now see just how much Ananta's power and curse had grown. In his present state, she reckoned that not even the strongest incarnates could match him. She saw Ruby Crudge on the ground. Ananta dismissed Nadia as he had more urgent business to attend to. He looked into the eyes of the fire lizard that had accompanied him from the start. A slight smile formed on his lips. After the events earlier, it seemed like they had some talking to do. Meanwhile, at Sephiroth's pantheon, a tall and domineering woman made her entrance. Her steps were poised, carrying immense power. With blue hair, a bewitching figure, and a terrifying aura, she was the first seed of Sephiroth, the Abyss incarnate, Levitane. Inside the galactic headquarters, Baharan and Ziz were already waiting. Levitane demanded that Yugo's lapdog call everyone to convene an emergency meeting. She wanted to know what the hell was happening. A few moments later, the fifth seed of Sephiroth, a huge, imposing bear, entered carrying a giant block of eyes and some tragic news. That bear then turned into a child holding an ice hammer. Frost incarnate Ewer informed everyone that Gain had fallen in battle against a contemptible foe. Hearing such unexpected news, Sephiroth's fourth seed arrived. She crawled in with her countless centipede legs, slowly taking the form of a woman. She called Gain a foolish warmonger, who did nothing but cause Lord Gyo to worry. But the Lord must not worry anymore, for Kishu Olga, the madness incarnate, shall guard him with her life to the very end. The newest addition to the team, Ziz, the lighting incarnate, doesn't really give a damn. Behind, he made a scene, punching the air and shattering the fabric of space to shut everybody up. In that shattered space came the all-seeing eye of their lord. Gaio's voice echoed, filling Sephiroth's seats with anticipation. He promised that with one heart they shall mourn their fallen brother appropriately. This heart-rending grief can only be cleansed with the blood of their enemies. Gyo had finally shown his true colors. They shall prepare a requiem to console Gaion's soul, and they shall start with Levitane's precious hideout. Back in the Farsa continent, Lupa approached Nadia to inquire about where Ananta was. She told her where he went, and Lupa asked if he said anything else after waking up. Hearing that Ananta didn't even mention her made Lupa bummed out a little. Now that our boy and his loyal companion are alone, he started reminiscing about the painful past. In his lowest moments, the red lizard stayed by his side and mourned his sister with him. Ruby was there as he trembled and vowed to rip Gaio's heart out with his two hands and present that cursed thing before Ashta's grave. When they walked far enough from the camp, Ananta opened up to Ruby about that agonizing day, the day that everyone in his village died. He wanted so badly to believe that it wasn't his fault, because if he had not, he would have lost his mind right then and there. Since he was just a boy, his heart had been filled with rage for the Wings incarnate. Aside from rage, he tried his hardest to kill all other emotions. His desire for revenge was the only thing keeping him going. If he felt everything that came from that fateful day, he would not have been able to go on living. Hearing him bare his soul, Ruby's body stretched and morphed. It's pretty much common knowledge that Ananta hates Gyo more than anyone. That hate extends to all incarnates in this world. For years, he's been fighting to understand why it had to be her kind-hearted sister who died instead of him. From Gyudio of Azidaka, he firmly believed that every incarnate out there was the same. His whole life revolved around exacting revenge on those disgusting monsters who bring destruction to everything around them with their selfish desires. In the fight earlier, Ananta suspected that Ruby was one of them. She's also an incarnate. The little red-haired girl knew him better than anyone. She knew how deep his hatred goes. Ruby cried her eyes out as she repeatedly apologized for hiding such a secret. She only hid her real identity in fear of being hated by the person she had grown closest with. Upon hearing the truth, Ananta seemed oddly calm and at peace. Earlier, when Alicorn's branch was absorbed into his body, something else entered his mind. Aside from the near-infinite power that remodeled his form, he also relived Alicorn's memories, at least what was left of them. They were fond memories that the sacred incarnate held onto, even after losing his mind. Ananta slowly stepped closer to Ruby as he admitted that he had been chained to the past for far too long. He met her eyes and wiped her tears away. Ruby had always been by his side through hell and back. For that, he is truly grateful and remorseful. He was so deep into his own mess that he forgot he was with family the whole time. Hearing Ananta call her family made Ruby bawl her eyes out even harder. In her human form, she could finally give him the embrace of family that he had long since forgotten. Ananta's gaze softened, and they hugged her back. The stronger the incarnate, the clearer the emotions held in its branch. In Alicorn's branch lingered sorrow, remorse, and fond memories of the young queen. In Gaian's, there was nothing but an endless lust for war and conquest. A real sicko. Ananta could not help but think of how similar they are. They are two apples from the same angry tree. They are both wailing beasts consumed by vengeance and slaughter, monsters that only long to fill the gaping hole in their hearts. Sensing his thoughts, Ruby innocently caressed his face with her little hand. She didn't want Ananta to be sad anymore. The young man stood up and held Ruby's hand. He wants her to wait and see until the moment he can finally avenge Ashta. When the fight is over, they can go visit her together. Back in the base camp, the blaze had died and the fallen soldiers had been reduced to ash. Whitefoot and Blackfoot approached Queen Logritha with uncharacteristically serious expressions. Whitefoot, she began, apologizes for intruding, but she came bearing urgent news. Some soldiers found it disrespectful and insolent that Whitefoot would interrupt the funeral of their fallen comrades. But she needed to deliver updates concerning Levitane's stronghold. While her ability allows her to teleport to the safest place near a selected destination, she can also ascertain the level of danger at any given location. Blackfoot jested that her sister was such a big coward that her power manifested in this way. Queen Logritha had no time for foolishness. She demanded to know what kind of danger threatened her people. You see, Whitefoot continued, my ability can gauge safety based on whether someone like me, a helpless little bunny, would be in mortal danger. Based on the danger levels I'm sensing, it is highly likely that Levitane's stronghold is under the threat of invasion. As another war looms closer, let's do some lore dumping, shall we? Long, long ago, when nothing yet existed in the universe, a great shock changed the very nature of reality. Space and time expanded, followed by the creation of expansive worlds. This cosmic event eventually gave birth to 6 beings. The master of blessings and life, the divine god. The master of curses and death, the demonic god. The master of miracles and laws, the goddess of magic. The master of cyclicality and harmony, the god of incantation. The master of war and struggle, the warrior god. And finally, the master of creation and destruction, the machine god. Together, they were the 6 gods of absolute authority, holding the reins of reality. In time, these beings blessed a little blue planet with all manner of life. At least, that's the story passed down from one generation to another. These 6 gods decided they needed prophets to live among their creations. So they bestowed 5 mystics with treasures containing godly powers. They eventually became known as the first incarnates. One of the kids, intently listening to their grandma, asked, why were there only 5 incarnates in the story, when we were taught that there were 6 first incarnates? Grandma smiled and explained, unlike the other gods, one god did not bestow a treasure to any mystic. The machine god took an unconventional route. He created his own proxy by hand to live amongst mortals. The machine god constructed a perfect being that resembled humans and came to be known as the machine incarnate. As everyone was aware, the first incarnate found lands to dwell in and settled down. They lived for eons as companions to the people. But this long-lasting peace was shattered when the Wings incarnate came into the picture. He stole the treasure of the gods and slaughtered the first incarnate one by one. He killed everyone that dared to stand in his way, which brings them to the present. Under Queen Logtha's leadership, Levitane is preparing to defeat the evil Wings incarnate once and for all. A little girl worriedly asked, Grandma, what if something happens to the queen while she is away fighting? A big burly man entered the room and assured the kids that they had nothing to worry about. Seeing Lord Bernard enter made the kids go crazy with excitement. The gentle giant smiled and assured the children the queen incarnate and the soldiers are mighty warriors. They could defeat 100 foes each. He promised our leader will return safely from the expedition, no matter how dangerous it may be. But like as always, the big guy apologized, sorry for intruding in the middle of story time. A little boy pointed at Recklet. Everyone knows that the little girl is an incarnate too. He was curious if she'd be a powerful warrior as well. Amused, Lord Bernard confirmed that she may very well become a greater incarnate than him once she discovered her power. Validated by his words, Recklet stood proud, her big ears flaring up. Some of the children were also curious as to how a child can become an incarnate. Grandma took this one. She explained that incarnates also marry and have children. Their powers are usually passed on to their young. It is likely that Rat had inherited powers from her parents. Upon hearing a kid wish that he had been born as Lord Bernard's son, to become an incarnate himself, the big man was taken aback. The rest of the kids wished they had been born as children of different high-ranking Levitane incarnates. Lord Bernard left the room with complicated feelings. In the stronghold's watchtower, the guard leaned close to the window as he saw something moving outside in the middle of a downpour. As soon as it became clear what was coming, he frantically rang the bell to warn everyone. The warning could only mean one thing: a foreign invasion is afoot. Lord Bernard felt a chill crawl down his spine, worry painted on his face. Speaking of chill, the area around the stronghold had been turned into a sea of ice. After surrounding the area with cold, thick spikes, the culprit mockingly laughed. They had finally found the elusive entrance to the fortress. The front incarnate, Yor, was already looking forward to a satisfying invasion to avenge a fallen comrade. He then called the 10th seat of Sephiroth, Manancy, to follow up his opening move. Onslaught incarnate Manancy, the giant mammoth, awaited his senior's command. The soldiers of Levitane, the ones who weren't even strong enough to join the Farsa continent raid, turned to Lord Bernard for direction. Big man right here was totally unprepared. Without the queen and her elite forces, they were practically defenseless against hostile attacks. Or raised his ice hammer and pounded the ground to summon a snowstorm. Even more ice coated the mountains, freezing everything as far as the eye could see. The frost inevitably reached the stronghold itself, forming an icy path toward the gates. With a perfect ramp, it was time for many the mammoth to go crazy, as big and bulky as he is. And Nancy moved surprisingly fast for a giant ancient elephant. His steps boomed and shook the ground as he forced his way into the entrance. Knowing what was to come, Lord Bernard hurriedly passed down the order to his men to prepare for impact. Manny's momentum did not stop at the sight of a closed gate. He kept going at full speed and collided with the stronghold's entrance. The giant mammoth broke the only thing keeping invaders out of the hidden stronghold. Instead of rushing and rampaging inside Levitane without any sort of contest, Manancy was sent flying back outside. Was surprised as he lifted his head to look at the fortress gate. Standing before him was the second commander of Levitane, Breakthrough Incarnate, Tarkin. Tarkin stared the bear kid down, expressing his will to defend the stronghold. Seeing a worthy opponent crawl out of the rat's nest, Yor grinned. He berated the disgraceful many for charging towards an enemy only to back down. When asked if he wanted to tap out and let Yor handle the problem, Many protested with his fist. Ditching his mammoth form, the Onslaught Incarnate assumed a humanoid form. True to his, he vowed to charge forth and continue his onslaught. He firmly believed that a mere unknown incarnate's power could not stop his charge. As an answer, Many amplified his strength multiple times, eager to reduce Terran to mince meat. On the watchtower, Lord Bernhard watched the commotion. He knew that Many was gravely mistaken if he wanted to have a contest of raw strength against Terran. The mammoth landed a solid punch on Terran's body, but the burly warrior did not even flinch. He just glanced straight ahead, striking fear into the humanoid elephant. You see, Khan has no special powers, Lord Bernhard thought. He is simply a fighting spirit in physical form. Many had to learn that in the most painful way possible. Oru's cocky smile was wiped away at the sight of an incarnate favored by the warrior god. In terms of raw strength and combat power, Terran was the undisputed most powerful commander of Levitane. Jumping down from the watchtower, Lord Bernhard finally joined the fray. With Many's corpse lying on the side, the two Gigachads discussed how they would tackle the threat of invasion. Bernhard recognized Yr's hammer. It was the sacred relic of the people who had protected the Northern Ice Rage for generations. It is Bernhard's duty to defeat the Frost Incarnate right here and right now. The frigid Northern Ice Rage is a unique place. Despite the extremely harsh weather conditions, it was paradise for many. Humans and incarnates lived in harmony for generations. They were safe from war or invasions. One day, a stranger came to this paradise and changed all that. A warrior who had gained renown for his impressive exploits on countless battlefields. Bernhard, the Courage Incarnate. The strange warrior freaked people out. The idea of war was completely foreign to them. But one person took pity on the warrior and welcomed him to paradise with open arms. That person was the adorable Tuska, the Snow Incarnate. Bernhard, who at that time knew nothing but war and strife, felt something change inside him. Aimlessly drifting into the frigid paradise, he was saved by her kindness. It was only a matter of time before the two fell in love. He was widely accepted by the community. They got married and their love bore fruit. They were supposed to live happily ever after, or so they thought they would. Their child turned into an abomin. This child was told later that his parents considered killing him out of worry that he would have to live a lonely life as an outcast. But a savior appeared to rescue him from such a grim fate. Of course, it's this guide, the Great Wings Incarnate, Wail. Lord Bernhard had long since come to terms with his foolishness back then. At that time, he was deceived by Guo's claim that he could save the boy with the help of a branch. Bernhard had no idea what tragedy it would bring about. It has been a few years since that event. Finally, father and son had been reunited as soldiers and invaders. As for the bare skin that Yer loved wearing as a hat, it would be more fitting to call her mother. Hearing and seeing the boy flaunt the remains of his dead wife, Bernhard charged forth with anger. With a halberd in hand, he moved with killing intent. Bor easily read his movements and dodged to the side. If there's one thing that could break Lord Bernhard's kind demeanor, it's insults hurled at his late wife. With unbridled ferocity, he swung and swung, only for his attacks to get swatted away like it was nothing. Yer is starting to get disappointed at his dad's weak-ass attacks. If this is all there is to Bernhard, then the title of Courage Incarnate is entirely undeserved. With one final attack, Yer intercepted the halberd with his hammer and froze the blade in an instant with the snowstorm. The boy followed the attack by knocking his old man down with the piercing wind. Lord Bernhard braced himself and tried his hardest to resist. War was born an abomination, but he was able to grow strong, thanks to inheriting his parents' powers. Turan wanted to interfere, but Bernhard urged him not to meddle. He swore upon everything that he would not fall until this battle was finished. Aurora clapped back, realizing that fighting the man with the horns would be more fun than beating his helpless father down. Still, they came here for a mission, and they would get it done. Inside the stronghold, corpses of guards posted near the entrance littered the ground. Civilians ran in panic, screaming for help. But in the eyes of the invader who infiltrated Levitane, they are simply lambs to slaughter. The ninth seed of Sephiroth, Calamity Incarnate Mantia, used her sharp bug blades and relished the carnage. No amount of pleading could save the citizens. Now, aside from Mantia, there is also the eighth seed of Sepharo, and Silence incarnates Arachna, a half-spider, half-nun monstrosity that can low-key get it. Leading them was none other than the fourth seed of Sephiroth, Magnus Incarnate Kishu Olga. With every kill, her belly became fuller and fuller. It was about time to make a bigger splash and paint the entire stronghold with the color of sweet pomegranate. Levitane soldiers tried their best to evacuate the citizens, unease filling the room. Through the underground bridge, they were headed to the safety shelter in the deepest part of the fortress. Godmother took charge of making sure no child was left behind. As everyone single-mindedly walked to safety, little Racklet noticed the ceiling slowly collapsing. A giant centipede finally broke through from above. With her were Mantia and Arachna, eager to munch on some more innocent blood. 3 bugs landed on the bridge, leaving no way out for the evacuees. The giant centipede's mouth cracked and stretched as Kishu's deplorable body emerged. She looked at the civilians with a crazed smile. Outside, Yer was having fun taunting his father by revealing his plan to cause chaos and divert the calm fighters' attention away from the civilians. The kid bashed the ground with his hammer once more. His snowstorm formed a massive wall of ice, caging Bernhard inside. With Terron and the Courage Incarnate cut off from helping the citizens of Levitane, the two were forced to face off against Yurei. Inside the Crystal Palace, the only way out was to defeat the Front Incarnate. Tarkin brandished his spiked club and struck the ice walls, but it was no use. The Crystal Palace was the snowstorm's most powerful barrier after all. You intended to make this land the venue for Gehan's Requiem. They had come with the intent of leaving no survivors. Seeing you turn into his incarnate form, Bernhard could not help but think of his deceased wife Tuska. He questioned if this monstrous bear, wearing the pelt of his mother, was truly the fruit of their blessed union. Like a madman, Yer charged forward, laughing with glee. Bernhard froze, and Tarkin picked up the slack. His club hit the bear right in the snout, making Yer falter. Ori could sense that the breakthrough incarnate wanted to defeat him as quickly as possible, but that was easier said than done. He held the power of a branch, amplified by an inheritance from 2 powerful incarnates. A man blessed by the warrior gods simply can't bridge that gap in strength. They expect to protect everyone, yet they can't even break through the Crystal Palace. Terran finally had enough of the taunting. His horns flared up as he drew the unstoppable power inside his body. Seeing and sensing such a fearsome aura made the bear flinch. War subconsciously jumped back into safety, and his yapping stopped. Lord Bernhard also assumed his brown bear form. Upon hearing his father's war cry, Yer felt an unfamiliar emotion, fear. The momentary pause of fear left him open to getting clawed in the face. The damage was minimal. He jumped further back and shrugged it off. A bull that can break through anything and a bear with all the courage in the world. This is the power of the second and first commanders of Levitane, Tarkin and Bernhard. Back inside, some of the civilians successfully entered the Seiki Center and shut the door tightly. Mantia and Arachna were trying to grow frustrated as they failed to breach the gate time and time again. They were taking so long that Kishu had to step in. She called her subordinates useless for having trouble opening a freaking door. She then assigned them to take care of the remaining nuisances left behind. Kishu feared that if she saw more useless warriors, she might just lose it and feast. The bugs gave way to their boss. Inside, the remaining survivors helplessly prayed for salvation. Kishu addressed the last ones left in this useless fortress. She made sure that they heard the death throes of the soldiers being slaughtered in their futile attempt to save those who remained. With a gentle touch, Kishu slowly melted a hole right through the gate. She peeked inside and asked the survivors, "Did you really think a simple gate was enough to protect your lives? If I really wanted to, I could slaughter every single one of you in the blink of an eye," Kishu continued. "But I am willing to give you pitiful people one final chance at salvation." She pointed at the children and demanded, "Sacrifice their little hearts, and I'll spare the rest of you." Desperate and on the brink of madness, some of the survivors began seriously considering the offer. The kids fearfully clung to their godmother. Thankfully, the old woman snapped everyone out of their disgusting thoughts. She warned, "Do not be seduced by the words of a monster." Godmother refused to let the vile centipede beast harm a single hair of Levitane's children. Annoyed, Kishu clicked her tongue. She sighed and corroded the gate even further. Seeing as her brutal games were not working, the madness incarnate grew tired of playing. Through the hole she made in the gate, she pumped the safety center full of corrosive goo with the intent of wiping everyone out in an instant. Godmother did not hesitate to use her body to shield the kids from certain death, but before the corrosive substance could reach the survivors, a yellow goose stopped it in its tracks. The kids couldn't believe it. The little rat, Raglet, broke away from the group and stopped the corrosion with cheese. Kishu looked at the little incarnate and smiled. This made things a little more interesting for her. The madness incarnate pondered if the kid's power awakened under the threat of dying, or maybe she evolved in order to save the people she cares for. Either way, the setup was way too delicious for Kishu's twisted palate. Such desperation from a little fledgling was making her tingle. Kishu's face split open as she took on a more fitting form with life in hand. It took every bit of Recklet's willpower not to pass out in fear. As much as she cares for Godmother and the rest, Kishu insists that she also cares for someone. That someone is the most precious person in all of existence. Even at this moment, her mind is full of thoughts of his beautiful face. Kishu's ultimate goal is to ensure that nothing but thoughts of her also occupy that person's mind. This disgusting bug has deluded herself into thinking that everything she's doing is in service of her love for the wings incarnate. Seeing her grotesque centipede form, little Recklet tumbled and trembled in terror. The little girl started sobbing, unable to even look at the enemy in front of her. Kishu was deeply disappointed here. She thought she might have found an interesting young fledgling. Extending her disgusting blue tongue, her whip-like appendage went straight for the kill. With a stab, blood painted the floors, but the blood did not belong to the little incarnate. Once again, the godmother used her body to protect the little girl. She gladly offered up her life just to make sure the next generation was safe. Irritated, Kishu threw the old lady's body like garbage. She doesn't like it when hags ruin her fun. She grabbed Godmother's head, crushed it, and corroded the skin, flesh, and bones with her corrosive goo, seeking revenge for the melodrama. Everybody watched as their elder was reduced to a pile of unrecognizable slime. Kishu redirected her attention to the rest of the helpless citizens, but much to her surprise, the little incarnate retrieved her tiny knife and stood back up. It looks like Kishu's viciousness has awakened an evil deity in the form of little Recklet, Kishu thought. Filled with hate for the bug, Recklet judged her, deciding she would become molten. In the blink of an eye, 6 limbs were cut clean off of Kishu's body. She didn't even get a chance to react. When her limbs fell to the floor, Kishu finally felt the searing pain of her stubs burning. Mantia and Arachna heard their boss wailing in agony and worried. Recklet continued moving like an absolute badass, her knife morphing into stretchy molten cheese that could cut through anything. This time, Kishu was a little more wary of the little rat. She sprayed more of that corrosive goop, determined to decompose the rampaging little rat. But using the same tricks wasn't going to cut it, seeing her attack being neutralized. Kishu started yapping about grinding the little girl up alive and drinking her remains. Worried, Kishu's bug subordinates joined up. Like the worst boss ever, she called them worthless scum and ordered them around to help her. It would have been a deeply unfair 3 versus 1 against a little kid if not for a familiar wooden hammer construct arriving just in time to bludgeon the giant centipede. Taken by surprise, Kishu was sent flying back to the bridge. Before Mantia and Arachana could figure out what was going on, Queen Logtha and Commander Owl came in swinging their blades. The commander took on the Calamity incarnate, while the queen targeted the Silence incarnate. Thankfully, Whitefoot moved fast enough to create a teleportation hub back to Levitane's safety center. After knocking Kishu Olga away, Nadia held Recklet tightly in a sympathetic embrace. She could feel how terrified the child must have been. Nadia assured the little incarnate that she would not let anyone hurt her again. All she asked was for Recklet to return to her true self before she succumbed to being an evil deity. Thankfully, the sincerity of nature's incarnate was enough to pull Recklet out of a dark place, back to being just a scared little girl. She sobbed nonstop. Her friends cried along with her. She might have awakened a terrifying power strong enough to woo the fourth seed of Sephiroth, but she's just an innocent child. After making sure the survivors were safe, Nadia stepped onto the bridge where the action was heating up. Her wooden construct stretched and formed into shape. Kishu Olga regained consciousness and angrily protested, like a child who could not get her way. Reports said the fortress was supposed to be vulnerable, so she was confused as to where the main force of Levitane came from. Nothing mattered anymore. Throwing caution to the wind, Kishu threatened to skin everybody alive and scatter their innards everywhere. Nadia calmly stepped forward, her unwavering gaze fixed on the deplorable bug running her mouth. She looked around and saw corpses corroded to death, mercilessly cut in half. The monster behind all these atrocious acts stood before her. Standing by her brutality, Kishu sinisterly asked what Nadia was going to do about it. Nadia actually thanked her for being so absolutely wicked, because now she had no reason whatsoever to hold back for the first time in a while. Nadia beckoned the evil god's power inside her. I for Nunos. Kishu could not help but feel a familiar aura emanating from Nadia. It was the same sensation that she had felt with that rat child, a deep malaise that only evil deities are capable of exuding. Maybe it was hatred. Maybe it was something else. Either way, the centipede was not fond of it. Regenerating her severed limbs, she readied herself to erase that look from Nadia's eyes. After melting her eyeballs from their sockets, Kishu won't have to endure the gaze anymore. Before she could get closer to attack, the malice of an evil deity froze the bug in place. Since Nadia had lost the memories of her past, she could not remember all the lives she had taken. Kishu finally figured out another instance when she had felt what she was feeling right now. The oppressive presence and force of absolute dominance were possessed only by those at the top of the food chain. Nadia demanded to know the insect's name so that she may remember her after death. Outside, the three-way battle of 2 bears and 1 bull continued. The impeccable teamwork of 11 commanders was slowly pushing you into a corner, while Tark led both offense and defense. Bernhard constantly pokes and prods to land fatal blows. Yuve is still confident in his ability to win, but getting swept in the due's momentum is not the best course of action. He refuses to let the likes of these two tarnish his rising fame. Using the relic of the northern region, Yu underwent another transformation. Spikes of ice surrounded his body as he merged with his weapon. Using ice caps, he launched a flurry of spikes with a sleet storm. Terran blocked the attack with his spike clubs, and the collision instantly froze his weapons. He was momentarily distracted by the alarming spread, leaving an opening for Yer to exploit. With titanic force, the Frost Incarnate bludgeoned the bull's body. Seeing this development, Bernhard charged in to alleviate the pressure on his comrade. He tried to tear his son's flesh with his fangs, but failed. Oris taking the approach of defeating the weaker opponent first the key to his victory. In contrast to his ideals, Bernhard believes that the key to victory is to never give up. His fangs continue to dig deep into Yer's hand. While he appreciates the lesson, Yer wants to end his old man with one last attack. He was so focused on executing his plan to get rid of the weaker foe that he did not notice Terran coming from behind. With frozen limbs, the bull held the young bear in a frozen chokehold. Right outside the Crystal Palace, someone flared up with draconic flames. Yu arrogantly refused to believe that such meaningless resistance would make a difference in this lopsided war. But when he felt his ice melt and the temperature rise, he instantly knew he was cooked. From afar, a concentrated beam of fire swallowed the young bear. The resulting explosion rendered the Crystal Palace's defense useless. Confused, Bernhard looked at the origin of the attack. Ananta had arrived. In usual Ananta fashion, he insulted the two commanders for struggling against such a piss-weak opponent. Alongside him was the worried Lupa. The commanders congregated on the icy ground, but this was not the time for questions or reunions. It looked like Yer managed to survive the attack by encasing himself with ice caps. The young cub was insulted that his enemies would dare stand around and engage in idle chatter in his presence. Finally showing his true strength, he fully merged with his hammer. Cladding himself with a menacing frost armor, Ananta calmly walked towards the frost-armored bear. Bernhard warned him that going up against the 5th seed of Sephiroth would not be as easy as he thought. Ananta did not bother to respond. Lupek assured old Bernhard that there was nothing to worry about. That dragon is much more powerful than anyone could possibly fathom. Still yapping with supreme arrogance, Yuri was not impressed with Ananta's appearance. If there's one thing our boy hates, it is enemies that do nothing but battle with their thumbs or move with unprecedented speed. His ice claws aimed to rip the black dragon's flesh. His attack did not even make contact. After defeating Sephiroth's 2nd seat, he became more powerful than ever. Feeling a familiarly oppressive power, Yuri finally recognized what he was up against. Using Gehan's power as a catalyst for a new spiky form, the Vengeance Incarnate was hungry for another kill. Consumed by rage, Yuri attacked with his fist once more. The kid hasn't learned his lesson yet, so what better way to demonstrate the gap between them than meeting a fist with a fist? Ananta unleashed mountain annihilation with a stronger intensity than Gayan could ever produce. One exchange sent Year flying, crashing into the walls of his very own crystal palace. His front armor and bear transformation were undone. On the brink of defeat, the front incarnate remembered Beheron's reminder to call when he's in danger. Gaio's lapdog vowed to appear before him in times of crisis. That time of crisis is near, and it looks like Beheron is staying true to his word. The fabric of space shattered, exposing the cosmic domain. Lord Bernhard and Ananta were awfully familiar with such a sight. The shattering of space was indicative of Beheron's arrival. Finally, the guardian of the wings, Gaio's right hand and mightiest spear, had arrived. Back inside, Kishu Olga was laughing maniacally at the sight of the reinforcements falling short of suppressing her underlings. Queen Lagartha had been completely neutralized by the Silence Incarnate. Surprisingly, the reason for their collapse was Commander Owl switching sides and attacking Nadia, stabbing her from behind and driving a blade into her heart. Let's turn the clock back a little to when Kishu and Nadia collided. Refusing to be looked down upon, the human centipede pushed her powers to the limit. A cloud of corrosive fog exploded out of her body. Don't ask me which hole it came from. This distracted her insect subordinates for a second. Knowing what was coming, the mantis and the spider scattered away like their lives depended on it. The queen ordered Owl to step back as she formed a light force field with Fragrak. Finally, Kishu Olga had shown her full power. Alongside her terrifying final form, the waves of her poison threatened to make everyone in the vicinity struggle and die. Surprisingly, Nadia was unaffected by the smog. She hurled the threat right back at her. Her Kishu shot poison needles, and Nadia manipulated them back to where they came from. The needles dug into Kishu's flesh, frustrating her to no end. If her corrosive poison had no effect against nature incarnate, then she just turned the fight into a close combat struggle to slice Nadia apart with her blades. As soon as she got into Nadia's effective range, she trapped her inside what could only be described as an infinite Tsukiyomi. Kishu found herself alone in the middle of an endless dark expanse. In there, the evil deity Andresil Chernunas welcomed her with a cold dare. The thing's face split open, motioning to devour Kishu. The mental strike took shape in reality when Nadia cleaved the giant centipede in two, severing the body of the incarnation of madness. On the verge of collapse, Kishu struggled for breath. Indignant and unwilling to accept defeat in such a place, she could hardly comprehend what had just happened. All Nadia did was stand before her, and the next moment, everything was over. Even Queen Lugarth was astonished to witness the true innate power Nadia possessed. It was then that Owl made his move. He declared that the battle was already decided. Calmly, he stepped behind Nadia, and suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her back. In a shocking twist, Commander Owl failed to restrain his own power and accidentally struck his ally. Even Kishu was stunned, while the queen reeled from the betrayal. Mantia seized the opening and unleashed a storm of air blades. Arachna followed up by slipping behind Queen Lugarth and striking her with a potent paralyzing dart. Thus, Nadia lay wounded, the queen was captured, and Owl revealed himself as a traitor. Kishu could not hold back a laugh at the absurdity of the situation. When the queen demanded an explanation, Owl simply bowed his head and whispered an apology. He assured her that his actions would ultimately make sense and it was something that she'd eventually come to understand. She refused to believe that her comrade would team up with the enemy, considering the enmity he held toward the Wings Incarnate. That was precisely how he deceived everyone. The queen possessed an eye that could see through the true essence of an opponent. The anger he held for Gyo was not a lie. It was as real as it could be. Manchia was getting tired of the yapping, so she shut the queen up with her foot. Owl suggested that to easily subdue the remaining troops, it would be best to handle the queen without ending her life. For now, they had to wrap up the situation on this cursed bridge. Kishu recalled Gyo mentioning a spy in Levitane, but she was still not happy taking orders from some traitor. Owl wouldn't have intervened if he could help it. Now that they had lost the Conquest Incarnate and a powerful branch, he was forced to reveal his hand just to stave another Sephiroth member. But Owl made a crucial mistake. He simply underestimated Nadia. He was certain his blade had pierced through her heart. Her standing back up made no sense at all. Using her all-seeing eye, Queen Lagritha could see a phantom of death slowly waking inside Nadia's body. The roots and branches, once filled with vitality, turned into sprawling constructs devoid of life. Owl grabbed and carried the incapacitated Kishu as the death roots chased after him. Racklet, the child that Owl had grown fond of, screamed his name. He simply looked at her for a second and averted his gaze. For the first time in a while, he opened his wings. In doing so, fleeing from the scene became easier than ever. Recklet watched as the commander owl she thought she knew flew away. Man, Aya, and Arachna were left to fend for themselves while the queen remained paralyzed on the ground. Nadia's death roots took hold of the bugs, restricting their movements. Once caught, the malicious power of the roots seeped onto their skin, taking over their bodies. Using the bugs as catalysts, the death roots amalgamated until they formed Nadia's evil deity body. As soon as she took form, Gaio's voice boomed from a rift in space. "Let there be light," he called, and his destructive spell beamed down from the heavens. It burrowed deep into the underground tunnels of Levitane and eventually took shape in front of Nadia. Guido had finally shown himself. Deep within Nadia's subconscious, Guo greeted her warmly. Surprisingly, he referred to her as his sibling. Finally, he could now easily access Nadia's inner self. To open the horizon of this world, he needed two things: the blossoming of branches nourished by the owner's desires and a vivid imaginary world that sought to change the very fabric of reality. The world Nadia dreamed of was dazzling and beautiful, a place without a single speck of imperfection. Guo invited her to lead the change in this rotten world side by side, not as nature's incarnate, but as Cernunnos, the incarnation of magic. With Cernunnos awake, Nadia's consciousness stirred. She found herself on the beach of a blood-red sea. The last thing she remembered was fighting against that hateful centipede. Then, her heart was pierced by a painful betrayal. She could still feel the wound in her chest. So how was she still alive? To answer her question, her own voice answered, "From the beginning, you were never truly dead or alive." Cernunnos and Nadia finally met, two personalities living inside one body. The incarnation of magic reckoned that Nadia had subconsciously brought her out with no hesitation, and didn't even notice that her heart had stopped beating. She used to be controlled by a quartz crow that manipulated the dead like puppets. It must have been due to the artificial pulsation caused by the power of branches. Cernunnos had been waiting and watching for a very long time. Right now, she's finally getting the face-to-face she so dearly wanted. As long as Nadia takes the lead, she will always be just a shadow suppressed in the deepest recesses of the consciousness. Nadia refused to believe a single word coming out of Cernunnos' mouth, so she bared the truth and introduced herself as the world's first evil god. Her story started in the primordial past during the Age of Myths. A spiritual beast granted with the title of incarnation of sorcery was bestowed a human form. The great forest of the West, overflowing with the grace of nature. The Druids, the indigenous people of the forest, accepted him as a prophet. They revered him wholeheartedly. In time, the incarnation became known by the name He Who Has Horns and Wealth. The man, the myth, the legend, Cernunnos, a mortal being who, despite his ephemeral nature, he sought beauty through cycles and harmony. He prayed for eternal peace with every living being. He lived with his noble ethos, not knowing that it was just a vain dream. Ethnicity, culture, faith, every aspect of humanity became fragmented during the age of violence and conquest. They craved flesh and blood in a world where killing and being killed were the norm. The six incarnations, meant to represent the original gods, serve as terrifying punishers at times. In many cases, they protected humanity as strict arbiters. Sometimes they didn't. One day, a spark of a massive invasion, which came without warning, engulfed the great forest. The warmongering invaders wore golden armor. Leading this great army of heroes was none other than the warrior incarnate, Leoga. The forest tribes untied their strength and confronted the wave of invaders. To protect his precious people, Cernunnos fought with desperation and vigor. Eventually, he found himself the last man standing in his camp. Wounds and injuries covered every inch of his body. Before claiming complete and utter victory over the one chosen by the supreme god, Leo vowed to engrave Cernunnos' death into his heart. He had never been so angry before. Loka, the warrior known as the Honorable Lion King, had committed such a horrific massacre for seemingly no good reason at all. The gruff warrior incarnate had no intention of asking for forgiveness, but for the sake of a greater cause, he was willing to bear the stigma of being a mass murderer. You see, his eyes had been opened with a prophecy. At that time, Luna, also known as the incarnation of magic with the power to foresee the future, saw all life on the land annihilated with the emergence of unprecedented horrors. After that vision, Luna lost her life and had her divine oracle stolen from her. Leoga theorized that it must be the work of the other six incarnations. Hearing that this man slaughtered his family and innocent lives merely because of a shaky prophecy made Cernunnos see. But the warrior incarnate was too far gone. He feared that his people would become the next victims of the prophecy. Being the brute that he was, he found it better to take the lives of his enemies before they could take his. The Honorable Lion King didn't look so honorable anymore as he demanded the return of the stolen divine oracle. He used to be of great incarnation, one who respected the weight of every life with dignity. It's a mystery how he developed a malicious desire to kill. At the sight of the hateful lion, consumed by burning anger and howling, the figure of Cernunnos, incarnation of sorcery, had vanished. After a hard-fought battle against an entire army led by Leoga, Cernunnos survived as the last man standing. Spirit beasts granted human forms became incarnations. If so, what would you call incarnations who have been taken over by malice akin to humans? Befitting of their power and insanity, the term evil god seemed appropriate. Gyo was there. When the term was coined, he even held Leoga's golden tooth in his hand. With little to no power to resist, Chernunos asked if Gyo was the one mentioned in the prophecy. After two incarnations had fought a battle to the death, the incarnation of Wings swooped in to finish the job and kill the victor. At that time, Chernunos could already sense that having abandoned the meaning of cycles and harmony, it was only a matter of time before he would be consumed by malice, losing all reason. With a regretful sigh, he snapped his sprawling horn and freely handed it to Gaio. Chernunos was willing to surrender his divine treasure on one condition. That was the fateful day when he made a contract with the Wings incarnate. The terms were simple. If Gaio succeeded in collecting all the divine treasures, Chernunos wanted to be granted a branch of his own. He wanted to open the horizon of the world to overlay the land with a surreal realm. In doing so, they would return to the beautiful primordial world devoid of suffering, the one they had once loved. If there's one thing he did not expect, it was Nadia's existence. A fragment of consciousness emerged to quell his unreasonable malice. Right now, they were two sides of the same coin sharing the same mind and realm. Nadia was another version of Chernunos. That explained why she had been having the same bizarre dream over and over. A dream of running away from an unknown monster dwelling in her subconscious. She had been deathly afraid of Chernunos until now, but she also sensed that the monster in her dreams held a deeply excruciating sadness. Chernunos wanted to change the world so badly that he even borrowed the power of the branches. Nadia understood more than anyone else the regret of being powerless and failing to protect those she cared about. If she really came from him, then she also bears the responsibility of carrying that heavy burden. Therefore, she vowed to stand against his malice and protect what must be protected. Chernunos looked at her like a clueless little puppy, but encouraged Nadia to enforce her will freely. But she had to keep in mind that the roadblock in front of her was one of the most powerful incarnations in history. Back in the real world, the sturdy walls of the Crystal Palace had started collapsing upon the defeat of the Front Incarnate, prompting everyone inside to evacuate. Bane as the palace shattered and lost its structure before landing on its ruins. Ananta faced the man who once trashed him with renewed focus and strength. The lapdog bragged that there had never been a thing his fist could not crush. Opening another spatial rift, he sent Yer back to their base camp. The two fighters were ready for their rematch. Ananta was starting to feel uneasy about facing Beharan. He felt as though this man was looking down on him, as if he was above even the heavens. Seeing a person who wasn't even a real threat just a few weeks ago become so powerful, rivaling a true dragon in such a short span of time, was quite jarring. As if required procedure, Beharan demanded to know his opponent's name. Ananta gladly reintroduced himself as the descendant of the Black Dragon and the survivor who will devour every evil god in the world, the man who will ultimately bring the end upon the Wings incarnate. Long ago, Beharan used to ask so many questions. Why was he born into this world? Why was he so different from everyone else? And why did he possess the power of destruction that obliterates space itself? Gyo was the one who pointed him to look at his fist for the answer to everything. He explained that divine power is simply the manifestation of one's subconscious desires. Birds break eggs to be born, and for Gyo, the world is nothing but an egg to break. So if Bein wants to find out the reason for his existence, he must first destroy the world obstructing his will. Gyo promised to guide him to a satisfying answer, and from that moment, Bein became the strongest spear to protect the Great Wings, and he shall be known henceforth as the incarnation of destruction. Bein punched the space in front of him, summoning the evil sword of calamity through the true fist of justice. Ananta braced himself for impact. The force behind Baron's attack moved through his body like a raging freight train. Lupa, Ruby, and Bernhard watched the attack, their concern for Ananta's safety growing. Behind, Ananta kept his eyes open and saw that his strike hadn't done as much damage as he had expected. Standing firm, he did not move, but instead began reforming his body. The thought of destroying everything consumed his mind. Behind was taken aback. A mere mortal had countered his strongest spear. Ananta responded by donning the strongest shield, freshly piled from Ahan and adapted to his preference. A black dragon, offering both absolute defense and lethal offense. Since Beharan had gotten his one free attack, it was now Ananta's turn to test his new weapon. His blade collided with the lapdog's armed guard. Though the strike failed to inflict meaningful damage, it forced Beharan to slide back, taking the brunt of the blow. We take those. The armed guard was practically ruined, a permanent gash from Ananta's blade etched into its surface. The sight of their comrade overpowering the right hand of the final boss was exhilarating. Thankfully, Tarkin and Bernhard snapped Lupa out of her trance, asking, "Where is the queen?" Lupet assured them that Queen Lagartha was safe inside the fortress with Owl and Nadia. As if on cue, Gaio's light pierced through the roof of the fortress. Digging deep down to the underground bridge, they saw Owl with his wings in full display, flying out of the fortress with something or someone in tow. The remaining commanders watched as their comrades entered the shattered space, accessible only to Gaio's people. Sensing the betrayal, the burly commanders hurried back inside the stronghold to find their queen. Ever so useless, Lupa just stood there, continuing to watch the fight, like she had paid for ringside tickets. Snapping out of her uselessness, she urged Ruby, "Lend me enough power to help Ananta." The battle on the Crystal Palace ruins had devolved into an all-out melee brawl where anything went. With fists, claws, and blades, Ananta used everything in his arsenal to beat Baharan without mercy. After devouring the Conquest Incarnate, even the Destruction Incarnate had to admit that the jump in physical strength was massive. Answering with an attack of his own, Baharan sent the Black Dragon sliding back a few feet. That earned him a few seconds to catch his breath. Bihan knew what Gaian's true power was more than anyone in the world. That man had an iron-blooded body that could not be hurt, let alone destroyed. A battle between spears and shields to decide who's the strongest is as straightforward as it is contradictory. From mid-range, Ananta tried something new. He stabbed his blade deep into the ground and summoned black spikes hurtling towards his foe. In response, Bihan accumulated ludicrous amounts of energy into his fist and punched out to intercept the spikes. At first glance, it seemed like the collision ended in another time. That was until Bihan felt a faint rumbling coming directly beneath him. Ananta used the smoke as cover to dig into the ground and set a vicious attack from below. Bihan responded in the nick of time, but that might not be enough. Ananta urged this cocky alien bastard to remember his name well, the name of the man who would end the lapdog's miserable life. He performed a cross-chop that completely shattered Baharan's defensive equipment into 1,000 pieces. With the enemy's defenses reduced to nothing, Ananta felt another branch of Mistleton calling out to him. It seemed like getting own-upped was not Bihan's favorite thing. With a sinister look, the fool exploded with a power akin to a nuclear bomb. Back on the far continent, Whitefoot decided to stay after opening the portal that everyone went through, using her ability down the rabbit hole. This technique was supposed to be a last resort in case she and her sister found themselves in a pinch. At the cost of permanently losing power, she could teleport to up to 2 locations without a distance limit for an emergency escape. Each rabbit hole could only accommodate 3 people at most. Opening 2, she only managed to send 6 people back to defend Levitane. The Farsa raid team had no choice but to choose 6 elites to stave their home. Queen Lagartha chose the 2 entry points, the entrance and the deepest shelter. In addition to protecting the people, they had to also secure an escape route out of the fortress. As we know, the Queen, Owl, and Nadia were assigned as the inner attack group. They were supposed to repel enemies that had infiltrated the fortress and treat the wounded. The external team consisted of Ananta and Lupa for maximum firepower. Much to everyone's surprise, Queen Lagartha also elected Ruby to be their third. She explained that the enemies had invested major force to break through the entrance. With that in mind, Ruby's power will be needed in the ultimate battle. The rest will stay in Farsa to rest and nurse the injured. It's going to be a tough fight, and it must go in with a united goal in mind. Upon sending them back to the fortress, Whitefoot could not help but worry. Blackfoot noticed that her sister's magic pocket watch had shattered, making recovery impossible. But it doesn't matter, Whitefoot thought. On the contrary, she was very satisfied with the results that exceeded her expectations. In a series of unbelievably fierce battles, she watched Ananta gain powers beyond her wildest dreams. "It's about time for us to go back to our big sister," Whitefoot murmured. "Wait, there's a third one." With a twisted look on her face, Whitefoot delighted at the day when they could reach the moon. The Queen's arrow saw the rabbit sisters speaking and confronted them about their ulterior motives. Whitefoot was not expecting an elementalist to listen in on their conversation through the wind. The rest of the army looked upset, given that they couldn't be by their queen's side and they didn't know what was happening in her home. But they respected the queen's decision, trusting her sound judgment. Any elementalist worth their salt could see that Ruby was definitely a divine beast, a being that is both a spirit and a mystical creature melded into one physical form. The power of the gods that shape the world does not have a specific form, but over long periods of time establishes its own identity, becoming a spirit. A spirit that creates its own body becomes a spirit beast. And beings reborn from a divine beast to an incarnation are said to have potential comparable to the first 6 incarnations. With Ruby's help, Lupa just reached that level. Ananta was surprised to see that Ruby could fuse with other people too. The resulting form was different than his. Stripped down his blazer and pants, Baharan emanated blazing power from his skin. Lupa positioned herself ahead of Ananta, telling him to provide support. She pushed Ruby's power to the limit, burning bright. As a result, Lupa wanted nothing more than to turn Bihar into ashes. With enhanced speed, she charged at the strongest spear like a horizontal meteor. Her blazing claws swiped and made contact with Bihar's skin, leaving an unextinguishable burning gash on his arm. Going back for seconds, Lupa doubled down with another attack aimed at the same spot. Seeing as Bihar had no answer for her speed and power, Lupa went crazy. She sliced, diced, burned, and cooked 100 times in the span of a single second. It was her first time fusing with Ruby, and she was already naming new moves like Crimson Flame Imprint. You see, among absolute gods, divine beasts born from demonic gods are given a separate title. And as far as every recorded history is concerned, there is only one such monster existing in this world. Best blue flame blaze grew and spun toward the heavens. He reminded himself that he was the final protector, the Wings incarnate. He was the one and only demon beast in existence. Please respect Baharin's name. Lupa and Ananta kept their distance from the blue flames, wondering if Guyo's lapdog was finally showing his full power. Ananta asked Baharin a scathing question. Why a warrior of Bihar's caliber would willingly follow a deplorable man like Guyo? Well, even Baharin had forgotten his reason, as it had been such a long time. Nevertheless, if Ananta really wanted to find the answer, he would have to survive and look beyond the fist that has the power to destroy everything. As usual, even with multiple power-ups in play, Ananta just wants to see who will kill who first. Bihan's blazing fist versus Ananta's indestructible blade. Whoever wins shall be closer to their goal. The incarnation of vengeance against the incarnation of destruction. Who are you betting on? From a distance, a blinding bright light lit up the skies. It was a sign that the final pieces for the world's horizon had all been gathered. Before a victor could be declared in the much-awaited rematch, Yuiwa showed his annoying ass face to spoil the fun. It was time for them to return home to their pantheon. From afar, Lupa saw the Wings incarnate carrying Nadia in his arms. Given the missing eyeball and the fact that she was willingly flying with Guyo, it was plain to see who was currently in control of Nadia's body. Still, Shardunis was feeling some instability. Even the incarnation of magic was finding it a bit difficult to suppress Nadia's strong willpower. But soon, even her fragile heart would be broken and blended within. This was the second time Lupa had seen an ally flying with someone they should not be flying with today. Ananta could clearly see Nadia's face, yet she felt like a completely different person. Of course, he blamed Guyo for pulling another trick to make this happen, but it did not matter now that Eiji Dahaka had sniffed his mortal enemy once more. It's time for Ananta to give way and fulfill the contract he signed with his soul, he thought. He must surrender to the anger that would consume everything. Outside of his control, his body painfully contorted and reformed into the image of the Black Dragon. With a guttural wail, the aura surrounding Ananta dwarfed even that of a demon beast. From above, Chirdinos recognized Eiji Dahaka's aura. Guyo explained that it was just a fool who surrendered everything to his obsession with petty revenge. To be honest, Guyo never thought that the kid he left alive after massacring an entire tribe would become such a nuisance. He summoned 6 orbs of light as he taunted Ananta. The kid is dreaming of achieving the impossible, he said. He won't be beaten, even if the whole world turns upside down. Guyo launched the orbs of light and cast, "Let there be radiance." Ananta ate the brunt of the attack as Baharin watched from the sidelines. To the demon beast's surprise, Ananta managed to exist. The black dragon's tail swiped away, narrowly missing Baharin. He emerged from the smoke. Ajihaka had taken over once again. For the 3rd time in a row, the evil incarnate was facing the Wings incarnate. Inside En's mind, the progenitor of his curse urged him to surrender to the anger and wail. But the young man refused to give in so easily, stopping the overgrown lizard from running his mouth so carelessly. While it's true that his anger was rising from his whole body to the top of his head, right now, all he could think of was killing Azidaka himself. Finally, the black dragon showed her human form, and the evil incarnate we'd been hating on was not a he, but a fine ass she. She found it quite amusing to see a fledgling who once crawled meekly in fear, acting so boldly now. The land that Ananta had formed inside his mind was barren and desolate. It was nothing but a dead wasteland. It was fitting for a master with a mental realm forged by the desire to burn the whole world. He was threatening the black dragon when he should have been baring his fangs at the real enemy outside. Conjuring a magical fire queen, Azidaka gave Ananta the full viewing experience of how she took over the physical world. Ananta in the material reality is currently consumed by the curse, succumbing to a state of rampage upon seeing his mortal enemy. He couldn't help it. His whole life had revolved around killing Yuyo. After all, he can still remember the day they met, the day he thought he had finally found someone who understood. But what he remembers most vividly is the betrayal that came soon after. The sight of Ashta's burning corpse, her charred flesh and dried-up frame, her constant presence in his nightmares, fueling his very purpose in life. Ananta demanded to get back in control and fight. Azigaka deemed such a thing impossible, but he was no longer asking. He was demanding. The Black Dragon reckoned that the young man had become so intoxicated by the power of the curse, growing arrogant and forgetting his place. With nothing but an empty shell of power, the Black Dragon rampaging outside was merely a cheap imitation. She believes that the day when his teeth can finally reach the incarnation of wings will never come. Courage without power is nothing but baseless arrogance. There is nothing more unsightly than the bravado of the weak. And a roar. If he can't defeat the wings, even if he uses everything in his arsenal, then how can he even achieve his revenge? Azidaka's simple advice is for him to rise above being weak. The power of her rampaging divine ability, a malevolent god's force, still resides within his body. That power can transform an ordinary human body into a devourer, one that truly embodies the incarnation of revenge. If he can unlock that power, he will be a being with a body rivaling a deity, capable of unleashing demonic power at will. He will be no different than an abomination, just like the creatures empowered by branches made from divine treasures, with a catalyst of evolution capable of turning abominations into divine incarnations. Eiji Dakat is willing to renegotiate their contract if he's willing to fully accept the branch and be reborn as a true incarnation. When that day comes, she will take on a new body and escape this conceptual world. With the help of the branch and the curse of the evil spirit, she will regain her original power and take revenge on Ananta's behalf. Her deal sounded sweet on paper, and her bewitching charm was irresistible. Ananta willingly accepts the terms, but he's resolved to kill Yuyo with his own hands. He won't hand the satisfaction over to anyone. He yelled at the Black Dragon to execute the contract right then and there. As long as he can achieve his life's goal, he'll gladly sacrifice his body. While Ananta's hand gripped her throat, the Black Dragon accepted the revisions, eager to see the young man struggle as much as he could. From now on, the clouds of death and disaster will lead him. Regaining control of the Black Dragon's body, Ananta opened his maw, coalescing a destructive attack aimed at the Great Wings. Like a one-trick pony, Yoyo preemptively responded with, "Let there be light, draconic flames versus angelic beam. Who will win?" It looks like a Dragon Ball fight in this bee. Chernunos felt a little awkward being a burden, so she decided to join and help Gyuto out. She jumped away from his grasp, free-falling into the dragon's den. Ananta tried to attack with his claws, but was quickly stifled by death roots when she cast Nitona. With the Black Dragon held in place, Gyuto launched another one of his favorite attacks. Seeing how seamlessly Chernunas move, it looks like the physical assimilation is going on smoothly. She returned the compliment by praising his formidable destructive power, strong enough to make even a dragon tremble. Though a simple wave of his hand would have sufficed, he sometimes preferred to strike from beyond reach. Upon regenerating his head, the Black Dragon spoke, swearing to lay a curse upon Yuyo. A massive beam of purple light erupted from an unknown source. Within the strange, hollow shell of flesh, Lupa wandered restlessly, calling out for Ananta. At her side was Ruby, deeply worried for the only family she had left. Eventually, it reached a fleshy core. Inside, the silhouette of a man could be seen. There was no mistaking it. Ananta's physical body was trapped within the dragon's heart. After another fierce exchange, the upper half of the Black Dragon's head was once again obliterated. Yuyo, on the other hand, suffered burns across one of his wings. He cursed the ancient remnant for invoking a mighty spell, only to leave his pristine white wings merely singed. The incarnate of wings grew weary of contending with the undying Black Dragon, so he summoned his loyal beast to end the battle. With a meteoric strike, the demon beast forced the headless dragon to stagger and fall to its knees. Nearly breaking its back, the impact shook the dragon's body, knocking Lupa and Ruby out of balance. Surprisingly, it also caused Ananta's body to fly out of the core. Seeing his bloodied, cursed form, Ruby shrieked with worry. Ruby promised to protect him again and again. She will be there every time he collapses from exhaustion. Her desire to protect him manifested in a warm and gentle flame, and she embraced the unconscious Ananta. Steadily, he started regaining strength and control of his muscles. Churnos took a good look at the Black Dragon's body. She was quite curious about Ananta, the incarnation of vengeance, a human whom she had been watching from Nadia's inner world. Just like many, the young man was merely a victim of the sorrow of losing someone precious. Even though he's an enemy, Churnos would appreciate it if Gyuto ended the kid without any more unnecessary pain. Yuyo remained silent. He looked at his hand and found dark discoloration quickly spreading on his flesh. Based on the color alone, it was plain to see that Ananta's curse had taken effect, just as he was fearing the curse of Azidaka. The body of the Black Dragon started its regeneration cycle again. From its core shot out a ferocious beam of concentrated energy. The split second of distraction left Gyuyo open to get sniped with a headshot. With Ruby's healing flames, The real Ananta had regained consciousness, achieving the realm of true immortality. May contemplated going at it with Ananta, but he was intercepted by Commander Lupa's claws. Guyo covered up his blown-up eye. He quickly regenerated the supposedly fatal wound and looked at Ananta with renewed hatred. He shot him a glance that no one had seen before. From a safe distance, Whitefoot and Blackfoot arrived to give their office a play-by-play of the situation at the Levitane fortress. Whitefoot diligently and succinctly relayed any relevant details until she reached the current developing situation of Ananta versus Guyo. To prepare himself for the potential final battle, Ananta sprouted giant wings on his back. He took to the skies, setting the ground and everything around him alight with cursed fire. If there's one thing Guyo hates, it is lesser beings looking down on him. Just when he was about to lose his temper, Traitorous warned him to restrain himself. They must address the demonic curse that is starting to spread in Guyo's body. If they wait too long, he will be turned into a mindless monster, swallowed by his instincts with no turning back. He will be no different from that boy, Ananta. One must know when it's time to step aside and retreat. Meanwhile, B-Heron is busy trying to land on the slippery wolf. Finally deciding to deal with the issue at hand, Guyo decisively chopped off his own hand. With the fulfillment of their goal getting closer and closer, there is no time to waste in petty squabbles. Down one arm, Guyo decided to go back home in a tactical retreat. He ordered B-Heron to hurry up and open a gate to the pantheon, and the loyal lapdog obliged. Seeing the wings' incarnate retreat when victory had never been so close, Ananta roared and motioned to give chase. Unfortunately, Traitorous was there to interfere. Knowing A.G. Dahaka as a peer, she could not believe that the Black Dragon would go so far as to take over someone else's body. If the evil incarnate has such a strong desire to survive, then the dragon and the deer's confrontation is inevitable. Flying in the air surrounded by meteoric hellfire, Ananta confronted Traitorous Ignal. The meteors quickly ate through and broke the dead roots upon contact. A few hours later, the sun rose and the sound of battle subsided. Whitefoot walked around the battlefield, assessing gains and losses. Their greatest gain was the synthesis of Azidaka's curse, a curse powerful enough to contaminate the wings incarnate. The degree of damage caused by the curse was unknown, but judging by his reaction, it was presumed to be substantial enough to weaken Bio to a great extent. The enemy's quick retreat was indicative of the curse's efficacy. As for the damage and aftermath, Levitane sustained an estimated death toll of 3,000 non-combatants. The stronghold mortality rate was estimated at about 97%, with a paltry 90 survivors. For the fighters, 400 soldiers had perished, an estimated mortality rate of about 99%, with only 4 survivors left and 1 traitorous owl in the mix. As for Ananta, he was safe, but it felt as though he was back at square one. Blackfoot tried to cheer him up, saying, defeating an enemy and making them retreat is satisfying enough. She grabbed Ruby and was surprised to see her transformation while protesting against being grabbed without permission. Blackfoot urged him to take the long-awaited victory, even if they did not succeed all the way through. But given the damage done and the lives that were lost, can you really call it a victory? What remains of Levitane is nothing but the lamentation of the few who lived. They've lost everything. Ananta refused to back down and celebrate a trivial win when he hadn't taken anything valuable from that horrible bastard yet. The next time they meet in the near future, he vowed, I will put a definitive end to this fight. Clinging dangerously close to Ananta's body, Blackfoot continued urging him to let out all of his inside emotions on her. Lupa blushed and Ruby was about ready to fry the bunny. Seductively whispering, Blackfoot playfully thanked him for his hard work. That earned her an elbow to the side. Coming out of nowhere, Whitefoot doubled down on her sister's words. She reiterated, Anat's achievements are not something to be underestimated. He defeated the second seed of Sephiroth, absorbing the ridiculous power of the Conquest Incarnate. Not only did he fight a close battle with the Guardian of the Wings, but he also even inflicted a fatal wound on Guyo himself. However, with Nadia's unexpected personality change, they were not able to capitalize on the situation. Ananta achieved multiple feats that would have been impossible for any other incarnate. Right now, the young man is not interested in hearing flattery. He knows that if Whitefoot is here, she probably has another matter she wants to say. While most of the main forces of Levitane are still alive and well, they have to organize and prepare for a possible second attack. They must do so by establishing a new base. Lupa argued that going down that route would only lead to more repeated sacrifices, so Whitefoot countered with a proposal to find an optimal location to house the survivors. That optimal location is none other than the Rabbitfoot headquarters. Additionally, as the organization's token of gratitude for Ananta's dedication, Rabbitfoot decided to share the truth about the Wings Incarnate that very few people know about. Ananta stood up and threatened to make Whitefoot regret speaking out of turn if he found out that she was speaking nonsense. When asked to elaborate, Whitefoot simply retrieved the cursed hand that Gyo ditched after cutting off. Back in the pantheon, the incarnation of Wings had been plugged into a bizarre machine for his recovery. You see, Gyo's true identity is that of the last of the first 6 incarnations made in the image of the master of creation and destruction. He is the incarnation of machinery. Bro, as ChatGPT confirmed, if you're curious as to why Owl would betray Levitane in the most egregious way possible, let's dive into his story. It all started when the love of his life chose a different man. But even if he couldn't stand by her side, Owl wasn't sad. He was content with just watching from afar. However, he had just one regret. He was afraid he could not wholeheartedly wish for her happiness. That brings us to the present, where Owl is set to appear in the pantheon of Sephiroth. Inside, the remaining Sephiroth members had congregated. One of the seats started hurling trash talk at Kishu Olga for barely surviving and running away with her centipede tail tucked between her legs. The scarred swordsman laughed at what a shameful sight that must have been. Kishu Olga wanted to retaliate, but she could not think of the words to do so. Owl recognized the trash-talking swordsman as one of the former candidates for the 5 loyal followers. He was the main culprit for brutally killing the former 4th and 5th seats simply because he found them too bothersome. He is the 7th seat of Sephiroth, a man who had been constantly demoted due to the wrath of the Wings, Karas, the incarnation of slaughter. Kishu annoyedly asked, "Why are you here in the main pantheon instead of guard duty?" But the reason was obvious. With the defeat of multiple Sephiroth members, it was about time for Karas to sort things out. Finally, the shattered space revealed their lord and 2 other people alongside him. The first thing Kishu noticed was the glaring wound on her beloved's left eye. She broke down in tears, seeing her lord in such a state. Gyo spoke up, prefacing his speech by saying the invasion was carried out to appease Geihan's spirit. Even though they had free reign to commit a one-sided massacre, the tables turned. Those who were entrusted with branch fragments met their ends instead. Even a member of the 5 loyal subordinates suffered a fatal blow, bad enough to force a retreat. In a single excursion, the prestige of Sephiroth had nosedived to the ground. Yugo turned his sharp glare towards Kishu Olga. Churnos interrupted before he could start saying all sorts of things to her. She asserted that it was merely bad luck that the bug girl had to face the incarnation of magic. Holding her accountable for a losing matchup would be far too harsh. Yuyo easily agreed. Sometimes rewards, rather than punishments, lead to group growth. So from this moment forward, he continued, the Great Wings hereby declare the restructuring of their hierarchy. He congratulated Owl for a job well done with his successful operation as a spy. The incarnation of swordsmanship shall be reinstated, Gyudo announced, and the 6th seat of Sephiroth shall be appointed. War, the Frost incarnate, shall be expelled from the 5th seat. Karas, the incarnation of slaughter, shall take his place. As for the 2 vacant seats, Gyo went on, Chernino's incarnation of sorcery and magic is hereby appointed to the 2nd seat of Sephiroth. As brothers and sisters, he said, they shall welcome the advent of the new history waiting around the corner. Beyond the material world, their journey to invade the land of gods would soon commence. As soon as the final preparations are completed, he added, the end of the century-spanning journey shall begin. In a land far, far away, Onimaids in golden blue contraptions awaited our heroes. Lupa, Ruby, and Ananta opened their eyes to a foreign environment unlike anything they had seen before. Whitefoot officially welcomed them to Rabbitfoot's headquarters. This city of endless books and futuristic walls is known as Labyrinthos, she explained. Lupa, worried, asked, where are the queen and the others? Where were they transported? Whitefoot assured her, there's nothing to worry about. Although it was a bit tedious, the Blackfoot helped unite the remaining forces of Levitane in one place. They will eventually move to Labyrinthos under Blackfoot's guidance. Ananta, still uncertain, asked, but what about my power? Is it still gone? Whitefoot nodded. Yes, but we were able to teleport thanks to Rabbitfoot's unique tech, the Alabir Drive. I used this special method to invite Anne at first at the leader's specific request. As they continued, Whitefoot noticed a woman tending to the bookshelves. She quickly sped up, turning to her guests. The woman was a bunny girl with pink hair, round glasses, and big ears. She was the chief of Rabbit's Foot, Serena. At first glance, Serena's uncanny resemblance to the Whitefoot and Blackfoot sisters was impossible to miss. That made perfect sense considering she was their big sister. Serena, looking flustered, apologized. Sorry, I'm a little out of sorts today. Meeting Ananta in person after years of hearing his exploits and stories is a bit bizarre. When asked if she's the leader of these rude rabbits, Serena cheerfully answered. She added that she's also the one who drew Ananta into Rabbitfoot's plan in the first place. It's good to know that she has no intention of hiding the fact that both parties are just using each other. Getting dangerously close to his face, Serena assured Ananta that they were cut from the same cloth, so there was no need to be so cautious. Furthermore, they are bound by a common enemy. They both hold hatred more than anyone in this world. Feeling peeved by how close Serena was getting with Ananta, she urged the chief to get to the main point of this visit. Surely, they've been called and teleported to this base, not just for small talk. With a serious expression, Serena invited the guests to another location. In her study, filled with endless rows of books, Whitefoot served refreshments. Serena opened up by asking a question. She asked if they had ever experienced an obsession with knowing everything about the target of their revenge. She certainly has. It's an obsession fueled by pure hatred and clothing. Ananta can relate to that disgusting taste. Serena alleged that the desire for revenge dulls with time. Unlike Ananta, who has the strength to carry out his vengeance, the path she chooses is one of not forgetting. She worked hard to fill as many bookshelves as she could. She read and recorded all history related to the Wings incarnate, and the story she's going to tell them now starts from the journey of a nameless incarnation. In an arid and desolate desert, a soul traveler traversed the sand dunes on top her camel. With the harshness of the environment, it was only a matter of time before the animal gave in. In a time of uncertainty and hopelessness, she saw a cloaked figure standing in the dunes. See the world in a grain of sand, heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. The nameless incarnate approached the traveler. When the machine god designed its own proxy by hand to live amongst mortals, the highest fundamental principle coded into its algorithm was to benefit the world and humanity. But it started questioning its creator. It asked what the purpose of carrying out this fundamental priority was. An independent logic circuit from the outside and the comprehensive system that maintains it is meant to analyze the consciousness and concepts of organic life in vivid detail. Upon generating emotions and self-awareness within the incarnation of machinery, it eventually came to the conclusion that everything is meaningless. The same as the dagger the traveler held in her hands. Try as she might, a mere blade won't kill the nameless incarnate. Scared and unsure of the cloaked figure's intentions, the traveler panicked. To appease her nerves, the nameless incarnate peeled off his otic mask and insisted that his fundamental principles include the inability to harm humans. Curious, he asked the name of the first human he'd ever encountered. According to Serena's research, the woman's name was Fiona. This was the first contact between the incarnation of machinery and humanity. Ananta protested that this type of storytelling was way too slow. All he cared about was information relevant to getting rid of Goyo. He cangered at some sort of clue to formulate a strategy. It didn't matter to him what or where that bastard was in the past. Serena criticized him for acting way too anxiously. She then asserted that the origin of machine incarnation was an important turning point. It eventually became imbued with Goyo's will. Knowing everything about the man was also a matter of digging up weaknesses that could be crucial for victory. All Serena asks is for Ananta to listen to her story until the end. She has no intention of wasting any time either. Ananta gave her a nasty look but understood that what she was saying made sense. Continuing her story, the machine and the woman decided to camp out together. He posited a question. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, the chances of survival for a human with normal physical capabilities are extremely slim. So, what could possibly be the reason that would force this woman to move while in a state of severe external injury? She laughed, finding her manner of speaking bizarre. I'm a caravan merchant by trade, she explained. I operate among the desert tribes, so this situation is par for the course. Since I was young, I've traveled to many cities with my family. Now, I'm working to provide water to people in need. There are so many people in this vast desert who need help, but the greedy outlaw cause only cares for themselves. They hunted down merchants, killed them, looted the merchandise and more. These outlaws are savages who do not care who they target. Fiona's family was unfortunate enough to be attacked by these ruthless outlaws. Her father made sure to send his daughter running before he took an arrow to the spine. Fiona watched as life escaped from her father's eyes. Thinking about the tragedy made her tears pour out, but she had long since grown numb. Curious, the machine asked, are the emotions you're feeling right now the most primal human emotion? Sadness? Wiping her tears away, Fiona apologized. I'm sorry for showing nothing but unsightly sights to you, my savior. The machine assured her that it was okay. I'm just fascinated by the idea of emotions and the sense of self. As a non-human, I find this area worth exploring. The machine also mentioned stories of beings that take the form of humans. Fiona had heard of such tales too. Chernunos, Luna, Ajidaka, Leoga, Alicorn. As a traveling merchant moving across the continent, she'd heard those famous names all her life. However, this was the first time she'd ever heard of an incarnation of machinery. She doesn't even know what machineries are in the first place. According to the machine himself, machines are devices that use power to move and perform their assigned tasks. A precision tool designed to achieve a specific purpose. He is the servant to the god of machinery, the deity who governs creation and destruction. He was created to spread and advance mankind's civilization. He is an artificial being, as opposed to a mythical creature. His fundamental principles broadly benefit humanity, and he must lead humans to a more advanced form. Fiona found his grandiose work a bit difficult to understand, so he put them plainly. The machine incarnate touched the sandy ground, and a blinding light filled the area. When the light died down, a perfectly circular hole appeared in the middle of the desert, scaring and confusing the traveling merchant. The machine urged her to take a look below. In the middle of the arid desert, the machine summoned an overflowing torrent of water. With his abilities, if there is no source of water, he can simply create one. If there are methods to discover underground water veins and technologies to make seawater potable, water shortage will be a problem of the past for the desert tribes. Fiona's eyes widened upon seeing a power that goes against everything she knows. The power that can benefit the people of this land. While she still doesn't fully comprehend what he's saying, she knows one thing for sure. This machine man truly is her savior. One must remember that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. A year later, he found himself in the desert city of Asen, the Oasis Special Zone to be specific. In just a year's time, Fiona had established herself as the leader of the prosperous Oasis. With the help of the incarnation of machinery, the technology and prosperity of the city advanced at a rapid pace. The desert land experienced an era of great prosperity that benefited everyone. Fiona, credited with excavating the water to form the abundant oasis and trading desalinated seawater, made a ton of profits. She quickly rose through the ranks and became the top trader in the desert. Asen was always full of energy at every turn. The incarnation of machinery, now known as the Iron Mask, oversaw the day-to-day operation of the city. With the increase in trade with external parties, infrastructures such as roads and ports are lagging behind. It's partly because of the Retribution Oath, a law that enforces strict punishment appropriate to the committed crime. Every citizen must abide by the Oath of the Special District proposed by the Council. While the oath is meant to protect civilians from outlaws, it had an unexpected side effect, hindering developments for the Special Zone. To survive the barren land, some people are forced to live a life of crime. Since the Special Zone rejected anyone who has even the slightest connection to such a life, expansion and development have stagnated due to limited personnel. Despite the options for coexistence in place, Fiona chose to demarcate a clear line between enemies and allies. If punishment is not viewed as a means of social utility, but as a definitive end like it has been until now, humans will never stop killing each other. Iron Mask elaborated that labor is desperately needed to develop the Special Zone to a higher degree. It would be more practical to open their door to people with less than perfect pasts. They can be accepted and utilized as manpower to expand the production base. But Fiona refused to even entertain the idea. In fact, she was offended that Iron Mask would even bring up such a suggestion. She was grateful for all his help. The progress of this land had been solely because of him. After all, Fiona and many people in the city were indebted to this charitable machine man, and they were counting on him in the future too. But Fiona firmly believed that extending a helping hand to outlaws was not the right move. Those with similar stories of cruelty experienced at the hands of criminals would echo Fiona's sentiments. Iron Mask, however, argued that the dead don't speak. The dead cannot produce any meaningful results in society. The only ones important to him were the living humans who could be observed and utilized for progress. Hearing him speak like a cold and calculating machine angered Fiona. She countered, saying that those who take the lives of innocent people without hesitation cannot be called humans. Fiona, unable to let go of her grief and vendetta, clung to her beliefs, while the incarnation of machinery failed to understand the human heart. Before Fiona could notice the issue lurking beneath, Iron Mask's concerns were soon to be proven correct. The outlaws eventually banded together and staged a massive attack on the Special Zone. Predicting their move, Iron Mask waited outside the city to meet their advance. Seeing a single figure standing in their way, the criminals continued to charge, hoping to kill and loot as much as their hearts desired. They aimed for the total annihilation of the despicable Special Zone bastards. Iron Mask raised his hand and exposed his Iron Man beam while seeking answers to his ultimate question. What defines a human? In a split second, he erased an entire army of outlaws in one fell swoop without expending much effort. The machine dreamed of throwing off the unreasonable shackles that tied him down and revealing his true self. Hearing the commotion outside the city walls, Owen was plunged into chaos and fear. They all turned to their leader Fiona for answers, for plans, anything. Some wanted to fight back. Some wanted to surrender without a fight. Cutting through the noise, Fiona assured everyone there is nothing to be afraid of. The land we built with blood, sweat, and tears shall never fall into the hands of outlaws. We will not hand over everything we worked for to the animals that took our loved ones. Fiona urged her people to take arms and fight. Fight until you defeat those outlaws with your own hands, she commanded. Her impassioned speech certainly ignited a fire in the hearts of the An people, just when they were about to wage a bloody war. The light from Iron Mask's attack lit up the dark night. Fiona could recognize that light anywhere, at any time. The incarnation of machinery evaporated hundreds of outlaws into nothing, not even a speck of blood. Fiona hurriedly mounted her camel, eager to check on what had happened. Upon reaching her friend, she asked, "Did you kill the incoming threat?" He looked Fiona dead in the eye and sensed an emotion from her that he hadn't felt before, except when they first met. There was no doubt about it. She was feeling fear. Coincidentally, they were standing on the same patch of land where they had first met each other. Back then, he had fundamental questions about the principles of his creator. The question of what a human being truly is had haunted him for a long time. In a world that distinguishes between incarnations and humans, he constantly questioned the nature of humanity. This experience led the machinery incarnate to embark on a journey to find what it truly means to be human. Hearing Fiona call outlaws less than human had finally freed the incarnate from his unreasonably restricting providence. Without the code blocking him from harming every member of humanity, he was finally free. It was then that Luna found him, labeling the machine as a traitor to the world. Without a hint of regret, the machine incarnates wandered down a distant path with no specific destination in mind. He carefully analyzed the sensations he felt and came to realize some things on his own. He became aware that the sensation he was feeling was joy. However, doubt soon followed. He asked himself what brought this joy. To find a right answer, he blended into the human world once more. He settled in numerous lands to spread technology and advance civilizations. He led humanity to the future and was worshipped as good for many long years. These bouts never lasted long. Over the passage of time, his influence faded away, crumbling into dust. The places he stayed at were not very different from the world he had once encountered with Fiona. One constant he witnessed over and over again was humans hurting each other, good people sorrowfully wailing and suffering. Throughout the ages, the machine incarnates held onto the ethos that he who kills a human is not human. They were merely animalistic creatures in human-shaped flesh. People who witnessed his power regarded him as their savior. Curious, he asked, "Why would you even think of worshipping me? Does this mean killing a person makes one a murderer, but killing 1,000,000 makes you a conqueror? Then that must mean killing all people makes you a god." Dangerously falling into an unstable frame of mind, the image of the first human he ever met flashed in his mind. The incarnation of machinery suddenly left the humans and continued his aimless journey. He needed some time to gather his thoughts somewhere he could be alone. Then, right before his eyes, Luma, the incarnation of magic, appeared. This woman was the progenitor of Sarita's Alubir drive. Using its power, she created an ultra-advanced space transfer technology that surprised even the machinery incarnate. But what surprised him even more was her near-infinite pool of energy. Luna brought the Tin Man to a familiar place, Rabbit's Foot's headquarters, Labyrinthos. She properly introduced herself as one of the 6 first incarnates. "Luna," the machine replied with a cold introduction of his own. Seeing her as a peer, a sister, if you will, he asked how he was supposed to interpret this sudden invitation. As tension rose, a little bunny maid interrupted. "Luna," she said, "order me to bring some neat clothes for the guest to wear." The little maid was none other than the current chief, Serena. As soon as Serena reached that point in the story, Lupa clarified, "Did you really meet the Tin Man as a young maid?" She nodded. "I did." When asked if she planned to avenge her Lady Luma, Serena answered no. It's true, she continued, that she was family, someone more precious than anyone else in the world. The forced visit of the machinery incarnate went smoothly. He was fascinated by the mountains of literature at every turn. Oddly enough, he couldn't seem to measure the scale of Labyrinthos with any techniques in his arsenal. That's because this place is a hyperdimensional information aggregate. It's kind of like a physical form of the internet, a treasure trove of knowledge where all information since the birth of the world has been recorded, contained in a limitless magical space. That might be true, there was nothing here that piqued his interest. He just wanted to go back to the real world. But Labyrinthos is a dimension divided from the real world. No one can enter or leave without Lady Luna's permission. She assured him that she was just a simple librarian entrusted with managing this place by the god of magic. Fighting her in her home court would just be plain stupid. The Tin Man towered over the bunny lady and insisted that he was no longer bound by anything. He was as free as he could be. Even the providence of gods could not hold him down. Luna dismissed his thinly veiled threats. She had no intention of arguing about beliefs. She asked if that ethos was the reason he'd been killing more and more humans. He argued that a human who kills his kind is no longer one. Unimpressed by such simple reasoning, Luna handed him a book. Given how pragmatic this machine was, she already felt uneasy at the thought of the conversation breaking down. This book was the real reason she had forcefully invited him inside Labyrinthos. It was an ancient account that recorded the horizon of the world that existed right from the beginning. The original functions of the divine relics were also inscribed in the book's pages. It described the moment when the 6 divine relics were brought together. It would become a catalyst for a seedling that would grow into the world tree. Luna was revealing ancient knowledge to guide him toward enlightenment. She alone held the power to see into the future. In the not-so-distant future, she was certain that the 6 divine relics would converge and the world tree would descend. This event would give rise to a horizon of power capable of altering the fate of all life on Earth. With her loved ones in mind, Luna was determined to prevent such a catastrophe at all costs. She sought the aid of the machinery incarnate, offering in return to grant whatever wish he desired. Even before he could voice it, Luna already knew what was in his heart. For countless years, all the Tin Man had ever wished for was to become human. Following the clues before him, the machine incarnate questioned Luna's possession of multiple abilities. She commanded both spatial teleportation and foresight of the future. Never before had an incarnate been known to wield more than one power. In essence, Luna's true ability was connected to the creation of entirely new powers. Without being prompted, she cast an unfamiliar spell. Since this was her first time dealing with an inorganic life form, she was uncertain of the outcome, yet her power seemed to take effect. The spell she cast upon the machine turned him into a miniature version of himself. For this special occasion, Luna decided to engrave a special power into his body. Acer Eden has the power to alter the form of the target. It's a technique that forces the concept of a child as perceived by the caster. As the Tin Man theorized, Luna is a woman of many talents. That's precisely the reason why she managed to observe the first 6 incarnations for a long time. Some of them had seamlessly blended among humanity, namely Alicorn and Cernos. There were also those who reigned over humans for long stretches of time, like Lyoga and Azidaka. But compared to those 2 classifications, the machinery incarnate took on a different path. He set aside his assigned role and mission, dedicating more time than anyone else to the study of humans. He stuck with it as if it were the primary purpose of his existence. While Luna was giving him the rundown, the miniature Tin Man was speechless. It's not that he does not have anything to add. He just can't think of anything to contradict Luna's observations. However, his bizarre path is not enough for Luna to associate with him. When asked what she was really after, Luna proposed a mutually beneficial transaction. There was really only one thing she wanted: a simple collaboration with someone who could understand. To prevent the prophecy she had witnessed, Luna engaged in a certain deal with the incarnation of machinery. It was a complex form of magical engineering, combining the powers of magic and machine. Luna had been working on a plan by herself, and she wanted to add the power of machines to it. A year of continuous collaboration had brought the 2 incarnates very far. With the Tin Man's technological genius, they constructed a unique artifact never seen before. It seemed their project was getting closer and closer to the finish line. With every iteration, their production became smoother over time. The previous powers underwent numerous trials and errors in the process of stabilization, but today, they had reached a level of perfection, close to having 0 flaws, a magical engineering artifact that mechanized power would not have been possible to produce without the Tin Man's diligent work. On a whim, Luna telekinetically asked Serena to hold the finished product. When the golden ball landed in her hand, Lady Luna urged young Serena to recall a place they often visit together. With the activation of a looper drive, the 3 of them were swallowed by the ceaseless stream of space and time. The next thing they knew, the group had been transported somewhere else, a place where no one could step foot without special access. It was a forward base constructed to prevent the descent of the world tree, a lunar base situated on the moon with an observatory designed to monitor Earth. The machinery incarnate admitted that the plans of one who could see the future were truly substantial. Over the years, he had also received significant upgrades. Thanks to Luna's ideas and 6 magical engineering spheres, he had further enhanced his combat power. But when it came to abilities like sound manipulation and space transfer, he was miles behind Luna's genius. She was simply a savant when it came to non-combat applications of magic. Given how elaborate Luna's plans were for the prophecy, he demanded to know the exact future she saw with her future sight. Luna had accepted that the future was an irreversible realm. Once a decision was made, it could not be undone. Before recruiting the incarnation of machinery, she was in the process of searching for a competent assistant. She even went as far as to share her vision with another original incarnate. The man she knew was Leo, the warrior incarnate. Luna thought that since he held the most power, his interests would align with protecting the future. But the answer she got back was unexpected, to say the least. While he understood her concerns, he refused to join a mission to meddle with an incomplete prophecy unless he saw clear warning signs with his own 2 eyes. The Honorable Lion called it an incomplete prophecy due to the nature of Luna's foresight. Her eye can only see definite futures, he explained. She is certain that her foresight shows a real prophecy, not some mere prediction. Only those who have a clear will can make things happen. In her vision, Luna saw an unidentified incarnation equipped with strange wings. She was planning to detect the emergence of this being in advance and prevent the theft of the divine treasures. In case of emergency, she placed enough contingencies in place to make sure Serena could survive and carry on her legacy. Today concludes the development of the magical engineering sphere. From this point forward, Luna generously gifted the lunar base operation to her short-time colleague. She left the investigation regarding strange winged incarnations to the machine man. Given that he held up the end of his agreement, it's about time to grant him the promised compensation too. Heading deep below the lunar base's secret dark chamber, the machinery incarnate stood on top of a magic circle as Luna beckoned the power to bestow human form. This technique shares the same principle as the simple Iceran. It will imprint power into his body, giving him the control to activate the transformation whenever he feels ready. Come to think of it, Luna never pried him for the real reason behind his desire to become human. The machinery incarnate closed his eyes and promised to tell her the answer to that question once the transformation was done. Luna smiled and started the procedure, looking forward to his explanation. Using the ultimate imitation spell, Lady Luna formed flesh and bones that wrapped and warped around the metallic body. Seeing real flesh cover the robotic body was quite a sight to behold. But as the transformation continued, Luna's expression became bleaker. Once flesh and skin revealed the machinery incarnate's human form, Luna felt despair. In her pursuit to stop the end from happening, Luna accidentally created the man she feared most. There's no doubt about it, she thought. I've seen this man before. He took on the shape and form of the man at the center of her apocalyptic prophecy. The final nail in the coffin was the manifestation of wings originating from the 6 magical engineering spheres embedded in a metallic body. He looked like a heavenly being, but Luna had seen this man push the world to the brink of destruction. Without wasting another second, he activated Let There Be Light, constricting Luna and young Serena. Yuo explained that the incarnation of machinery never wished to become human. Instead, he was always looking beyond mortality. In his journeys, he realized that the law of seeking true freedom from the world stems from intangible rules and laws. He had decided to cast the wings of genuine radiance upon the world. He declared himself the wing that embraces freedom, assumed the title of Wings Incarnate, and picked the name Gyuyo for himself. Little Serena panicked, but she was powerless to resist, let alone save Luna. Gyuyo started his divine artifact collection by plucking Luna's future-seeing eye. With this, he could finally aim to go beyond the current material world. He would be the one to reclaim his dignified freedom from the old gods.